The last prince of the fallen kingdom of Brielle was looking for a way to end his miserable life. One day, someone appeared who would do it with a single swing of his sword. 10 years ago, Yuri, our protagonist, was mired in a quagmire of gambling. One evening, he was accused of cheating, which infuriated the proud aristocrat. Having hinted that the dogs had contacted the prince of the kingdom of Brielle, Yuri started a real fight with these people. That same night, he met Princess of the Empire. His excuses for the long separation angered her. Yekaterina severed the connection between them, leaving the prince shattered. Unbeknownst to both of them, a spy overheard their conversation. And the next day, he made his move, inciting a conflict between the empire and the kingdom. After the surprise invasion, the gate burned before Yuri's eyes. The war lasted for years, taking the lives of many. Due to the disappearance of the protagonist's father, the king, the knights of the empire began to gain the upper hand. Yuri could not accept that the Princess Yekaterina had leaked the kingdom's secrets. He wanted to believe he was mistaken, but after receiving a note of apology from her, he was completely defeated. The war continued, and he fought for his life, killing everyone in his path. Exhausted and cornered, the hero was surrounded by enemies from the empire. Yuri had already resigned himself to his death, but the brave knight Lauren shielded him with his body, so the prince could escape. The enemies retreated, and the last prince hid far away from everyone and hoped that one day he would avenge all those who had died. He knew that one day his life would be taken too. That same stranger declared that Yuri did not deserve an easier death. The knight removed his mask, revealing the face of Lauren, who had protected MC. The hour of retribution for all sins had come, and blood gushed from the protagonist's body. Before his death, only his father's words of honor flashed, and then his consciousness drowned in darkness. Yuri awoke in his youthful body, and nearby, only his father's cursing could be heard. Yuri can only stare, unable to understand how his dead father is sitting beside his bed. He is certain this should be impossible, and assumes he must be in the afterlife. Still dazed, he blurts out that his father must have ended up in hell too, leaving the king baffled. Yuri clings to his father's hand as if testing whether this reunion is real. His father scolds him for speaking like a spoiled child after all his talk of honor. When Yuri keeps rambling, the king smacks him back to his senses. Yuri protests through tears and pain, but the familiar blow only makes the moment feel more real. Then a leaf drifts in, and Yuri begins to notice details that do not fit hell at all. Sunlight pours through the open window onto a peaceful room where his father calmly remains at his side. Yuri realizes the dead are not gathered around him after all. Outside, the world is bright and alive instead of ruined. Ordinary maids go about their work in the courtyard, untouched by war. Yuri understands that if this were hell, it would be filled with fire, sinners, and torment, not this quiet normalcy. The memory of himself running toward the light now takes on a different meaning. As his father and attendants speak around him, Yuri begins to suspect he has not died at all, but returned to an earlier time. The others notice his strange silence and growing shock. They call his name as he stares into the impossible truth. The narration confirms it. Yuri Brielle is once again 13 years old. At first he wants to dismiss it as a dream or a lingering illusion, but the image of the blood-stained hourglass tells him time itself has been overturned. He cannot wake from it, and the world does not collapse, proving this is no fantasy. Instead, forgotten days and old events begin repeating exactly as they once did. Faced with the impossible, Yuri accepts that he has truly returned to the past. Yuri Brielle realizes he has returned to the spring of his 13th year and been granted another chance to change everything. Morning light confirms that the past is real, not a dying illusion. A maid wakes the young prince for the sword training he once neglected. Still half asleep, Yuri hears that this is happening because he himself ordered it. The mention of sword practice jolts him fully awake as old memories rush back. He bolts upright, shaken by how precisely the day matches the past he remembers. Panicking, Yuri tries to rush the morning routine so he will not miss the training that once set his fate. Ina steadies him before his panic turns into chaos. With compliance, Ina takes charge and starts helping him get ready. Seeing her alive triggers the memory of finding her murdered in his previous life. The sight of her death reminds him how much he already lost once. Yuri falls silent under the weight of that memory. He calls Ina over, needing proof that this moment is truly different. To confirm he is not dreaming, Yuri absurdly orders Ina to slap him. Ina hesitates, but Yuri insists that an order from the prince cannot be treason. He grandly swears he never takes back his word, trying to force the issue through sheer authority. The day outside remains bright and ordinary, making his desperation feel even stranger. Training grounds and palace life continue as if tragedy has not already happened once. A wooden practice dummy waits in the courtyard where his old habits were formed. Ina finally obliges, and Yuri is reminded the hard way that her strength is no joke. As others ignore his reddened cheek, Yuri notices how little attention anyone pays to his condition. Training begins with the familiar clash of wooden swords. His instructor Bernard treats the bruise as irrelevant and moves straight into sparring. Yuri notices Bernard no longer bothers correcting his form and only makes him fight. That detail makes Yuri realize when his education first started going wrong. He remembers Bernard once reporting to the king that the prince had great talent but wasted it. Bernard had believed Yuri could become a blessing to the Briol lion if only he applied himself. Yuri now understands that this was the turning point. Because he resisted proper instruction, Bernard gave up on teaching and reduced everything to sparring. Instead of proving Bernard wrong, Yuri had responded by becoming even lazier. Determined not to repeat that mistake, Yuri calls Bernard's name mid-training. He stops the exchange and forces Bernard to listen. Yuri asks to be taught correctly from this day forward. He openly vows that this time he will truly give his all. Bernard is skeptical, but he recognizes the seriousness behind the prince's sudden change. Yuri answers with a strained smile, pretending confidence while bracing for what real training means. Bernard drops all restraint and reveals the terrifying skill that once earned him the name Sword Demon. He declares that if Yuri wants proper instruction, then the easy days are over. Bernard immediately begins real training by attacking with overwhelming force. Yuri instantly regrets asking, but it is too late to retreat. Bernard closes the distance so fast that Yuri can barely track him. Yuri remembers just in time that Bernard's true level is far beyond what a spoiled prince should face. The strike comes with killing precision despite being only practice. Bernard advances like a monster, making clear that his lessons are meant to break bad habits, not comfort students. Yuri recalls that Bernard had once been feared long before entering Briol's service. That fearsome reputation was the Sword Demon, and Yuri is now experiencing why. He realizes this is what genuine training under Bernard actually looks like. Even with the instincts he gained as a mercenary in his previous life, Yuri still gets knocked flat. Lying there exhausted, he measures the gap between his current body and his old experience. Even so, he judges the pain worthwhile because this kind of pressure will make him improve quickly. Bernard, meanwhile, is startled that Yuri managed to block every attack he launched. Before Yuri can recover, Ina arrives with urgent news. She orders him to stop training at once and come with her. The king has summoned Yuri immediately. When Yuri hears that Count Johannes has brought his son, he is instantly alarmed. He remembers that Johannes' son was the traitor who later opened the kingdom's gates to the empire. The name comes back to him with hatred, Gottbardvar. Yuri turns to Ina, already planning his next move. He demands to know where that future traitor is right now. The scene shifts to the royal dining hall where the nobles' children are gathered. At the king's table, the royal family and guests share a formal meal under careful observation. Others quietly note how much the third prince has changed. His improved physique is obvious enough to draw a comment. The king dismisses the change as if Yuri must have eaten something strange, refusing to take it seriously. Count Johannes praises Yuri while subtly promoting his own son as the more sensible child. Another prince, captivated by a polished older brother, barely hides his admiration. Yuri fixes Gott with open hostility, making the other boy uneasy. Gott senses the pressure but cannot understand why Yuri is glaring at him. A brother leans in and quietly asks Yuri what happened between them. Yuri answers that Gott betrayed him once, speaking from a truth no one else can know. His brother is amused that Yuri would let such a grudge go unanswered. Yuri studies Gott and sees that the boy is already hiding calculation behind a dignified mask. That convinces Yuri that Gott's nature has not changed at all. Gott feels the scrutiny and grows tense under it. His pride flares, and he prepares to answer Yuri's hostility. Yuri dismisses him inwardly and decides that this dangerous temper must be corrected early. Remembering the ruined kingdom, Yuri swears that the last life's disaster will not repeat itself. He recalls that he fought Gott around this same age before, and wonders whether that petty clash helped shape the later betrayal. In that old memory, Yuri challenged Gott after hearing he was decent with a sword. Yuri mocked the narrow-minded ideals of knights to provoke him. He pressed Gott to admit that a knight's duty is to serve the kingdom above personal pride. Gott agreed in principle but was already wavering under the challenge. Yuri turned the argument into a duel and forced Gott to defend his beliefs in combat. He attacked ruthlessly enough for Gott to accuse him of cowardly ambush tactics. Yuri kept pressing before Gott could recover. A kick to the face shattered Gott's composure and his defense. Even while losing, Gott tried to cling to the language of knightly honor. Yuri answered by discarding his weapon altogether. That reckless move stunned Got more than the beating itself. Yuri rushed in barehanded, turning the duel into a lesson rather than a contest. He knocked Got down decisively and stripped away the illusion of superiority. Got crashed to the ground, humiliated and furious. Yuri seized control of the moment before Got could recover his pride. Standing over him, Yuri accuses him of eventually selling his father's honor and the kingdom itself for information. He reminds Got that his father's title and respect exist because the kingdom grants them. Then he demands that Got think about what such status is actually for. Yuri says he understands the desperation to survive, but not the weakness of betraying the land that raised you. He resolves that under his watch no knight, including himself, will be allowed such feeble conviction. Yuri repeats the question in simpler terms, forcing Got to confront the source of his family's power. He leaves Got with a final lesson: understand the essence of every situation and reflect on it deeply. Got walks away shaken, carrying the humiliation and the warning with him. Back in the present, Yuri's brother praises the old fight and teases him for ever doubting the outcome. The brother cheerfully admits he absolutely expected Yuri to win. Yuri asks what kind of person his brother truly thinks he is. The answer is blunt: Yuri is known as the kingdom's worst troublemaker and gambler. Yuri rejects that old identity and says he intends to stop living like that. His brother can only stare, unable to process the change. He jokes that Yuri must have knocked something loose in his head. As evening falls, Yuri returns to training with his resolve intact. After another brutal session, he reaches his limit and collapses, satisfied just to have endured it. Bernard ends the day's lesson, acknowledging Yuri's effort. Even sprawled on the ground, Yuri listens for whatever comes next. Bernard decides Yuri is finally ready to begin learning a mana method. Yuri immediately asks whether Bernard will teach him his own technique. Bernard refuses, saying Yuri should instead learn the Braille method because it is balanced and efficient. Yuri remembers that in his previous life he had already mastered the Braille method nearly to its limit. He hints that he wants something beyond what he already knows. Bernard realizes Yuri is aiming higher than expected. Yuri asks Bernard to recommend a royal guard recruit with exceptional potential, because he has another technique in mind that he once could not attempt. Bernard considers the request carefully. If raw potential is the criterion, one name stands above the rest. Bernard identifies that person as Jared. The name stirs Yuri's memory at once. He remembers meeting Jared near the end of the war in his previous life. Back then Jared's skill had been mediocre, almost pitiful for someone who had survived so long. That weakness had frustrated Yuri because it concealed enormous natural talent. Jared himself had lamented that if he could start over, he would train properly, but by then his gifts were already wasted. When war finally came, both Yuri and Jared were fighting as dulled versions of what they could have been. Remembering that regret, Yuri decides he will not let the same waste happen again. He sets out at once to meet the knight Bernard recommended. Jared turns out to be a blonde royal guard trainee practicing among the others. Yuri arrives already intent on forcing the issue and knocking some sense into him. Night settles over the training hall as the next test begins. From the balcony, Yuri spots Jared among the trainees below. Jared notices the prince's presence and grows alert. Yuri greets him casually and says he came to see how the guards are doing. Jared responds politely. But Yuri is already judging the atmosphere around him. Watching the trainees, Yuri sees plenty of effort but not the hunger needed to surpass themselves. He asks Jared to identify the rookie Bernard mentioned. Once Jared points him out, Yuri understands exactly what Bernard meant about hidden potential. Yuri reflects that training should build skill, but Jared is only doing the bare minimum. He realizes this complacency is how Jared eventually became a wasted blade. So Yuri orders a wooden sword and announces that he wants to spar. When asked for an opponent, he points directly at the slacker he came for. The hall clears as Yuri and Jared face each other under the eyes of the other guards. The onlookers cheer the rookie on, treating the match like entertainment. Jared, already uneasy, is told that the prince has heard he possesses great potential. Yuri asks him to prove what kind of knight he really is. Caught off guard, Jared can only accept. As the duel is about to begin, Yuri steps forward, ready to drag Jared onto a different path. The young prince throws himself into the sparring match, eager to prove he can meet Jared's expectations. Jared receives the charge with calm confidence, showing no sign of being rattled. The prince's opening rush is stopped immediately by Jared's superior timing. Even as the exchange continues, the onlookers praise Jared's precision and urge the prince to endure. At first, Jared seems merely impressed that the prince is holding up, but he quickly senses something unnatural in the rhythm. The prince keeps pressing from close range, forcing Jared to keep defending. Jared studies the clash more carefully as the prince refuses to break pace. He realizes the prince is maintaining an unerringly perfect distance throughout the fight. The prince swings again, still matching Jared's movements instead of overcommitting. Jared understands that the prince has been deliberately syncing his pace to his own and taunts him for turning the duel into a dull performance. As their wooden swords lock, the prince decides to stop playing along. He openly challenges Jared to fight seriously, and the clash instantly sharpens. Jared blocks the sudden escalation, and the prince acknowledges that Jared's reflexes are every bit as monstrous as expected. The prince launches a faster sweeping attack to break through Jared's guard. Jared slips around the pressure and repositions, still controlling the flow. Annoyed that his restraint is no longer enough, Jared admits he had been taking it easy. He answers with a heavier counterattack meant to overwhelm the prince outright. The prince barely holds, already knowing that a straightforward contest was never going to work. He reminds himself that even with memories from a past life, he cannot beat a veteran knight like Jared head-on. Still, he refuses to settle for losing cleanly. Jared senses a sudden shift and realizes the prince is about to try something unexpected. The prince darts in under Jared's guard, aiming not for victory but for a single decisive opening. He commits himself to landing at least one hit before the match ends. Using a reckless aerial maneuver, he twists his body into a surprise descending strike. Believing he has finally found the moment, the prince celebrates too early. The spectators are stunned that the prince's desperate attack actually seemed to work and cheer him on. The prince presses Jared, accusing him of still holding back, and Jared silently confirms that he has not shown everything. Even while dominating the exchange, Jared is unsettled by the feeling that the prince is somehow cornering him instead. Jared plants his footing and prepares to end the strange pressure decisively. He swings with far more force, no longer treating the bout lightly. The prince sees how close he came and readies one more gamble. Jared's patience snaps, and he decides to stop indulging the prince's tricks. The watching knights panic and shout at Jared as they realize he is going too far. Their alarm grows when Jared begins using a mana technique in a spar against the third prince. The prince is caught off guard by the sudden surge of blue power, while the others desperately try to call Jared back to his senses. Jared himself seems to wake up only after crossing the line. The cost of that moment is immediate, as the prince's hair is sliced away by the empowered strike. The prince realizes just how close he came to being seriously hurt. Jared, horrified, calls out to the prince at once. The spectators condemn Jared's recklessness and rush to check whether the prince is safe. The prince calms everyone down, insisting that injuries are part of sparring even as they point out he was actually cut. Instead of ending the match, he orders Jared to pick up his sword and continue. He refuses to let the duel stop just when it was becoming truly exciting. With that declaration, the prince attacks again and forces Jared back into the fight. Jared braces himself, now fully aware that the prince will not retreat. The prince unleashes a rapid sequence of attacks, driving Jared into constant defense. As he fights, Jared realizes the prince is unlike anyone he has ever faced. He sees that the prince is pushing himself beyond ordinary limits just to keep advancing. The prince goes even further, feeding on the pressure instead of breaking under it. Jared is forced into a tight guard as the prince's relentless offense keeps finding new angles. At close range, Jared understands that the prince is still accelerating despite already being at his limit. The two finally separate for a breath, both having been driven to the edge by the exchange. Jared is shaken by how fiercely his blood is stirring in response to this fight. He realizes he has never felt this kind of exhilaration even against stronger opponents. The prince meets his next strike head-on without flinching. Jared cannot reconcile that intensity with the prince's youth and weakness. He shifts his footing for one final answer. The prince commits to a finishing blow of his own. Jared feels something rising inside him as the prince's attack finally breaks through and lands. Jared curses as the prince succeeds in drawing blood. He tightens his grip and answers on instinct with a crushing counter. Jared's empowered downward strike smashes through the prince's defense. The prince's wooden sword splinters under the impact. The broken weapon flies apart, ending the duel by force. Jared's final swing carries through as the prince is left disarmed. The prince exhales in relief, recognizing that he survived the exchange he gambled everything on. Satisfied that he achieved his goal, he declares the match over. Jared stands in silence, still surrounded by fading mana and unable to process what just happened. The prince breaks the tension by telling Jared that he learned something important from him. Jared awkwardly accepts the praise and returns it, still flustered by the outcome. Privately, Jared admits the prince showed a fighting obsession unlike anything he has ever encountered. He stares at the prince in disbelief, unable to understand how someone so young could possess that kind of will. The prince snaps him out of it and asks why he is just standing there. He points out that Jared managed to make the prince bleed and should not be frozen in place over it. Jared hurriedly apologizes for his lapse and for injuring him. Once the tension breaks, Jared mentally checks out from sheer overload. The prince collapses onto the floor in exhaustion the moment the match truly ends. Only then does the pain and fatigue catch up to him. Above them, the knights celebrate the prince's performance with open admiration. One of them notices their captain has arrived to watch the aftermath. The captain of the royal guard, Zained, reveals he only just got there. From above, he takes in the prince sprawled on the training floor amid broken wooden swords. The prince lies unconscious or nearly so, having spent everything in the duel. Zain studies the scene with interest, clearly intrigued by what he has witnessed. A few days later, life at the palace appears calm again. Jared walks through the palace grounds after the incident. He is suddenly addressed and turns in surprise. He finds the third prince waiting for him in full formal dress. The prince greets him with a knowing smile. Without explanation, the prince orders Jared to come with him somewhere that day, brushing aside Jared's wish to keep training. He teasingly claims credit for fixing Jared's mindset and says Jared now owes him a favor. Jared gives in and agrees to follow. The prince judges that Jared has regained enough strength and composure for what comes next. When Jared asks where they are going, the prince refuses to explain and tells him to simply follow. To ease Jared's concern, he adds that they will not be going alone. Jared asks who else is coming. The prince calls out to someone nearby. The person who answers is Fernando, the court mage. The prince asks Fernando to assist him on an errand. Fernando tries to decline because he has other business. The prince instantly offers to pay off Fernando's gambling debt. Fernando is stunned that the prince knows exactly how to buy his cooperation. The prince confirms he is serious and reminds Fernando that he still owes him from before. Fernando asks whether the prince has ever lied to him, then undercuts the point by admitting that most of their dealings happened in a gambling den. The prince cheerfully pretends that still counts as trustworthiness. Fernando dryly points out that he has never seen the prince anywhere except that den, making the claim far less convincing. Even so, the prince repeats his promise and leads both men away. Fernando decides that if the debt will truly be cleared, he is willing to hear the rest. He abruptly produces a contract and demands the prince sign it first. The prince is momentarily speechless at Fernando's shamelessness. Fernando mocks how little the title of third prince seems to be worth if his promise alone cannot be trusted. The prince turns to Jared and insists that Jared act as witness to his word instead. He frames Jared as the guarantor of the promise, leaving Jared no room to refuse. Fernando accepts that arrangement and joins them with a grin. He then asks where a prince would need both a knight and a mage for. The answer shocks them both. The prince is taking them to Sword Mountain. The prince's expression hardens as he finally reveals his true objective. He declares that they are going to loot the ancestors' dungeon. The three descend through a hidden underground passage beneath the palace. Jared is astonished to learn that such a route even exists under the royal residence. As they advance through the old tunnel, he asks what lies at the end. The prince explains that it leads to Sword Mountain, the place tied to the legend of Brial's progenitor. He confirms that the legend is real. He recalls that in his past life, after Brial fell to the Empire, a dungeon was discovered inside Sword Mountain. That discovery revealed the progenitor's legacy and caused a major upheaval. Because this hidden route had only been meant as an escape path, Brial lost the chance to claim that legacy before the Empire did. This time, the prince vows not to repeat the life in which he only ran away, but to move forward and seize what was lost. He resolves to see with his own eyes what inheritance his ancestor left behind. The tunnel finally opens into a dense forest. The prince pushes open the concealed exit and steps outside first. Jared and Fernando follow him into the wilderness beyond the hidden door. Fernando assumes the rest of the trip to Sword Mountain should be straightforward and asks for confirmation. Instead, he questions where the prince even got the artifact key that opened the hidden door, since such an item should not have been easy to find. The prince remembers that in his past life the key had been hidden in the study and that ignorance about it once cost him dearly, but he refuses to explain himself. As they move deeper into the forest, Fernando carelessly brushes against the razor-edged plants and gets cut. The prince warns him that the vegetation itself is dangerous and orders both men to stay close and avoid getting hurt. He takes the lead, clearing the way through the overgrowth. Fernando quietly turns to Jared with a private concern. He asks whether the prince has been acting strangely lately, because his behavior feels increasingly bizarre. Before Jared can answer properly, the prince impatiently calls them forward, and Fernando notes that at least the prince's temper remains familiar. The prince suddenly senses something ahead and stops. He orders Jared and Fernando to wait where they are. After scouting ahead, he reports that a pack of dire wolves is nearby. He warns that they hunt in groups, meaning there could be many more than a few already seen. When asked how he knows that, he casually claims he read it in a book. Fernando is so shocked by the idea of the prince reading that he nearly forgets the danger. The prince refocuses them, saying the wolves have not noticed them yet and that they should slip past quietly. At that exact moment, someone steps on a branch and ruins their stealth. Jared and the prince turn in alarm as Fernando realizes what he has done. Fernando can only laugh awkwardly as the situation immediately goes bad. A white-haired mage casually apologizes as a dire wolf lunges, showing he can end the threat without fear. Jared panics and calls for Serenando as the attack seems about to land. A sudden arc of power cuts through the charge before it reaches them. The dire wolf is struck down mid-leap and dies instantly. Fernando lowers his guard only after confirming the beast has been cleanly killed. The prince praises Jared for recognizing the direwolf's coarse fur and using the right mana technique, but warns that the real danger is still ahead. Their skirmish has drawn the attention of the pack's alpha. A howl summons the rest of the dire wolves to surround them. Fernando steps forward alone as the wolves close in around the prince and Jared. He orders the other two to stay behind him while he holds the line. The pack bares its teeth and prepares to overwhelm him from multiple sides. Two dire wolves leap at once, trying to crush him with numbers. Fernando steels himself and commits to meeting them head-on. He answers with a decisive blue flame slash that tears through the assault. The white-haired mage notes that Fernando fights exactly as expected of a royal guard of Brial. But even while acknowledging his skill, he judges that Fernando still falls short against what is coming. Fernando begins to strain under the pressure of the continuing fight. The prince calls Fernando's name, signaling that he has made a decision. The mage reminds Fernando that the king trusts his abilities and pushes him to prove worthy of that faith. He openly suggests that Fernando should use his full strength as a battle mage. Fernando is caught off guard by the sudden lecture even as he blocks another wolf at close range. At the same moment, a fire spell erupts beneath the battlefield and changes the flow of combat. Fernando uses the opening to drive his blade through a direwolf's head. He kicks away from the kill to escape the blast zone. The fire detonates through the pack, wiping out the immediate threat. Later, as they near Brial, Fernando reflects that he expected dire wolves but not other monsters on the road. The prince agrees the journey was delayed by those attacks, but says they have finally reached their destination. He reveals that the place before them is the peak of Sword Mountain. Fernando doubts the location because there is no visible relic or sign of anything important. The prince insists this barren summit is exactly where they were meant to come. Even so, he admits something should have been visible by now. Then he spots a tiny red glint hidden in the ground and realizes he has found the clue. He rushes over and orders Hernando to help pull it free. The mage complains statically that injuring a mage's hands would be disgraceful, leaving the labor to Hernando. For a brief moment the mountain is quiet, as if holding its breath. The buried object proves to be the hilt of a sword set deep in the stone. The prince grips it and starts drawing it out. The blade emerges with surprising ease, as though it had been waiting for him. The mage immediately notices that the sword looks untouched by time, not like something long buried. That detail unsettles the prince as he studies the weapon. An inscription reading guilty makes him suspect the sword carries a judgment or history of its own. Hernando asks if this could be the founder's relic, but no one can yet be certain. Before they can examine it further, all three sense a new presence closing in. The prince realizes they are about to learn what the relic truly guards. The ground beneath them suddenly gives way. All three plunge into the collapsing mountain together. A shaft of light opens below them as the hidden chamber is revealed. They crash into an ancient underground corridor lit by enormous blue crystals. The prince lands hard but remains conscious. Hernando ends up sprawled on the floor with the prince on top of him, both shaken by the fall. The mage is impressed that the prince instinctively protected himself with his mana method during the drop. He calmly surveys the ruins and remarks that the dungeon extends far deeper than expected. The prince accuses him of prioritizing his own safety over everyone else's, and the mage laughs it off as necessity. A sharp sound interrupts the argument and warns them they are not alone. The mage turns toward the disturbance with sudden seriousness. He points down the corridor, but the prince refuses to let him dodge the accusation so easily. The mage cuts him off and identifies the approaching presence as a ghost. The prince is startled by the claim. A spectral armored knight with burning red eyes emerges from the darkness. The prince recognizes the undead warrior as a death knight. He orders Jared to get up at once as the threat closes in. When Jared is too slow, the prince physically forces him back to his feet. Jared wakes in confusion, not yet understanding where they are. He turns and finally sees the Death Knight approaching. Hernando places himself in front of the prince and vows to handle the monster alone. The Death Knight advances with calm, deliberate steps instead of attacking wildly. The prince studies it more carefully and repeats the name as if testing a memory. He recalls that a Death Knight is a fallen knight returned from death, stronger than in life. Even so, he tells Hernando the creature is not actually hostile toward him. Hernando demands to know how he can be so sure, and the prince says he can feel it. He explains that the knight is guarding the founder's dungeon and would not attack one who carries the founder's blood. The Death Knight confirms the prince's reasoning. It reaches for its weapon, testing the prince's resolve rather than striking immediately. The mage and Hernando both panic, convinced the prince is still in danger. A lethal red slash flashes toward the prince before either of them can intervene. The founder's sword suddenly drops into the path of the attack and blocks it for him. The mage is so shocked he blurts out a grotesque exaggeration about the prince being split in half. The prince coldly shuts him down, and the mage hurriedly revises his joke to a harmless comment about his hair. The Death Knight remarks that the prince's arrogant tone reminds him of someone from long ago. That reaction makes the prince ask whose resemblance the knight means. The answer comes with weight: Eric Briel. The name stuns the others because Eric Briel is the legendary founder known to every citizen of Briel. He is remembered as the unmatched swordsman who conquered the continent and became Briel's first king. The prince asks if that means he is the first true heir to reach this place, and the knight confirms it. The knight adds that only a descendant of Briel could have drawn the founder's sword. The prince realizes the blade in his hand truly is the founder's treasured weapon. The Death Knight then reveals that it was once his own sword in life. The prince reacts with awkward guilt for having taken what was effectively the knight's personal weapon. The knight addresses him formally as a descendant of Briel and demands to know why he has come. He orders the prince to state his purpose plainly. The prince tightens his grip on the sword, understanding this is a test. He declares himself Yuri Briel, third prince of Briel, and claims the right to inherit Eric Briel's legacy. The Death Knight studies him in silence, weighing that declaration. Then it turns and begins leading the three deeper into the dungeon. The knight decides the time has come to fulfill the duty it has guarded for ages. It promises to grant Yuri what he seeks. Yuri follows without hesitation. Hernando trails behind, still wary and unable to trust what he is seeing. He privately admits that none of this fits any logic he knows. For a royal guard, escorting a prince into the founder's dungeon and negotiating with a Death Knight is far beyond anything he imagined. As Yuri moves toward the crystal chamber, Hernando calls after him in alarm. He senses something strange happening to the prince. A distorted vision suddenly overtakes Yuri's awareness. In that vision, a battered knight addresses him as if he were a prince from another era and urges him to keep moving. Hernando dismisses the prince's strange behavior as more nonsense, unaware Yuri is seeing fragments of the past. Yuri answers as if he can hear that ancient voice and keeps going. The Death Knight reaches the heart of the crystal chamber. It takes its place before the crystals like a master preparing a lesson. Yuri faces it alone as the chamber becomes a stage for judgment. A surge of blue light engulfs all three men and drags them into a different space. The knight expresses a hope before the trial fully begins. It declares that all of them are worthy to witness what comes next. Yuri finds himself standing in a vast desert-like battlefield and demands to know where he is. A lone figure appears in the distance, walking toward him with a sword. Yuri first assumes he is seeing the founder himself. But as the figure draws closer, he realizes something is wrong with that assumption. The opponent bursts forward with inhuman speed. Yuri understands that the thing charging him is not human at all. He barely manages to meet the first strike with the founder's sword. At the moment of impact, he senses a concentrated blue force at the enemy's core. That energy triggers a realization in him. What stands before him is a living demonstration of a mana method, not an ordinary enemy. The faceless figure manipulates the mana at its chest directly, showing the principle instead of explaining it. Yuri watches closely, forcing himself to understand rather than panic. The figure presents the circulating mana openly, as if inviting him to read its structure. It channels that mana into the sword until the blade ignites with blue power. Yuri realizes the founder is showing him how mana itself is operated. The figure gestures for him to imitate it immediately. Yuri protests that being told to copy a mana method in the middle of combat is absurd. Even while complaining, he recognizes that his ancestors' training style is completely unhinged. The lesson becomes clear. Yuri is expected to learn a mana method for the first time by surviving real battle. He concludes that only someone living a second life could even attempt something this reckless. Accepting that truth, Yuri decides he is exactly the kind of person who can do it. He places his hand to the ground and begins drawing mana through his body by instinct. He tests the sensation and asks himself if this is the correct flow. The faceless teacher snaps his attention back before he can hesitate. Since Yuri still does not fully understand the process, he chooses to learn by action instead of theory. He commits to the fight and stops overthinking. Yuri resolves that he must become stronger no matter what it takes. He remembers the future he is trying to prevent. The Empire will soon invade Brielle. He swears that this time he will destroy that threat before it can repeat the past. The memory of past failure hardens his determination not to make the same mistake again. With that resolve, he raises the Founder's sword and prepares to absorb Eric Brielle's swordsmanship. He launches his own empowered strike across the battlefield. Yuri follows through with the technique, forcing his body to keep pace with the mana. He declares that he will take in every lesson the Founder is offering. Elsewhere, Hernando's awareness opens inside another vision. He finds himself in a grand hall lined with training weapons. Still days from the transition, he tries to make sense of the new surroundings. He realizes he has been placed in what appears to be a training ground of his own. Jared finds himself alone in a vast hall, immediately sensing that this place is too solid to be an ordinary dream. He steadies his mind and concludes that whatever has brought him here is real enough to test him. Refusing to be hunted, he draws his sword and openly challenges the hidden presence to face him. A figure finally steps out behind him, ending the uncertainty. Jared realizes with a jolt that the newcomer looks exactly like him. The double greets his confusion with mocking confidence, as if it has been waiting for this moment. Jared suspects this is the Death Knight's trial and that the enemy before him is some kind of doppelganger. To test that idea, he asks whether the copy even shares his name. The double answers by calling him Jared and warning him not to resist the fate laid out for him. That claim catches Jared off guard, because the impostor speaks as though it knows his life better than he does. The fake Jared taunts him with the life he once chose, saying he became a royal guard only because he wanted safety and comfort. It presses further, insisting he should stay away from the third prince and that resisting destiny will only make his life more miserable. Those words strike at a truth Jared once might have accepted, forcing him to confront how much he has changed. He admits to himself that his former self probably would have agreed with that cowardly advice. A memory of his younger, weaker mindset surfaces, dismissing everything as empty performance. Jared rejects the impostor's authority and decides it must be incomplete, because it does not understand what he has learned. He reminds himself that dwelling on a previous swing only ruins the next one. So he clears his mind and prepares to fight without hesitation. The double sneers at that resolve and ignites its blade with blue power, revealing that it can wield Jared's strength as well. It attacks first with a violent burst of speed, trying to overwhelm him immediately. The empowered strike comes straight at Jared with ruthless force. Jared meets the blow head-on instead of retreating, forcing the clash into a contest of skill. As their blades lock, he realizes the copy swordsmanship is simple and predictable despite its power. He sees the flaw clearly. The fake fights only to defend itself and avoid risk, just like the old Jared once did. That defensive style gives Jared the opening he needs. He commits fully to a decisive counterattack, choosing aggression over caution. In that instant he recognizes how different he has become from the man he used to be. He drives through the exchange with conviction instead of second-guessing himself. His strike lands cleanly, and he dismisses the copy's entire way of fighting as nothing but empty caution. With the duel effectively decided, Jared exhales in relief while the fake falters. The defeated double begins to melt apart, revealing that it was never truly human. Jared is startled by the grotesque transformation, realizing the trial was hiding something far stranger than a mere mirror image. The false body swells into a towering mass of shapeless flesh. Jared confronts the monster directly, asking if this hideous form is its real identity. Even faced with the reveal, he stays focused on the larger situation and remembers that the third prince is likely fighting elsewhere at the same time. He gathers his power again, determined to end the creature quickly in return. At the same time, he silently hopes the prince can survive his own ordeal. The scene abruptly shifts, carrying the struggle into a barren rocky wasteland under a harsh sky. The new battlefield feels ancient and symbolic, as if Jared has been drawn deeper into the trial's true memory. There, a wounded young noble is trapped against shattered stone while a faceless white humanoid advances on him with a sword. The boy is battered but still conscious, cornered with no room left to flee. The faceless attacker raises its blade to finish him. A surge of blue power crashes down before the killing blow can land. A second faceless warrior intercepts the attack and shields the boy at the last moment. The boy seizes the chance and grabs the fallen sword beside him. He forces himself upright, terrified but determined to fight for his life. Using the opening created by his protector, he unleashes a desperate counterattack. Blue energy erupts across the battlefield as his strike connects. The enemy survives the blast and rushes him again, proving the danger is not over. The boy steadies himself and quickly checks how much time remains before this chance disappears. He realizes the fight nearly killed him, but all his prior sparring has finally become useful. In the middle of battle, he understands how to apply the strange mana technique he has been struggling to grasp. More importantly, he finally understands how to swing his sword properly instead of merely imitating form. That realization sharpens his focus and strips away his panic. He studies the faceless opponent and notices cracks spreading through its weapon and body. The enemy begins to break apart under the force of his new technique. Watching it unravel, the boy understands that the trial's allotted time is ending. The faceless figure dissolves into drifting fragments of light and ash. Accepting that the vision is closing, the boy calmly concludes that his time here is up. Before leaving, he offers sincere thanks for what he has been allowed to learn. The wasteland fades into silence beneath the night sky. Back in himself, the boy pauses and tests whether he has truly returned to reality. He finds himself standing in a crystallite cavern, sword in hand, still breathing hard from the ordeal. Nearby voices confirm that Jared has awakened, and he realizes the vision has ended. A Death Knight seated before glowing crystals remarks that Jared seems to have had a meaningful dream. When Jared demands an explanation, the Death Knight reveals that the vision was part of Eric's plan, left behind for a future heir of Brial who would one day reach this place. Jared immediately understands the significance, because in his previous life Sword Mountain was destroyed before any Brial heir could ever claim this inheritance. He asks whether the founder himself used the same mana method he just learned. The Death Knight says no and explains that this technique was Eric's final legacy, created from the enlightenment he gained after traveling the East in his later years, and Jared is the first person to inherit it. Jared wonders why such a power was hidden this way instead of being passed directly through the royal line. The Death Knight answers that the dungeon only opens when the proper era arrives, meaning the time to use this power has finally come. When Jared asks what that destined time actually is, the Guardian refuses to answer for him. Instead, he orders Jared to discover that truth on his own. Jared then asks for the name of the technique he has inherited. The answer, Soul Severance, leaves him repeating the name as he weighs its meaning. The Death Knight then commands him to kneel so the legacy of his ancestor can be formally bestowed. Jared obeys and lowers himself before the ancient Guardian. The Death Knight places a hand on Jared's head to seal the inheritance. With that touch comes the first command of Brial's creed, never fear your enemies. Jared accepts the lesson without hesitation. The Guardian continues, telling him to act according to his convictions, and Jared again swears obedience. Finally he is ordered to fulfill Brial's duty to the very end, and he accepts that burden as well. The force of the transmission overwhelms him for a moment, but he endures it. As the Death Knight begins to fade, he makes Jared remember one final truth. Brial never abandons its honor, even at the cost of death. That unwavering honor, the Guardian declares, is Brial's oath. Morning arrives over the palace, ending the night of revelations. Jared is awakened by his maid, who cheerfully announces that it is already morning. He wakes in bed exhausted, still carrying the weight of what he saw. His maid notices how drained he looks and worries that he came back too late the previous night. Jared casually admits that he spent the night in the royal archive. When she asks why he suddenly went there, he says he was searching for a specific record. He explains that among the palace records he found a note saying the founder, Eric Brial, once had a brother. That forgotten brother was a man who abandoned his honor and vanished from history without even leaving a name. Jared concludes that this nameless brother is the Death Knight. He also realizes the sword he brought back likely belonged to that man originally. Before he can dwell on it, the maid tells him to dress at once because the king has summoned him. She adds that the summons came immediately after the king met with Hernando, making the situation feel urgent. Jared instantly suspects Hernando has already reported everything. That suspicion is confirmed in his mind as he recalls Hernando addressing him the night before. Hernando had openly stated that he intended to report the entire incident to the king. Jared had questioned whether that was really necessary. Hernando answered with a smile that yes, it absolutely was. Now Jared understands that nothing from the dungeon was kept secret. He enters the throne room under the full weight of that realization. Standing before the king, he formally asks why he was called. The king says he already knows Jared left the palace without permission and even found the founder's dungeon at Sword Mountain. Jared avoids a direct explanation and claims it somehow just happened that way. The king then notices the sword at Jared's side and asks if that too came from the dungeon. After Jared confirms it, the king rises and shifts from suspicion to deeper scrutiny. He says he has heard that Jared has changed greatly. The king lists the people who have noticed it, from Jared's maid to Bernard, Saint, and now even Hernando. Then, placing a hand on Jared's head like a father testing a son, he demands to know what caused this transformation. Jared hesitates, knowing the truth is dangerous to reveal. His hand tightens around the sword as he searches for an answer that is honest without exposing too much. The king notices Jared's instinctive retreat and reads the tension immediately. He presses harder, asking whether Jared intends to refuse him. Jared denies that, but the king points out that his body is already answering for him. By noticing the king's clenched fist, Jared realizes his father is as tense as he is. The king orders him to speak plainly, so Jared chooses a safer truth and says that he had a dream. The king repeats the word, skeptical but willing to hear more. Jared says that in that dream he committed a terrible crime. The king demands to know what kind of crime could weigh on him so heavily. Father and son face each other in a silence charged with both authority and fear. The king asks directly what crime Jared committed in that dream. He reframes it as a sin, and Jared finally names it. His sin, he says, was failing to protect Brielle until the very end. He describes a dream of Brielle engulfed in a great war where countless people were slaughtered, and despite trying to change the outcome, he failed. After the kingdom fell, he wandered on without honor, unable to save what mattered. That path ended in a brutal and meaningless death. When he awoke, he found that the necklace his mother had given him was gone, making the dream feel less like fantasy and more like a message. That loss makes him think of his mother and the possibility that she reached out to him somehow. The king accepts that possibility and suggests the dream may have been a warning from Lily. He then asks what caused Brielle to fall in that vision. Jared nearly says too much. He stops himself, realizing it is too early to mention the empire when the future is still changing and that invasion may yet be prevented. So he answers carefully that he could not identify the invading army. The king appears to accept that answer, at least for now. He says that whether the dream was a nightmare or Lily's warning, he is relieved to see Jared improving. Jared privately questions whether improvement is really what is happening to him. He thinks of his efforts not as growth but as repentance for the sins of the life he remembers. Before the conversation ends, the king says there is one more matter to settle. He tells Jared to bring his sword. The focus shifts fully to Fiore Brielle, the king himself. Fiore is remembered as a prodigy who mastered the sword almost from the moment he could walk and carved his name into history through unmatched martial talent. At this point in time, Jared knows his father is already counted among the continent's strongest warriors. More than that, Fiore stands as the single greatest sword master on the continent. When Jared enters his father's personal training hall, he realizes he has never been invited into this place before. Fiore reveals why he called him there by saying he had believed none of his sons possessed any real talent for swordsmanship. Yuri bluntly declares that he believes he has real talent. His father seizes on that confidence and challenges what Yuri even means by talent. To press the point, the father draws his sword and turns the conversation into a test. With a blade held before him, Yuri is forced to define what makes a swordsman exceptional. His father lists the usual answers like strength, speed, reflexes, and even wisdom, only to question whether any of them are enough. He continues building the argument, making Yuri confront the limits of ordinary skill. The father asks whether possessing every admirable trait would truly make someone a great swordsman. His own answer is immediate and absolute: it would not. Yuri is left startled as the lesson turns more serious than he expected. His father says the decisive quality is something that lets a person break past their natural limits. He narrows that idea further into a force stronger than fear and stronger than duty. As he speaks, a dangerous intensity rises from him and Yuri senses the mood shift. Yuri abruptly realizes this is no longer just a calm lecture. He recognizes that his father's aura has changed into something ominous and oppressive. Even while controlling that pressure, the father admits the idea is hard to explain directly. He settles on calling it a swordsman's calling rather than mere talent. That word hits Yuri hard and leaves him searching for meaning. He tightens his grip on his sword as he tries to process the lesson. Yuri wonders if this calling is simply another name for fate. His father refuses to give a simple answer and leaves the question unresolved. Yuri falls silent and turns inward. He remembers that in his previous life he had never been meant to walk the path of the sword. That memory makes him question whether this life might be different. As the thought deepens, the scene around him begins to slip toward another reality. His father's voice presses him with a harsher question about whether he truly belongs to the sword. The challenge becomes existential. If he faced death in the distant future, would he still be holding a sword then? Yuri admits that he cannot honestly say yes. He confesses that he feels no such irresistible pull toward the blade. That answer twists his father into a monstrous presence in Yuri's perception. Terrified, Yuri can barely recognize the figure before him as his father. The vision overwhelms him with countless predatory eyes and the sense of impending ruin. He can only gasp as the nightmare takes hold. Then desperate voices break through, urging Prince Yuri to flee. The cries multiply into pleas for rescue from people dying around him. A burning eye and a shouted title drag him fully into a memory of catastrophe. He finds himself in a future where Brielle is engulfed in flames. In that memory, armored soldiers trample the fallen amid the destruction. The invaders butcher Brielle's people without mercy. Yuri appears there as the armored prince standing in the inferno. He is stunned to realize he is seeing Brielle's destruction firsthand again. He looks around in disbelief at the city burning before him. The enemy identifies him as the third prince and the kingdom's last surviving heir. Imperial soldiers close in once they recognize their target. Yuri sees the invading empire mass beyond the flames and understands the scale of the siege. He begins to grasp that he has somehow returned to that doomed moment. Looking at his armored hand, he realizes he is back in the body of the prince during Brielle's fall. The truth settles in. This is the day Brielle was under siege. The city's landmarks burn exactly as he remembers. He is shaken by how real the scene feels. The enemy attacks, determined to kill Brielle's prince where he stands. Yuri forces himself to respond instead of freezing. He meets the first assault head-on and clashes blades with the attackers. The strain of battle and memory bears down on him at once. He cuts one enemy down in a desperate counter. A loyal retainer begs him to flee while the defenders hold the line. Others echo the plea, insisting that the prince must survive even if they die. The defenders continue throwing themselves into the enemy to buy him time. Their bodies fall at Yuri's feet as the last stand collapses. For a moment he wonders if this horror is only a dream, but the blood and fire say otherwise. He is forced to confront the possibility that Brielle may truly be doomed in the end. His sword lowers toward the ground as despair threatens to overtake him. He admits to himself that he cannot stop the disaster. Even so, he stands again before the enemy amid the corpses and flames. He draws on his sword with renewed resolve. More imperial soldiers rush him with spears and blades. Remembering an oath, he refuses to let fear rule him. A stern inner voice urges him to act according to what he truly believes. That conviction becomes a command to carry Brielle's duty to the very end. Yuri answers by unleashing a powerful blue sword strike. The slash tears through the attackers and drives them back. He follows through, cutting down another soldier in one motion. Bloodied but steady, he keeps fighting despite the cost. A spear shoots toward him before he can recover. He blocks the thrust with his armored arm and sword, barely holding the line. He twists the enemy's weapon aside and creates an opening. The attacker dies on Yuri's blade. Yuri remains standing over the fallen, exhausted but unbroken. He struggles for breath as the battlefield closes in again. The enemy commander declares him a dead man walking and demands surrender. Yuri thinks of Brielle's people and refuses to betray the meaning of their sacrifice. He raises his sword and resolves not to discard their honor even in the face of death. That resolve becomes action as he launches himself back into battle. He hurls himself over the enemy ranks, carrying Brielle's duty to the very end. The vision suddenly breaks and the burning future vanishes. Back in the training hall, Yuri repeats the final words of that vow as if they still echo inside him. His father grabs shock, still hearing his father's voice from both realities. His father urgently explains that an army was what Yuri thought he saw. Yuri blurts out that it was the Black Army, revealing how vivid the vision felt. His father calms him and insists that what he witnessed was only an illusion. Yuri looks down at his sword and steadies himself, but inwardly he questions whether something that real can be dismissed so easily. His father watches him in silence, reading the change in him. At last the father admits that his earlier judgment was mistaken. He tells Yuri that he will indeed wield the sword. Yuri is too surprised to answer immediately, then relief and confidence return to his face. He accepts the decision at once and without hesitation. His father studies him with a grave expression that Yuri does not understand. Yuri notices that look and jokes to himself that the man seems to expect his death. He reaches toward his father, trying to ease the tension. With forced cheer, Yuri tells him not to worry so much. He boasts that his own brilliance will take care of things. That finally draws a small, weary laugh from his father. The father lifts a hand as if to answer, but the scene shifts away. Outside in the training yard, a wooden practice dummy marks the start of a new exchange. The setting opens into the castle grounds where Yuri's training continues. A swordsman named Bernard turns at Yuri's approach. Yuri addresses him with princely formality. He asks whose handiwork left the bruise on his head and learns it was his father's. Bernard remarks that the king must have trained him more harshly than usual, but warns that today's session will still be strict. Yuri accepts that without complaint. Privately, he realizes Bernard remained in Brielle because of a promise connected to his father. He immediately confirms that Bernard stayed only on the condition that he could duel the king. Yuri then asks whether Bernard would remain even without that duel if he personally requested it. Bernard's interest sharpens at the unexpected proposal, but he immediately refuses, blunt enough to irritate Yuri. His amused smile shows he is enjoying the prince's reaction. Still, he admits that Yuri's wish for him to stay has meaning. He says he could be persuaded if Yuri offers something truly convincing instead. The price he names is the swordsmanship of Yuri's ancestor Eric Brielle. More specifically, Bernard wants the founding king's sword technique. Yuri admits that the request genuinely interests him as well, but he refuses to promise it lightly, noting to himself that such a demand suits someone called the Sword Demon. Bernard dismisses Yuri's hesitation and says mastery is unnecessary for the bargain. Yuri answers that his refusal is not about lacking mastery, but because teaching it would not truly help Bernard. He explains that the technique is inseparable from a mana method. Bernard is intrigued because he has never heard of a sword art structured that way. Yuri gathers his thoughts before clarifying further. He says that without the mana method Bernard would receive only half of the technique, making it incomplete. Bernard considers that complication rather than rejecting it outright. Then he unexpectedly agrees to the arrangement anyway. He offers to stay in Brielle if Yuri will teach him even that incomplete version. Confident in his own ability, Bernard believes he can still extract value from half a technique. Yuri smiles, seeing the negotiation finally turn in his favor. He quickly secures Bernard's promise that he will remain in Brielle. Once Bernard agrees, Yuri immediately asks for a demonstration in return. He wants to see Bernard perform the technique before anything else. Yuri draws his man-infused blade and prepares to show his own move, Soul Severance. But before he can begin, Bernard interrupts with one last confession. He reveals that he had intended to stay in Brielle all along, making Yuri realize he was maneuvered. Yuri protests, confused about why Bernard made him bargain at all. Bernard answers by attacking first, turning the lesson into a live test. Yuri fumes at the unfair timing even as he braces himself. Bernard's strike crashes down with overwhelming force. Yuri shouts in outrage that Bernard chose this exact moment to mention the trick. Time passes into evening after the fierce exchange. Later, Yuri lies awake in bed, replaying everything that happened. He realizes that the future he once knew is no longer fixed. For the first time, he believes a future may exist in which Brielle does not fall. He realizes that Bernard remaining in Brielle is proof that the future has already begun to shift, even if only slightly. The burden of changing fate no longer paralyzes him, because he can see that his actions are producing results. Even so, he reminds himself that the real turning point has not come yet, and renews his vow to stop the Empire this time. He hardens that resolve into a promise he will keep no matter what. That determination is interrupted when someone addresses him at his bedside. Ina pleads with him not to get himself into trouble again. Still half awake, he jokes that her warning is too vague because trouble seems to follow him constantly. Ina clarifies that she means the Senate meeting scheduled for the next day, which he has apparently forgotten. He adds that the king personally ordered him to attend. He realizes this is not optional. He curses his bad timing as Ina warns that nearly all the senators will be there. Seeing his unease, she reaches out to comfort him. Ina nervously warns that the Senate is full of intimidating people and begs him not to solve things with his fists. He reassures her that he is no longer the kind of person who acts that recklessly. Ina still demands a firm promise, and he gives it with a laugh. Morning arrives over the royal capital as the meeting day begins. At the Senate table, the prince finds himself surrounded by nobles before the king's empty seat. The discussion opens with immediate hostility. He quickly sees that Ina's fears were justified, because Duke Jetari opposes him from the outset. Jetari argues that it is improper for the prince to learn a mana method that has not been officially approved. Other nobles align themselves with that objection in close ranks behind the duke. To the prince, the meeting already feels less like governance and more like a coordinated attack. He concludes that the Senate has become a place where the king's authority is openly, which explains why his father avoided these sessions. Jetari presses further, insisting the prince should study the Braille method instead of the founder's method. Another noble counters that calling the founder's legacy unapproved is absurd. since the founding king himself left it behind. Jetari twists that defense into a challenge of the prince's judgment, and tries to frame dissent as disloyalty. He then softens his tone and pretends his objections come only from concern for the prince's safety. The prince answers with sarcasm, noting how touched he is that an entire Senate meeting was convened over his training. Privately, he remembers that Jetari later betrayed Braille and submitted to the empire the moment the kingdom fell, so he dismisses the duke's concern as worthless. Jetari tries to strengthen his case by calling on Captain Saint of the Royal Guard. Put on the spot, Saint hesitates under the pressure of the room. He admits he cannot reach a firm conclusion yet. Saint explains that every mana method has advantages and drawbacks, and that their effects differ from person to person. Jetari immediately seizes on that uncertainty and recasts it as proof that the founder's method is too dangerous. He pushes for the method to be discarded altogether. Another noble tries to correct that distortion and point out what Saint actually meant. But Jetari's faction drowns him out and reduces the issue to protecting the prince from harm. Several senators stay silent, unwilling to confront the duke directly. Watching the room tilt against him, the prince realizes the situation is turning bad. He knows he is losing control of the discussion. As more voices side with Jetari, he sees that the duke has gained the upper hand. He considers arguing that a recently learned mana method can still be changed. But he knows that after the battle inside the founder's illusion, soul severance has already rooted itself in his core, making that impossible. Since he cannot reveal that secret, he struggles to find a believable answer. Before he can speak, someone else decides to intervene. The prince is startled when a new voice claims his explanation already sounds convincing enough. The interruption shocks the room. A man casually asks for permission to speak. He introduces a different angle by asking how many of the assembled nobles have ever actually fought an orc. The question unsettles the military men at the table. Even the nobles who have been speaking confidently are caught off guard. Jetari demands to know who this insolent speaker is and what right he has to be there. The stranger rises without any sign of intimidation. He identifies himself as Calcio Arantxa, a free baron. That only provokes more outrage because a mere free baron should not be attending a senate meeting. Calcio shrugs off the insult and says he came only because Count Sitter requested it. The mention of Sitter instantly changes the prince's attention. He recognizes the name at once. Calcio reminds the room that Sitter is the frontier lord who spent his life guarding Brial's border and earned a reputation as a true soldier. That makes his sudden decision to send a representative to the Senate deeply unusual. A noble demands to know why Sitter would bother sending Calcio at all. Calcio answers that seeing high-ranking nobles waste time on palace politics finally made him understand why Sitter sent him. He argues that on the battlefield the name of a man of method matters far less than the person wielding it. Then he turns the question back to the prince and asks for his own view. The prince declares that as a prince of Brial, he sees nothing controversial about mastering the founder's method and will do so regardless of objections. He adds that if the prince who bears Brial's sword has chosen to follow the founder's will, that should settle the matter. Calcio then asks why people with no real stake in battle are making such a fuss. He bluntly says that such complaints usually come from people who have never drawn a sword. Jetari rebukes him for speaking so recklessly. Calcio apologizes with biting sarcasm, saying that years of fighting orcs on the frontier have left him with little courtly polish. He repeats his challenge and asks again how many in the room have truly fought orcs. Then he asks whether those monsters care in the slightest which man of method their enemies use. One noble tries to concede the point while still insisting the prince is too young to choose correctly. The prince cuts in and asks whether that logic means they would abandon and rewrite the kingdom's man of method every time a ruler made a mistake. He points out that such a reversal is impossible anyway. Calcio notes that the prince clearly has no intention of yielding and mockingly asks whether the nobles plan to rip the method out of his core by force. That suggestion shocks them, and their protest only exposes how empty their position is. Calcio presses the prince to admit that this whole gathering is doing nothing but burdening him. He openly mocks the capital's nobles for having enough leisure to torment a boy while pretending it is governance. Jetari explodes at the insult and tries to defend the frontier's situation by claiming things have been quiet lately despite the funding sent there. Calcio tears that claim apart, asking whether quiet only counts if hundreds are dying each day, and accuses them of ignoring the daily reports from the border. He reveals that even on the day he left for the capital, 4 soldiers died. He makes the cost personal by saying he had to cover his friend's corpse with a shroud after sharing breakfast with him that same morning. Calcio reminds them that orcs do not rest and live only for slaughter. The room falls into uneasy silence as his words land. The prince seizes on the opening and starts thinking beyond the man of dispute. He recalls that there is also a border crisis involving the client duchy. He connects the reports and remembers that while Brielle and Klein were clashing, orcs exploited the chaos to cross the border and devastate the region. When he asks whether the orcs' movements have changed, Calcio confirms they have become far more ominous than usual. The prince immediately asks what Klein has been doing. He points out that Klein's army should also be stationed along that border. Calcio admits that Klein's border forces suddenly withdrew. As a result, the border towns were destroyed and many civilians were either killed or dragged away as slaves. The prince realizes the timing is too exact to be coincidence and starts suspecting a deeper scheme. His thoughts jump to the duke's troublesome third son as a likely source of the chaos. That possibility visibly unsettles the nobles who had been pushing the meeting. The prince keeps his suspicions to himself and thinks through the implications. He abruptly ends the meeting, declaring that enough has been said for one day. Sitari tries to object, but the prince no longer entertains him. He says that instead of wasting time debating his man of method, the Senate should be discussing urgent threats. He names Klein and the orc crisis as the matters that actually deserve attention. With that final rebuke, he leaves the room and tells them to stop obsessing over a teenage boy. The focus shifts away from the palace to a quieter corner of the capital. Elsewhere, a scarred man receives word through a crystal ball that the third prince was the one who disrupted the Senate. Calcio reports that rumors say the prince has changed completely and asks what should be done. He repeats the prince's sharp question about Klein's army, showing how perceptive the boy was. That answer seems to amuse the man listening. Calcio admits the prince had a striking look in his eyes. The man decides the third prince is worth investigating and orders Calcio to look into him further. Calcio notes that little is known about the prince so far and asks whether he should dig deeper. He is told to do so if necessary, and the exchange ends. After the crystal falls silent, Calcio is left alone with his thoughts. Looking out at the peaceful city, he barely contrasts its calm with the soldiers dying at the borders every day. Then he notices a hooded figure passing below his window and is suddenly struck by a possibility. He wonders if the person in the street could actually be the third prince. At first he rejects the idea as impossible. That same night, the prince and his silver-haired companion slip out of the palace in disguise, and the companion jokes about how often he used to run away from home. When the companion worries they have been noticed, the prince dismisses it and points out that leaving the palace is normal for him. The companion explains that going out with the prince would look like open rebellion, then asks whether the prince plans to do something dangerous. The prince denies it, and the companion is only half relieved. As they move through the city, the companion asks where they are headed. The prince reveals that their destination is the largest illegal casino in the capital. The companion is horrified because that sounds exactly like the kind of trouble he was promised there would not be. The prince insists he only needs to be taken there, and the companion reluctantly names the place. The prince makes clear that everything he is doing is for Brielle. The companion realizes the prince has already planned this thoroughly and can only stare in disbelief. Even so, he gives in, and the two head off together to shake the casino to its core. The prince reflects that in his previous life, a few people in Brielle caused enormous upheaval. One was a notorious moneylender who also ruled the underworld. Another was a merchant titan who built the continent's most successful guild. And the last was a legendary assassin who seized control of the underworld by killing its former leader and spread fear through Brielle. That assassin's shadow once reached every street in the kingdom. The prince remembers that the person murdered by that assassin was the current underworld's top loan shark. That man was Goryo, the very figure now standing before them inside the casino. Goryo greets the royal mage and the third prince with polished courtesy, making it clear he recognized them immediately. The prince feigns ignorance and tests how much Goryo knows. Goryo answers smoothly that with such distinguished visitors, personally appearing is the least he can do. The prince accepts the courtesy but makes clear he did not come merely to enjoy gambling. Goryo's interest sharpens at that admission. He invites them to sit and discuss business instead. Once seated, the companion anxiously complains that the prince never told him this was a negotiation rather than a reckless outing, and the prince shuts him up. Goryo quickly guesses that if the prince did not come to gamble, then he must have come to borrow money. The prince confirms it and says he intends to invest whatever he borrows, which leads Goryo to suspect he wants to build a private fund outside official channels. When Goryo starts probing for the prince's larger ambitions, the prince cuts him off before he can pry too far. He reminds Goryo that interrogation is not part of a lender's role. Goryo immediately backs down and apologizes for overstepping. The prince accepts the apology and demands they move to the real issue, what the money will be used for. He states that he will use the loan to buy mugranja, a specialty spice from Klein, because demand for it will soon vastly exceed supply. His companion is baffled by the sudden business talk, while Goryo listens carefully. Goryo notes that migranja is indeed used in luxury perfumes, but questions whether it is truly worth investing serious capital into. The prince calmly insists that, just as he said, it soon will be. Yuri listens to reports of unrest in Klein and roaming orcs, but he immediately doubts those events alone explain the sudden surge in spice prices. He considers whether someone is simply trying to corner a regional product before the market catches on. Yet as he studies Goryo, Yuri senses the merchant is not acting like a man making an ordinary trade. That suspicion hardens when Yuri realizes Goryo knows far more about the situation than he is willing to admit. Dropping his princely status from the negotiation, Yuri asks to settle terms as a mere investor and requests a loan. The room falls into a tense pause as the deal turns serious. The silence stretches, making clear that both sides understand the risk behind the request. At last the agreement moves forward with a decisive thud on the table. Goryo accepts and demands a signed promissory note to bind Yuri to the debt. Yuri agrees without hesitation, confident enough to commit himself. Later, out in the night streets, he reviews the note he has just signed. His companion is stunned that Yuri truly borrowed a very large sum from Goryo. The boy protests that Yuri dragged him into this without warning. Yuri brushes it off, pointing out the boy never intended to gamble anyway and would have run straight to Yuri's father if he had known the truth. When asked if they are finally going to the merchant guild, Yuri says yes, because he has a specific request to make. He explains that migranja is already guaranteed profit, because the only alchemist who knew how to make it was a close aide of Duke Klein, and that man was the first casualty of the Civil War. Until a substitute spice is developed, Yuri concludes, migranja will sell for whatever price the market can bear. With that plan in mind, he heads toward a shabby district instead of any respectable guild hall. Yuri insists this matter is too important to entrust to just anyone. When he announces they have arrived, his companion is baffled by the destination. The boy cannot believe Yuri has brought him to a crumbling storefront in a slum. Ignoring the complaint, Yuri pounds on the door. He calls for a lanewood while his companion mutters that this is exactly the sort of thing an established merchant guild should handle. A wary woman answers from inside and demands to know who is at her door. She identifies herself as Elaine Wood. Yuri immediately introduces himself as Yuri, the third prince of Brielle. He tells Elaine he has come to entrust her with a task. The prince's aide blurts out that Yuri must have lost his mind, and Yuri dryly notes how boldly he speaks to royalty. The aide argues anyone would say the same, because Yuri is trying to funnel a huge amount of money through a failing business. Yuri remains certain that Elaine's current poverty says nothing about her future worth. He predicts she will one day be famous across the continent as the head of a merchant guild no one has even heard of yet. In Yuri's eyes, Elaine is the opposite of Goryo, who pretends that trusts but turns vicious when cornered because she treats promises to clients as sacred. He privately vows not merely to restore her former greatness, but to raise her beyond the legend she once was. His aide assumes the business is settled and tries to move on. Yuri stops him, saying there is still one more thing he must do. Before the aide can object, Yuri heads off again into the alleys. When asked where he is going now, Yuri keeps moving with a clear new target in mind. He reflects that he has already secured nearly every ally he needs among merchants and power brokers, and only one person remains. That final person is hidden in the city's purse quarter, among the destitute and forgotten. As Yuri and his aide arrive, the surrounding beggars recall from the sight of cloaked strangers. Yuri searches the area, certain the person he wants should be nearby. Then he spots her. He approaches a small group gently and opens with a simple greeting. To put them at ease, he again identifies himself as Yuri, the third prince of Brielle. One of the women freezes at the title. She repeats the word prince in disbelief, and Yuri calmly confirms it. Her reaction is shaped by a grim memory of a prince who once killed Goryo without mercy. That memory is tied to a surviving member of the assassin order. Yuri recognizes the woman before him as Asana, living now in ruin and obscurity. Asana, still wary, asks what a prince is doing in a place like this. Yuri tells her she has no reason to fear him. He says he came only because he thought he could help. Without explaining further, he orders his aide to hand over the money. A heavy bag of coins is placed in Asana's hands. The gesture catches Yuri's aide completely off guard. Yuri notices Asana shielding a sick child behind her, and realizes that child is the reason for her desperation. He recalls that in another life Asana borrowed heavily from Goryo only to pay for the child's treatment. Like so many others who dealt with Goryo, she was destroyed by that debt. That ruin drove her onto the path of assassination until she became one of the Order's most feared killers. Yuri's purpose now is to stop that future before it begins. He tells Asana to use the money to get the temple to treat the child, and she immediately asks what he expects in return. Yuri answers that he wants only one thing. He makes sure she remembers exactly who gave her this chance, Yuri Bryal, the third prince. Leaving her with that name, he turns away. His aide demands to know why he just handed a fortune to a beggar, and Yuri calls it an investment in the future. He thinks of the network he is building through people like Goryo and Elaine. To Yuri, Asana and the child are not charity cases but future allies he intends to save before they are lost. That conviction leaves him quietly satisfied. With that errand done, Yuri decides only one unresolved matter remains. He turns to his aide, Hernando, and asks the question he has been holding back. Yuri wants to know what Hernando saw inside the founding king's tomb. Hernando answers with a single word, gambling. Pressed for details, Yuri explains he once risked his life in a deadly casino in the empire. Hernando finds that answer absurdly fitting for Yuri. Trying to move past the strange confession, Hernando brings up what happened that day. Yuri immediately orders him to keep the truth secret. Hernando comes, and the story shifts to the royal palace. Yuri is summoned before the king. The king reveals he has already heard that Yuri went out with Yuri's brother the previous day. He asks for a full account of what happened. Yuri begins carefully, saying his brother persuaded him to leave the palace. He claims they went to the largest casino in the capital. The king is startled and asks whether the prince actually gambled there. Yuri confirms that he did. He adds that despite his reputation for card games, the prince performed poorly and lost all the money Yuri had lent him. When the king asks what happened after that, Yuri continues the lie without wavering. He says the prince took Goryo's money to an old merchant guild. Then, according to Yuri, he handed another large sum to an orphan and spent time observing how common people live. Yuri frames the outing as a tour through the city's hardships. He insists the prince seemed genuinely interested in the lives of ordinary people. The king asks whether the prince returned afterward. Yuri pauses, choosing his final words with care. He simply says yes and offers nothing more. The king accepts the report for the moment, though he is clearly still thinking it over. His silence suggests he is weighing what Yuri has said against what he already suspects. Then, he abruptly changes the subject and asks Hernando whether he will attend the upcoming ball. Hernando answers that he will. The king notes that Hernando never seemed interested before, and Hernando replies that minds can change. He even claims he feels like dancing again after so long. That answer leads into a memory from the training yard. In the past, Hernando had been sparring under Bernard's instruction. The younger Hernando was left confused by Bernard's methods. Bernard teased him about the attention he drew from the maids and hinted that the ball would be full of people waiting for him. He treated Hernando's popularity as another reason he ought to appear in society. Bernard dismissed the idea, saying he had no interest in such things. Instead, he returned to swordsmanship and admitted Yuri had been right that his technique lacked a decisive finishing form. Hernando advised him to stop forcing the style and move with its natural flow. Bernard still struggled to grasp a method that was both mana control and swordsmanship, and said he needed to see it used in real combat. Even so, he praised Hernando's rapid growth and unusual talent with mana. Bernard confessed he felt guilty, because in trying to erase traces of the Braille method he had learned in a past life, he may have pushed Hernando in the wrong direction. He warned Hernando not to rush and admitted he was worried about him. When Hernando asked why, Bernard said the problem was simple, he was advancing too quickly. Bernard reminded him that he had already achieved too much for his age while his body was still unfinished. Hernando promised he would keep himself in balance and not overreach. Then he eagerly asked to keep sparring, and Bernard hesitated over whether that was wise. Hernando answered by casting aside the wooden practice sword. He demanded they switch to real blades, insisting he needed to become stronger as fast as possible. Bernard accepted the challenge and took his stance. Hernando tried to raise the stakes by proposing that if he landed a real hit, Bernard would have to attend the ball. Bernard refused to trust any wager from someone he considered utterly unreliable. Hernando answered by attacking anyway, determined to force the issue through action. His first strike crashed into the ground with explosive force. He pressed forward with everything he had, swearing he would land the blow. The memory breaks as carriages begin arriving for the ball. A few days later, on the night of the event, the palace fills with guests. Inside one carriage, the empire's second prince, George I. Varnagrancian, arrives in elegant confidence. Watching the palace through the window, George notices his companion's attention fixed outside. The empire's princess, Yekaterina, answers brightly when he addresses her. She admits she is excited not only for the ball itself, but because there is someone she wants to meet. Elsewhere in the palace, Yuri prepares for the same event. First inform aware, he judges his own appearance with obvious discomfort. When his maid, Aina, decorates him more lavishly, Yuri complains that the outfit has become cluttered and tells her to simplify it. Once she finishes adjusting him, Yuri falls briefly silent as if struck by a memory. He calls Aina back before she can leave. To her astonishment, Yuri asks her to dance with him. He explains that he wants to practice before the ball because he lacks a proper partner. Aina is flustered and unsure whether he can be serious. Yuri takes her hand and warns her not to sabotage him by stepping on his feet or tripping him on purpose. Aina answers by moving with sudden confidence, making clear she is not joking either. She catches Yuri off guard, dips him, and calmly tells him to follow her lead slowly. The unexpected closeness leaves her blushing despite her composure. Recovering quickly, Aina says he should not underestimate her because she is actually very good at dancing, then asks who taught him before. Yuri boasts that he has danced with many people, though never with someone this short, and insists the height difference will not matter. A moment later he points out that she has already stepped on his foot. Aina cheerfully pretends each mistake is just an accident while Yuri grows increasingly resigned. The ball itself begins in full splendor with live music. Couples fill the floor as the palace turns into a display of wealth and ceremony. Above them, a royal observer watches the festivities with a glass of wine. The king surveys the ballroom from his throne, drinking in silence as he studies the gathering. Among the guests below, Yuri is already engaged in conversation with two young nobles, stepping into the political stage the ball was meant to open. At the royal ball, the young prince quietly studies an old and noble whose presence immediately puts him on alert. He realizes Count Cedar has come in person this time, confirming the visitor is important enough to hear what ordinary knights could not. That recognition sharpens his attention as he senses the meeting matters more than it first appeared. His older brother approaches, composed and elegant, drawing him out of his thoughts. When the younger prince worries that his brother's eyesight is worsening, the elder brushes the concern aside and refuses to discuss his condition. A ceremonial horn announces the arrival of a distinguished guest. The hall turns toward the entrance as the gathering shifts from idle celebration to formal reception. A blonde prince in a red cloak enters with the confidence of someone used to command. He comes face to face with the host king, and the room waits to see how the two powers will greet each other. The king welcomes him politely, and the visiting prince returns the courtesy with equal warmth. The visitor then reveals he has brought his younger sister with him. That single detail shocks the young prince, as if it confirms a memory he desperately hoped would not repeat. The visiting princess formally greets the emperor with flawless etiquette. Her gentle appearance only makes the young prince's reaction more unsettled. He recognizes her as Yekaterina, and the name drags up a painful memory of closeness and ruin. The memory hits him like shattered glass, breaking the calm he had tried to maintain. He vows not to become entangled with Yekaterina again and swears he will not repeat the same mistake. Even as he steels himself, Yekaterina's attention drifts toward him and their paths begin to cross. She offers him a soft, harmless smile that only deepens his unease. Around them, the ball resumes, with nobles admiring the visiting royals while the young prince keeps his distance. He retreats to the refreshments, and tries to occupy himself instead of getting drawn in. Watching his brother dance courteously with a lady, he reflects that Cedric treats everyone with dignity. To him, that fairness is what a true monarch should possess. Compared with that ideal, Yekaterina's presence stirs thoughts he considers dangerous and unnecessary. When she seems ready to speak, he hesitates rather than invite any connection. Before anything can happen, another noble steps in and takes Yekaterina's attention away. The young prince curses himself for lingering on a relationship he believes can only end badly. A maiden named Ina interrupts his spiral by offering him cookies with cheerful familiarity. He thanks her sincerely, acknowledging how hard she works. Ina jokes that serving him is easier than cleaning up after someone troubles him, and he answers by demanding more cookies instead of arguing. Their easy banter ends with her promising to bring more if he wants them. Once she leaves, he is left alone again with his thoughts and the untouched spread before him. A new presence approaches, and the mood shifts before he even looks up. He turns and is startled to find the visiting prince standing directly before him. The stranger identifies him at once as the empire's second prince, George I. Varnagrandian. The recognition carries weight because George is already known as a battlefield commander who fought in the emperor's name. The visitor introduces himself as Yuri Bryal, third prince of Bryal, and George instantly remembers him as the man tied to Bryal's destruction. George forces himself to stay calm, knowing he cannot reveal hostility yet. Yuri studies him with unsettling interest, as if confirming something for himself. A faint smile from Yuri makes the encounter feel less like courtesy and more like a test. For a moment, George senses an unnatural scrutiny in Yuri's gaze, as though he is being read rather than merely observed. That pressure leaves George frozen, aware that something dangerous has just brushed past him. He realizes Yuri's probing was not ordinary curiosity, and that the man is far more threatening than his manners suggest. Yuri remarks on George's age with a smile that sounds like praise but feels like appraisal. He goes further, saying George truly is Fiore's son and possesses remarkable talent. George understands that Muv was far too shocked to be a harmless compliment, and begins to reassess Yuri completely. Privately, he condemns Yuri as a deeply unpleasant man and decides the Brial siblings are both dangerous in their own ways. That judgment is interrupted when Ina accidentally spills wine and drops a tray at Yuri's feet. Seeing the imperial emblem stained, Ina panics and begs forgiveness for the disrespect. Yuri answers her terror with a smile that makes the threat worse, not better. He looks at George as if measuring how the boy will respond to what comes next. George immediately senses the situation is about to turn vicious. Yuri's hand closes around his sword hilt, making his intent unmistakable. He declares that the maid has committed a grave offense. Then he coldly states that the proper punishment is execution, and George realizes Yuri provoked this on purpose. The festive hall falls into a suffocating silence as everyone waits to see whether anyone will intervene. Yuri repeats that the girl has erred, framing the matter as a formal issue rather than an accident. Ina trembles as he invokes imperial law to justify what he is about to do, before Yuri can carry it out. The king steps in and demands to know whether he has come to disrupt the ball. The king warns him that if he wants bloodshed, he can do it in his own country, not here. Yuri pauses, weighing the rebuke rather than openly defying it. He bows just enough to ask the Brial king's understanding while keeping his sword ready. Then he argues that the Empire and Brial have long respected each other's authority, implying the king is now failing to do the same. To strengthen his position, Yuri invokes a past incident at Katentia that the king clearly remembers. Yuri reminds the court that Brial once executed an imperial knight, and the emperor chose not to retaliate out of respect for Brial's honor. Yuri insists this case is no different and claims he is acting to preserve the peace and dignity of both nations. George recalls that his father truly did behead an imperial knight in the past, which makes Yuri's argument dangerously effective. The king realizes that by invoking precedent and honor, Yuri has turned the matter into a challenge to the imperial family itself. Yuri makes it plain that anyone who blocks him now is effectively insulting the empire. George sees the trap clearly: duty, ideals, and force are being twisted together until violence can be called justice. From Brial's side comes the uncompromising belief that honor must never be abandoned. That creed demands they accept death before disgrace, even when the demand is cruel. George recognizes those words as Brial's oath, the principle Yuri is weaponizing. As Yuri lowers the blade toward the kneeling maid, alarm erupts through the hall. George steps forward and claims Ina as his own attendant, exposing Yuri's scheme and refusing to let her die. The king immediately backs him, declaring that if the maid is George's person, then her fault is his responsibility as well. George adds his own plea, reminding the court that he is still of royal blood and asking that this be taken into account. Though he feels trapped by sins and consequences he cannot escape, he still chooses to act. Instead of allowing a summary execution, George demands a trial by combat. The hall goes still again as everyone absorbs the audacity of the request. George stands firm, offering his own life in place of the maid's. Yuri laughs, amused rather than offended by the challenge. He repeats George's name and title as if savoring a new toy. When George asks to address him more casually, Yuri permits it with easy confidence. That small concession only heightens the sense that Yuri is enjoying the game. The king decides the objection is legitimate and asks whether accepting the duel will satisfy Yuri. Pressed by law and appearances, the king agrees, though the decision clearly costs him. Yuri accepts and says that, for the dignity of the imperial family, he will appoint a champion instead of fighting personally. He adds another insult by promising to send the youngest squire in the guard, pretending it is mercy suited to George's age. With the duel arranged, Yuri withdraws for the moment, promising they will meet again at the trial. Aina is left shaking in relief and guilt after nearly being killed for a staged offense. George kneels beside her and gently tells her to stand, shifting the moment from politics back to simple human concern. He orders her to go rest instead of blaming herself. When Aina breaks down over the trouble she caused, George refuses to let her carry that burden. Yuri's hurry her away while George remains behind, already thinking ahead to the duel. He leaves the hall alone, carrying the weight of what he has just set in motion. As he walks, Yekaterina notices him and their eyes meet again. She watches him in silence, her expression unreadable but attentive. George cuts off any thoughts about her, deciding they are a distraction he cannot afford. He heads out with renewed focus, leaving the ball behind. Elsewhere, a silver-haired observer calmly drinks and watches events unfold with unusual interest. He gives way to a quieter corridor where George is intercepted by his older brother. Cedric approaches after him, clearly intending to question what just happened. The brothers stop together in the empty hall, away from the crowd. Cedric demands to know what George was thinking when he challenged Yuri. George turns, caught between guilt and resolve. He answers simply that he could not stand by and watch Aina die. Cedric softens, though only slightly, because he understands the impulse even if he disapproves of the risk. He admits he had no better option himself, and reassures George with a hand on his head. That gesture steadies George more than any formal praise could have. The touch reminds George of another time he faced something like this, linking the present to a painful past. Cedric addresses Yuri by name in George's thoughts, as if already measuring the man as an enemy. He offers to become George's opponent in the trial, presenting it as help. George immediately understands the hidden meaning. Yuri's chosen champion is meant to kill him under the cover of fairness. Cedric warns that if the fighters are close in skill, an accidental death during the duel would be easy to arrange. George refuses the offer, insisting that because he caused this crisis, he must resolve it himself. Cedric smiles at that answer, recognizing George's stubborn sense of responsibility. He finally yields and says he trusts Yuri Braille to handle the ball's aftermath, while trusting George to face the duel. Cedric promises to manage the political mess himself, and orders George to rest. George accepts, thinking that if Braille had not been destroyed by the Empire, Cedric would have made an excellent ruler there. He wonders what kind of country Braille might have become under such leadership and resolves to live long enough to find out. For that future, he swears he will win the coming fight no matter who stands against him. The next day, the trial by combat begins in a bright courtyard before the assembled court. Yuri and Yekaterina take their seats to watch, both calm in very different ways. The spectators murmur over the third prince's sudden demand for a duel, and what it might mean. As the imperial squire demonstrates his swordsmanship, onlookers note that his stance is exceptionally stable for someone so young. His skill confirms that Yuri's so-called mercy was another calculated insult, because this is no harmless opponent. One observer worries for George, while the silver-haired man beside him smiles instead of sharing the concern. That smile reveals he expects something far more interesting than a simple execution. George enters the arena in light armor, stretching as if he has no reason to fear the match. He takes up his weapon with easy confidence, and tells everyone there is nothing to worry about. At the same time, another thread of the story reveals a hidden watcher from the magic tower, a grand wizard who has reached around beyond ordinary mages. This wizard belongs to the rare few who achieved Dockman model, a level no one else can easily approach. Among those powers is a formula that allows him to glimpse the fate of the world itself. That miracle, Heaven's Mandate Observation Formula, is a power Ernan alone had reached. Now, while pretending to be an ordinary gambler, Ernan recalls how George once ruined him at cards in a way that should have been impossible. Even after gaining his prophetic power, Ernan had never lost money in a serious game until he faced that boy. He concluded it was not coincidence. His vision could read an opponent's hand and even their luck at a glance, yet George reflected nothing back to him at all. What he did see instead was a future image of the third Prince of Braille, bloodied and defiant amid flames. In that vision, Yuri kept fighting through terrible wounds and only collapsed at the very end. Ernan now suspects everything began from that moment of resistance. A warning he once dismissed as misunderstanding has become real suspicion in his mind. Because of George's strange behavior during their last encounter, Ernan used his precious formula again to confirm the truth. He became certain of something impossible. Prince Yuri has no faith that can be read. Back in the arena, George's calm smile suggests he already knows the duel will not go the way anyone expects. He tells the imperial squire he is ready and mocks him for wasting effort striking at empty air. Yuri, watching from his seat, asks whether George truly needs no more preparation. George answers that he is ready to begin immediately, and the squire agrees. With both sides prepared, the king gives the order and the trial by combat officially begins. In the cathedral arena, a black-haired young swordsman faces a red-haired armored opponent in a formal duel. The black-haired fighter opens aggressively, rushing in before the other side can settle the pace. The red-haired knight catches the attack and realizes the challenger is faster than expected. That realization turns to alarm as the exchange immediately slips out of his control. The black-haired swordsman seizes the bind and forces the red-haired knight off balance. He follows with a relentless flurry, driving his opponent backward through a chain of precise strikes. The flash lands cleanly, showing the black-haired fighter has the upper hand. He settles with quiet confidence, already reading the duel as his to command. The red-haired knight braces himself and prepares a stronger counterattack. Watching from the seats, the king calls on Ernan to give his judgment. Ernan answers the king with formal respect. The king asks how this duel is likely to end. Ernan studies the match carefully before answering. On the field, the red-haired knight unleashes a more dangerous technique to reverse the flow. The black-haired swordsman cuts through the assault instead of retreating, refusing to yield momentum. Ernan smiles faintly, amused by what he is seeing. He admits he cannot predict the outcome with certainty. When the king reminds him that he came to Brielle claiming to follow heaven's will, Ernan confirms it. Asked whether that means his time in Brielle is over, Ernan says not yet. He politely downplays himself, while making clear he is staying because something still matters here. The king warns that false modesty is pointless and presses him for a real answer. Ernan turns the question back and asks whom the king believes is stronger. As the duel intensifies, the red-haired knight pours everything into a decisive attack. His eyes sharpen with killing intent as he commits fully to ending it. The king judges that the red-haired knight should be stronger. Ernan notes that the king sees the same imbalance he does. He explains that he first came to Brielle because heaven led him there. He believed the continent's greatest power, the one able to shape the world's fate, was in this place. But because that power had not yet revealed itself, he had thought there was no reason to remain. He admits he had been ready to leave. At that same moment, the red-haired knight launches downward with everything he has. The black-haired swordsman endures the pressure and prepares his answer. Ernan concludes that the moment of departure has still not come. The black-haired fighter finally stops testing his opponent and decides to finish the duel. He releases a surge of blue mana through his sword and accelerates into a killing line. The red-haired knight is stunned as the black-haired swordsman suddenly becomes much faster. The black-haired fighter reads the opening in an instant. He slips past the red-haired knight's guard before the attack can be corrected. His grip and mana control tighten perfectly around the finishing strike. The red-haired knight realizes too late that he is about to lose. He lashes out desperately with murderous intent, but the chance is already gone. The spectators gasp as the duel turns in a single instant. Even the king is forced to take the result seriously. Brielle's nobles are shaken by the level of skill on display. Ernan is delighted, recognizing the exact move that changed everything. The black-haired swordsman's blade stops at his opponent's throat while the other sword falls away. The victor realizes he has won. The red-haired knight openly concedes defeat. Ernan declares that by following heaven's will to Brielle, he has found someone who defies it. He says the third prince's sword altered the fate assigned to that boy, turning death into life and life into death. To Ernan, the prince's every action now runs against the destiny heaven had decreed. He names the black-haired victor Yuri Brielle, the one who transcends fate. Ernan praises the prince with near religious excitement, eager to see how he will reshape the world. Yuri only smiles, unaware of the full weight Ernan has placed on him. Ernan marvels that in the very place he followed fate, he found someone who opposes it. He repeats that the third prince's sword changed both Yuri's fate and that of the attendant tied to him. To him, Yuri stands outside the world's ordained destiny. He gives Yuri a title that marks him as a transcender of fate. Ernan is thrilled by the thought of what Yuri will do to the future from now on. 5 years pass. Inside the palace, a nervous maid panics after wandering into the wrong patrol zone and fears punishment. She tries to steady herself before anyone notices. Someone calls out to her, and she freezes. A black-haired royal man approaches, and she immediately recognizes him as one of Brielle's. He demands to know why she is there. She forces herself to stay calm and remember how senior maids taught her to respond to royalty. As he presses her again, she mentally sorts to which prince he must be. His rough manner and shady air make her conclude he is the troublesome one. She blurts out that he must be the third prince, then realizes how bad that sounds. He jokes that the royal family must have a guidebook warning everyone to avoid him. His mood darkens as he threatens to teach the people who spread that image a lesson. Before he can continue, another voice interrupts and asks what is going on. The maid remembers the final description she was taught for identifying the last prince. A sword at the hip confirms the newcomer's identity. Yuri Brielle, now the third prince, steps in and asks whether the maid is being harassed. He casually eats the snack she gave him, showing he already knows and trusts her. He strolls through the courtyard as if this sort of rescue is routine. Yuri looks over the situation with calm amusement. In the maid's mind, he appears as her savior, stopping the prince who bullies maids. She is overjoyed that even the snack she packed for him was accepted. Yuri notes that the maid prepared something tasty for him. As he chews, he idly manipulates mana with his fingers. He reflects that he has finally reached the bare-hand realm, where mana can offset the strain on the hands even while wielding a sword. He recognizes this as a meaningful step in his growth. Satisfied, he judges that he has at least attained that level. A memory of being fatally pierced by Lauren's sword in his previous life resurfaces. He reminds himself that 5 years have passed since his return. Yuri senses that the calm period is ending. He figures the nobles are already making a racket about the coming crisis. At the meeting hall, he pounds on the door and complains that he is being ignored. A guard protests, but Yuri insists the people inside are the ones refusing to listen. When the guard explains the meeting is too loud to hear him, Yuri decides to solve that problem himself. He blasts the door open with mana and strides in. The nobles inside are jolted out of their argument as Yuri casually apologizes. He explains that no one answered his knocking, though he admits he may have knocked a little too hard. Yuri tells the king he will attend the meeting as well. The king allows it and orders the discussion to continue. A noble argues that his territory cannot spare troops for the empire's proposed alliance army. Another denounces that refusal is irresponsible and demands more support. Yuri sees that the room is full of men calculating only their own gains and losses. He recognizes the timing from his previous life and understands this is the same turning point. The issue before them is the Empire's request that Braille join an alliance army. Yuri recalls that the Empire gathered troops from many nations for a massive eastern campaign, but the alliance collapsed and the enraged orcs later ravaged the borders of every nation that joined. Only the Empire escaped the worst of the retaliation. That is when Yuri realized the whole alliance had been the Empire's scheme from the start. He remembers that many great knights died because of it, including Leanne Flandre. Determined not to repeat that history, Yuri resolves to stop at this time. As one noble insists Braille cannot spare even a single soldier, the king cuts off the shouting. Yuri stands and declares that he will go himself. He announces that he will personally join the alliance army and tells the nobles to show some sincerity as well. He rebukes them for shaming Braille and reminds them to fulfill their duty as nobles. The king closes his eyes, weighing Yuri's words rather than rejecting them outright. He begins to understand what Yuri is truly thinking. Later Yuri trains in the courtyard, crossing blades with an older swordsman. His brother runs up to him after the meeting. Breathless, the brother asks whether Yuri is really going to the alliance army, and Yuri confirms it. The brother protests that royalty has no need to go, but Yuri reminds him he has always believed otherwise. Yuri says it is the royal family's duty to go where the kingdom is in danger. His brother finally accepts Yuri's resolve and says he understands it now. He promises to guard the palace until Yuri returns safely. After making that grand promise, the brother dashes off dramatically. Yuri dryly remarks on the touching brotherhood and hopes his brother does not cause trouble while he is gone. His older companion asks whether Yuri is not worried about himself instead. Yuri answers that if he avoids recklessness, he should come back alive. The older man still warns him to be careful. Yuri agrees and explains that orcs are stronger and more cunning than most people think. He especially warns about the ones who carry banners on their backs. He identifies those elite monsters as orcbull, especially vicious and powerful among orcs. When asked whether he has a plan for dealing with them, Yuri says he does. Before he can explain, a maid rushes over with urgent news. She reports that a guest has arrived with the item Yuri ordered. The older man asks what kind of plan Yuri means. Yuri answers with a smile that it is a very special one. Soon after, Yuri meets a merchant representative in a private room. He enters to find the visitor already waiting. The man introduces himself as Guillermo, vice president of the Elaine Merchant Guild, and offers formal greetings. Yuri asks why Elaine herself did not come. Guillermo explains that Elaine is still traveling personally because that is what she does best. He then reveals he has brought the item Yuri requested last time. Yuri praises Guillermo and opens the case with anticipation. Inside are the Elementarian, a set of ornate daggers. When Guillermo wonders whether such decorative blades are truly valuable, Yuri says they are extremely valuable. He explains that they are ancient magical artifacts and demonstrates by making one float with mana. Guillermo panics as the dagger moves on its own and seems ready to strike him. Yuri reassures him that he will not die and confirms he is controlling it with mana. Guillermo admits he had no idea Yuri was that strong, and Yuri jokes that he is not merely wasting his days. As Yuri studies the dagger, something about it catches his attention. He brushes off Guillermo's concern and hides whatever he noticed. Yuri asks Guillermo to pass along his greetings to Elaine and to report next time on how the Empire's branch is preparing. After Guillermo leaves, Yuri relaxes and tells the hidden person in the room that they can come out now. A shadowy subordinate slips into the prince's chamber to report in secret. Yuri summons Asana while lounging with complete confidence. He immediately asks what became of Goryo. Asana explains that she delivered the warning Yuri had ordered. Her warning was brutal enough to terrify Goryo in his own bed, and Yuri approves because the man keeps targeting Elaine's money. Asana hesitantly brings up the rumor that Yuri truly intends to join the Union Army, and he confirms it without hesitation. She urges caution, but Yuri makes clear he has no intention of going into danger alone. When she asks what he means, Yuri decides on the spot that she will accompany him. He tests her resolve by asking whether she can keep up with him. Asana accepts at once, saying any destination with him is better than the life she came from, and then slips away to await further orders. A few days later, the day of departure for battle arrives. In the square, Yuri stands in armor while a bespectacled companion calls out to him. The friend offers a quiet farewell and tells Yuri to stay safe. Yuri answers with swagger, promising he will return victorious and elevate the Braille name. Their parting carries the warmth of old familiarity, with Yuri teasingly accepting one last bit of concern. The friend smiles, clearly trying to hide how worried he really is. Unable to leave it at words, he embraces Yuri and promises they will meet again. Yuri returns the promise and assures him he will come back. A ceremonial horn sounds over the Braille banner, calling the gathering to order. A senior commander announces that the departure ceremony will begin. Yuri steps forward to receive the formal charge. He presents himself with calm determination before the assembled army. His father asks whether he is nervous, and Yuri denies it completely. Instead of accepting that answer, his father tells him to look at the soldiers behind him. Yuri sees the ranks of men he is about to lead, and his father reminds him that every one of those lives will rest on his shoulders. Yuri silently vows that even if some must die, he will not let them suffer the miserable death he once knew in another life. His father presses him one last time to prove he can bear that burden, and Yuri starts to answer with confidence. Before he can finish, his father suddenly unleashes killing intent directly at him as a final test. The murderous pressure crashes down so hard that it feels like death itself is charging at Yuri. For a moment, Yuri realizes his body is locking up under the threat. He cannot move, and panic begins to creep in. Even so, his instincts tell him that what is coming is genuine death if he fails to respond. He understands that trying to simply avoid it will get him killed, so he searches for a way to reject the killing intent head-on instead of fleeing from it. Yuri fleeing from it. Yuri finds his answer and commits to it. Blue power erupts around him as he draws his sword with sudden force. His eyes sharpen, and he cuts through the pressure with a decisive counterstroke. The clash rings out as Yuri's blade meets his father's attack instead of yielding to it. His father breaks into a proud grin, satisfied that Yuri answered properly. Yuri realizes the attack was not an execution but a replacement for the usual letter of departure. His father tells him not to drag things out and to return alive, and Yuri accepts the command. Yuri steadies himself, now fully aware of what leadership will demand. He raises his sword toward the sky to address the army. He formally declares himself Bryal's third prince, Yuri Bryal, before the assembled soldiers. Then he asks them to place their trust in him. With that, Yuri gives the order for the soldiers to march. The story shifts from ceremony to a darker place hidden behind the front lines. A heavy lock is turned open somewhere deep inside a prison-like corridor. Behind the bars, a monstrous captive snarls and rattles its cage. An older scarred knight greets Yuri after 5 years and addresses him as the third prince. As evening falls, Yuri's march continues toward the war zone. The army makes camp in the forest, and Yuri watches his men rest while he remains thoughtful. Even at rest, he stays alert and withdrawn, still carrying the weight of command. He asks Sir Raymond how far they have traveled, and learns they are already near Sidr. Raymond confirms they should reach Sidr soon. He explains that after passing through Sidr, the route will continue through Gid and into Balshad. Yuri checks whether their pace is acceptable, and Raymond assures him it is. Their discussion is interrupted when someone addresses Yuri directly. That voice triggers a grim memory, and Yuri is reminded that everything began because of Lauren Flandre. He recognizes Lauren as the man who killed him in his previous life. In the present, Lauren approaches politely and introduces himself. He gives his full name with awkward sincerity, leaving Yuri momentarily caught off guard. Lauren admits he has wanted to tell Yuri something for a long time. Yuri cautiously asks what Lauren means. Lauren blurts out that he admires Yuri, stunning him. He explains that ever since hearing about Yuri stand 5 years earlier, he has treated him as an idol. To Lauren, Yuri's defense of a servant girl embodied the true code of knighthood. The encounter turns unexpectedly absurd as Lauren beams at the very man Yuri remembers as his killer. Yuri forces a polite response, while Lauren insists he is the one honored by the meeting. Their brief exchange ends when Raymond announces it is time to move again. As they depart, Raymond warns Yuri that Count Sitter is not known for warmth and may greet them coldly. The night, the army reaches Sitter's fortress. Instead of hostility, a huge banner publicly welcomes the third prince. The prepared reception makes it clear that Sitter has staged an impressive display for Yuri's arrival. Yuri dryly notes that this is far warmer than expected. The Margrave of Sitter, Hyam Sitter, personally comes out to welcome him. Yuri returns the courtesy and praises Hyam for entering the front lines at such an advanced age. Hyam immediately asks whether Yuri has ever fought orcs before. Yuri begins with confidence, trying not to appear inexperienced. He admits that he has not fought them directly, but says he has studied them. He explains that because most of his troops also lack experience, he prepared by learning as much as possible. Hyam praises that answer, sounding impressed. Then he asks Yuri for a moment of his time. Hyam offers Yuri a gift, framing it as something useful before the coming war. Yuri is led to a sealed underground chamber. The heavy mechanism is unlocked to reveal what lies inside. Hyam enters with Yuri, Raymond, Lauren, and several guards. Hyam invites Yuri deeper into the prison corridor. Yuri advances with his entourage, wary of the oppressive atmosphere. A door opens ahead, exposing the chamber beyond. One of Yuri's men reacts in alarm at what he sees. Yuri demands an explanation from Hyam. Hyam tells him not to fear and presents the scene as something educational. The corridor is lined with cages and braziers, making the place feel more like a torture hall than a prison. Yuri falls silent as he takes in the cruelty around him. The soldiers realize with horror what is inside the cells. They discover that Hyam has captured a living orc and kept it imprisoned for study. Hyam calmly explains that he has observed every habit and instinct he could to help humans survive against orcs. Yuri asks whether this grotesque display is the gift Hyam mentioned. Hyam confirms it and argues that no better gift exists on the eve of war than knowledge of the enemy. Yuri thanks him outwardly, while inwardly deciding Hyam is even more unhinged than expected. One of Yuri's knights is visibly disturbed by what he is witnessing. Yuri asks the shaken knight's name and learns he is Simon Fesh, son of Baranbolv. Yuri then orders Simon to say honestly what he is thinking. Simon admits he believes this treatment goes too far for a prisoner of war. Yuri accepts that reaction but implies Simon's view may change. To prove his point, Yuri orders Hyam to open one of the cages. He confirms Simon's name again, making clear that the next lesson is meant for him personally. Yuri declares that this will be real combat, not theory. Then he orders Simon to fight the orc. Simon takes up his sword, tense and uncertain. The orc erupts in a savage roar the moment it is freed. It smashes forward with terrifying strength, instantly turning the chamber into chaos. The creature rushes Simon before he can properly react. Simon freezes, realizing too late how overwhelming the threat is. He protests that he cannot fight a helpless prisoner, but the instant he hesitates, the orc attacks. The orc's blow lands before Simon can defend himself. Simon is struck hard and cries out in pain. His comrades shout his name as he staggers. The orc sees Simon as a hostage, and while the others prepare to intervene, Yuri tells them to stay calm. Hyam reveals that the orc has already been crippled by severed tendons and should not be able to kill quickly. Yuri remains silent, watching Simon's fear rather than rushing to rescue him. Hyam reminds Yuri of the lesson, this is an orc. When someone begs Yuri to save Simon, he coldly points out that the orc has been weakened enough that Simon is unlikely to die immediately. The orc bellows while tightening its hold, turning Simon's terror into a live demonstration. Yuri asks whether the creature is taking Simon hostage, and then calls for an interpreter. A hooded figure appears from the shadows to translate the orc's speech. The interpreter introduces himself only as Cory. Yuri is briefly puzzled by the unfamiliar name but moves on. Cory translates the orc's threat: if the humans do not lower their weapons, Simon's bones will be broken one by one. The threat is punctuated by Simon's scream as the orc begins to crush him. Yuri orders Lauren to take his turn, and Lauren steps forward with green magic gathering in his hand. Lauren prepares a restraining spell instead of a direct attack. His magic coils around the orc and Simon together, pinning the monster in place without killing the hostage. Yuri uses the opening to move, praising Lauren's timing as he charges in. He reaches Simon and the orc in a single burst, slipping into the narrow gap Lauren created. Yuri drags Simon free and throws him back toward safety. The orc roars in fury as its prey is taken away. Yuri asks Hayam whether this is an ordinary orc, and Hayam explains that despite its smaller size, it is battle-hardened and unusually experienced. He adds that the creature was captured while eating a knight alive and has already killed many men. Simon, enraged by that revelation and his own humiliation, wants to kill the orc immediately regardless of the hostage risk. Yuri stops him and orders him to calm down. He makes clear he is not rebuking Simon, only forcing him to see the battlefield clearly. Yuri tells him to look beyond the single opening in front of him, because in real war countless enemies will be searching for chances to kill him. He drives the lesson home, this is training, and Simon must learn how to kill orcs. The knights answer by drawing blades wreathed in blue power and surrounding the fallen monster. The orc lashes out by hurling a burning brazier in a desperate counterattack. Lauren catches the flaming weight overhead with a blue barrier, shielding Yuri and Hayam without flinching. At the same moment, Raymond lunges in from the side with a decisive strike. Raymond's blade cuts cleanly through the orc, ending the lesson with a single lethal blow. A veteran knight walks past the corpses of monsters after a brutal training exercise meant to harden men for war. Even so, the sight leaves him unsettled, and he cannot fully hide his discomfort. His unease is cut short when one of the supposedly dead creatures suddenly rises to attack. He reacts on instinct and meets the charge with his blade before it can reach him. The creature is struck down and spits blood, ending the ambush. Breathing his breath, the knight realizes he survived only because he struck first without hesitation. A young nobleman named Sir Hayam praises the result, pleased that the lesson worked. Seeing the knight's silence, Hayam correctly reads that he is troubled by what he just did. Hayam argues that fighting weak, near-defenseless monsters may feel shameful, but this training will keep the knight alive in the coming war, and he should be grateful to Sir Hayam for arranging it. The knight still clutches at his conscience, wondering whether such methods betray knightly honor. The young commander dismisses that concern, insisting these creatures deserve no chivalry, and leads the group onward to show something worse. As they leave the blood-soaked hall behind, he explains that the monsters here are only crude imitations of the true horror. He warns that in real orc villages, far more terrible things are happening. He opens the next chamber, and tells them they are about to see the aftermath of what orcs have done. One knight immediately senses the nature of the atrocity before he can even name it. The prisoners inside are revealed to be half-orcs, not full monsters. The young prince beside the commander is shocked by how many there are, and the commander notes bitterly that such births are supposed to be rare. He explains that orcs capture human women for amusement, and these half-orcs are the byproduct of that cruelty. The prince asks the commander directly whether he hates orcs. The commander answers without hesitation that he will hate them until he dies. The prince absorbs that answer in silence, steadying the man's conviction. He reflects that the commander seems numb to atrocity because everyone has an archenemy, and for him it is the Empire. By contrast, he realizes Sir Haim's defining hatred is reserved for orcs. He recalls hearing that Haim once recovered his son's body from an orc village and never forgot what he saw there. That memory stirs the prince's own grief, because he too cannot forget the fall of his kingdom. The story shifts to the prince at dawn as his retinue addresses him formally. Before the army departs, the old commander orders that the hooded half-orc interpreter be taken along. The prince recognizes the hooded figure from the cellar, and the half-orc introduces himself as Kori. The prince immediately values him as a rare asset because he can speak the orc language. Kori tries to warn him about something important, but the prince cuts him off before he can speak. When Kori is confused, the prince calmly says he already knows what Kori is worried about. He dismisses the concern and offers Kori a gift as a token of goodwill for their future cooperation. Kori is overwhelmed by the generosity, but the prince is already turning to military matters. He asks Sir Raymond whether the road ahead is already the borderland, and Raymond says it is, though bandits should not pose much danger. The prince rejects that complacency and insists bandits, like orcs, are still a threat to the border. He declares that such threats should be wiped out completely. Soon after, a merchant caravan moves through the forest unaware that danger is closing in. The horses continue forward as the travelers remain exposed on the road. A mounted bandit leader and his riders descend on the caravan with practiced confidence. The merchants realize too late that armed raiders are upon them. The bandit leader's expression hardens as he prepares to butcher defenseless prey. He raises his sword from horseback, ready to cut down the merchants in a single sweep. At that same time, the prince's force advances under Brial's banner through the same forest. The prince notices something ahead and turns his attention toward it. He thinks ahead about the trouble Kori's identity could cause in the platoon, but trusts Hernando to manage it because Kori now serves him directly. He treats the problem lightly, confident his subordinate can handle the unrest. Studying a marked map, he begins assessing the region and possible targets. He calls for Jared to join him and assist. Jared rides up beside him while the prince continues reading the map in motion. The prince assigns Jared to reconnaissance and orders him to scout a marked location and report back. When Jared points out that the marked place belongs to bandits who will likely flee, the prince insists they still must be hunted because they prey on merchants in the borderland. He needles Jared's hesitation, framing the mission as something a capable man should be eager to do. Jared inwardly complains that the prince is a prodigy with the sword who does not understand how frightening such tasks are for ordinary soldiers. Still, stung by the challenge, Jared rushes off to prove himself. Sir Raymond observes that the prince seems unusually fond of Jared. The prince brushes that off with a small smile, though he clearly keeps Jared close for a reason. As they ride on, the prince asks Raymond a more personal question. He wants to know what Raymond fights for. Raymond admits it has been a long time since anyone asked him that, but he still has an old answer. His answer is that he fights for the safety of Briol. The prince quietly approves of that answer. He orders the column to keep moving while he goes to check on Jared himself, leaving the others behind. He rides off alone into the forest. He soon finds a hidden encampment tucked beneath the trees. At the edge of the camp, Jared is suddenly seized and bound before he can escape. The prince arrives in time to pin Jared's captor and silence him before an alarm can spread. With a blade at the man's throat, he coldly remarks that anyone in this line of work should value his life more. Jared, now watching through binoculars, reports that he has found the bandits' base. The prince praises him, but immediately questions why the bandits sent only one scout instead of a proper pair. He presses the captive to confirm whether he was truly sent alone. Terrified, the man admits it is true. The captive tries to excuse himself as a rookie who knows little, but the prince notices something hidden on him. A glowing red pendant slips into view, drawing the prince's attention. The captive panics as the prince tears the item free. The prince studies the pendant and realizes it is no ordinary trinket. The captive says it was given to him by the boss to carry during patrol, but it does not belong to him. The prince identifies it as a magical artifact and demands to know what spell is embedded, but the man swears ignorance. Accepting that the scout knows nothing useful, the prince decides the only answer is to seize the boss himself. He resolves to capture the bandit leader and question him directly. As the sun drops behind the mountains, the hunt moves toward its climax. By evening, the prince is already in position, watching the camp while his horse waits hidden nearby. His men report that they have sealed the likely escape routes and sent scouts to assess the enemy's internal strength. Satisfied, the prince says that if they create chaos inside the camp, the bandits will trap themselves. Without explaining further, he orders an immediate advance, promising the men spoils if they are not late. Before anyone can stop him, he laughs and spurs his horse forward alone. Raymond chases after him, shouting that charging in by himself is reckless. The prince ignores the warning and calls for the soldiers to follow. He gives the order to charge, launching the assault. Inside the camp, the bandits hear the commotion and only begin to realize something is wrong. Their confusion lasts only a moment before the attack reaches them. The prince crashes straight through the camp on horseback, cutting men down and scattering the rest in terror. As the survivors reel, he mockingly introduces the attackers as if arriving at a formal meeting. Then he names them for what they are and turns the raid into a massacre of bandits. By nightfall, Raymond and the others race in after him, still trying to catch up. They arrive tense and breathless, expecting a desperate battle. Instead, they find the prince sitting calmly among the dead, telling them they are too late. Raymond scolds him for taking such needless risks, but the prince only complains that his men are late and overly fussy. Raymond confirms that no bandits escaped and that Briol suffered no losses. Pleased, the prince immediately turns practical and orders the captured provisions turned into supper. He cheerfully announces that the night's meal will be field-style skewered meat. When Raymond remarks that it will smell unpleasant, the prince says that is exactly what makes it good. They decide to camp there for the night and resume marching in the morning, while the wounded bandit leader is left alive nearby. As the camp settles, Raymond reports on the next leg of the journey. Before reaching Balshad, the Allied rally point, they will first pass through Gid, where another kingdom's army will also converge. The prince asks which kingdom that is while casually finishing off the surviving bandit leader. Raymond answers that it is the Holy Kingdom. The prince is pleased to hear they are a nation that uses holy magic. Raymond hopes that means the Holy Kingdom might heal Briol's wounded once relations are established, though he is not fully convinced. A rumor reaches them that the commander of the Allied forces is the princess of the Holy Kingdom. The rumor adds that she is politically vulnerable and desperate to produce results that will secure her standing. It is even said that, because of that pressure, she will do anything within the Allied forces to get what she wants. The prince turns that over in his mind with interest. When Raymond asks whether they should investigate further, the prince declines. He decides he will simply meet the princess in person and judge her himself. At Gid, the Allied armies are warned that the city is an independent midpoint supply hub, and any disorder there will be punished under military law. The prince orders his troops to camp outside the city and keep strict discipline, then goes in alone to meet the local lord. The lord of Gid receives the prince of Brial with exaggerated warmth and ceremony. The prince returns the courtesy, formally thanking Gid for supporting the Allied forces. The lord flatters Brial's royal line by praising the prince's father for his past victories against orcs and claiming the orcs must now fear the sun as well. Their conversation is interrupted when a servant approaches with urgent news. The servant quietly informs the lord of another important arrival. The lord announces that the princess of the Holy Kingdom has also reached Gid and asks whether the prince wishes to meet her immediately. The prince agrees at once, eager for the encounter. Moments later, the room prepares for a second royal guest. The second princess of the Holy Kingdom, Sibylla our saint, enters in full armor with an escort, carrying herself like a commander rather than a court lady. She introduces herself formally and with clear authority. The prince greets her with polished courtesy, though he remains lounging instead of rising. Sibylla immediately notices his posture and asks whether he is merely one of the lord's retainers. The prince looks up at her, amused by the mistake. Before the lord can explain, Sibylla asks that the supposed retainer leave so she can speak privately with the prince. One of her guards erupts in outrage at what he sees as disrespect toward the princess. The prince answers the insult with a calm, dangerous smile. He reveals that he is Yuri, the third prince of Brial, instantly freezing the room. The Holy Kingdom side is left stunned by the blunder, while the lord can only watch the embarrassment unfold. The offending guard tries to recover by claiming he commands the troops and therefore failed to recognize royalty. Yuri turns the moment into a joke at his own expense, saying he should have dressed more like a prince and less like a street rogue. Sibylla and her men quickly apologize for the discourtesy, and she is visibly mortified by her guard's outburst. Trying to ease the tension, Yuri lightly asks whether he really looks that shabby in his outfit. Sibylla apologizes again for the misunderstanding, and Yuri teasingly suggests he might keep bringing it up. He then offers a proper introduction, naming himself as Yuri, third prince of Brial. Sibylla accepts the introduction and shakes his hand. Yuri immediately turns playful, asking her age and then cheerfully noting that their 2-year difference makes them practically the same age. He pushes the familiarity further by declaring them basically friends already and dropping formal distance. The Lord of Gid is delighted by how quickly the two royals seem to get along and praises the budding friendship before the war. Pressed in public, Sibylla reluctantly agrees to play along with the friendly tone. Yuri then asks why he saw no Holy Kingdom troops on the way in, and Sibylla explains that her army is still arriving and will reach Gid by the next day. Yuri's expression sharpens as he quietly remarks that he hopes nothing unfortunate happens before then. Sibylla answers with confidence that the Holy Kingdom's discipline is not in question and asks whether he is implying internal trouble. Yuri smoothly denies that and says he means an external threat, reminding her that orcs can slip across borders and even stage ambushes despite their size. The Lord agrees with Yuri's warning, but Yuri adds that even a holy army should not assume safety just because of its reputation. He finishes by advising Sibylla to take that warning seriously, leaving her unsettled by the implication behind his smile. In the city, two men discuss the Holy Kingdom's paladins and conclude that their rigid nature will make life difficult for the princess. When asked whether he liked that princess anyway, the dark-haired man admits he did, but quickly turns back to the matter at hand. He produces a red crystal necklace and begins tracing where it came from. His companion confirms that only this talisman market sells items like it, making the shop their best lead. They recall the bandit captain's claim that the necklace was used to draw orcs in. More specifically, they understand it as a crude war stimulant that drives orcs berserk and sends them after whoever carries it. The shopkeeper dismisses the necklace as too crude to be called a true artifact and insists it would not work especially well. After being thrown out for asking too much, the pair conclude the suspicious items are already gone, likely bought up by the bandits. The dark-haired man accepts that setback with unsettling ease. His companion tries to get his attention, but the prince has already found a new target for his curiosity. He points out soldiers of Brial entering a bar and notes that gambling seems to be going on inside. Seeing allied soldiers gambling, he decides this is the perfect excuse to impose discipline. He heads for the bar with a predatory smile, declaring that the army clearly needs stricter order. Elsewhere in the city, Holy Kingdom officers gather near their quarters. A subordinate confirms that he has already spoken with the local lord. Vice Commander Fenwick of the Holy Kingdom mocks the rumors that Brial's prince has fallen to the bottom of public esteem. He goes further, sneering that Brial's age as the Kingdom of Knights is over, until a female superior tells him to stop slandering their allies. Even so, he keeps belittling Brial's prince as a lowly mercenary in both dress and conduct. Fenwick crosses the line by implying Brial may lose its prince during the coming orc raid, forcing another warning. He backs down outwardly, then asks whether there is any problem with the main force. The female commander answers that everything is under control and tells him not to worry. With that settled, she orders a city patrol while Fenwick departs wearing a smug expression. Left alone, she senses unease despite her calm front. Inside the bar, Brial's soldiers are indeed drinking and gambling. Fenwick arrives and glares at the scene in disgust. He demands to know who these men are. When told they are Brial's soldiers, he seizes on their behavior as proof of Brial's lack of discipline. Watching them openly gamble, he grows even more contemptuous. He blames their commander for their conduct and declares that, as a paladin of the Holy Kingdom, he cannot ignore it. Fenwick storms up and begins berating the soldiers for gambling. The Brial men stare back without much fear, still holding their cards. Fenwick lectures them about disgracing the Allied forces, only to be interrupted by a cold challenge. Fenwick grabs him by the shoulder from behind, instantly breaking his momentum. The dark-haired man asks for Fenwick's name with a smile that feels more like a threat. When Fenwick identifies his opponent as Brial's third prince, he is visibly thrown off. Even so, he tries to recover by preaching that such behavior harms both the commander and his soldiers. He smugly says a soldier should hold a sword, not a card, and implies the prince knows nothing of proper swordsmanship. The prince only laughs at the attempted insult. He presses Fenwick for his name again and pointedly asks whether the Holy Kingdom has forgotten rank and order. Fenwick falters, suddenly aware he may have challenged someone above his station. Before he can recover, both men are interrupted by a new arrival. A female Holy Kingdom commander enters and coolly reminds Fenwick that he was supposed to be on patrol. Fenwick immediately bows and apologizes. She curtly orders him to wait outside. Humiliated, Fenwick obeys while she remains in control of the room. She turns a sharp, assessing gaze on the Brial prince. She offers to apologize for Fenwick's conduct, but the prince waves it off. Instead, he remarks that controlling every subordinate is difficult, a line that quietly lands on her. Recognizing the point, she says she will repay the favor another time and withdraws. The prince watches her leave in silence. He recalls hearing that she is politically weakened and now understands why she is so sensitive about results. Deciding it is not his problem, he lets the matter go. Outside, his men continue their card game as if nothing serious happened. Fenwick fumes in frustration while the female commander stands nearby. He accuses her of already siding with Brial's prince, but she refuses to indulge that complaint. Fenwick tries to revive his earlier criticism, only to be cut off by urgent shouting. Both Holy Kingdom officers turn toward the disturbance. A rider rushes in at full speed from the direction of the gate. The exhausted messenger nearly falls from his horse in his haste. He apologizes for the intrusion and announces an urgent message from the main force. The female commander demands to know what happened. The messenger reports that the main force has been attacked by orcs. At once, the commander grips her weapon and prepares to move. Later that night, as she mounts up to depart, the local lord hesitantly raises another option. He suggests requesting support from Brial. She pauses, but says nothing. The lord argues that allied losses could be minimized if Brial were asked to help. Fenwick rejects the idea outright, insisting the Holy Kingdom will handle its own affairs and scoffing at the thought of losing to mere orcs. The lord backs off and lets the matter drop rather than provoke him further. The commander politely thanks the lord for his concern and assures him the situation will be resolved. She gives the order to ride out immediately. She and Fenwick lead the Holy Kingdom force into the night. After they leave, the lord watches the road with growing concern. He remarks that the Holy Kingdom is stubborn, especially its vice commander. Realizing time is short, he orders a subordinate to find Brial's third prince at the army camp. He urges the man to hurry because there is almost no time left. At Brial's camp, Yuri reads the urgent message while his officers wait for his decision. The letter confirms that the Holy Kingdom's main force has been attacked by orcs. It also relays the local lord's request that Brial, as part of the allied force, help exterminate the nearby orcs. One officer notes the request came from the local lord of Gid rather than from the Holy Kingdom itself. Yuri immediately understands that someone in the Holy Kingdom was too stubborn to ask for aid. He orders Sir Raymond to prepare the troops to move out. Before that, Yuri asks the messenger's name. When the man identifies himself as Roy, Yuri sends him to the bar by the Talisman Market to summon Brile's knights. Yuri adds that if Roy says only the first 10 will be accepted, they will all come running. Roy races off to deliver the message while Yuri turns to his own preparations. He sets the letter aside and makes up his mind. Drawing on his power, he begins channeling magic through himself and his mount. With a grin, Yuri treats the coming battle like a simple night walk. He rides out with a small group under the moonlight. Looking back at his men, he jokes that they still seem a little drunk. They loudly deny it, and Yuri seems satisfied by their spirit. He notices Jared looking pale, but Jared insists he is fine. The force keeps pushing forward at speed. Another night, Lauren addresses Yuri as they ride. Lauren praises Yuri for forgiving the paladins who insulted him and still choosing to save them. He admires Yuri's refusal to sink to their level and calls it profound judgment. Yuri awkwardly laughs it off, privately wondering whether Lauren has always been this intense. Still, Yuri acknowledges Lauren's loyalty and reflects that both of them have changed from who they once were. Lauren beams at being recognized, which only deepens Yuri's bemusement. Their conversation ends when a scout reports something ahead. The site turns out to be the Holy Kingdom's paladins already engaged near the orcs. Yuri tells his men this will be their first battle against orcs and declares that he will enter first and leave last. He frames the fight as his duty to shield them from harm. Naming himself Yuri Brile, third prince of Brile, he formally commands his soldiers. He pours power into his horse and orders them not to get hurt. A moment earlier, however, the Holy Kingdom had already charged ahead under the moonlight. Their female commander realizes too late that she was careless and never expected the main force to be attacked this way. She remembers Yuri warning that orcs can sometimes appear inside the boundary. Now, she bitterly admits she should have listened more carefully. As she rides in, the battlefield ahead comes into view through dust and chaos. She sees that the main force is still fighting desperately against the orcs. Relieved that their banner still stands, she decides to strike straight through. She orders Fennec to charge with her and hit the enemy commander at once. Fennec relays the order and commits the paladins to a full frontal charge. The Holy Kingdom cavalry surges forward in formation. The commander prays for divine aid and asks to be pushed ahead. Her horse accelerates unnaturally under holy power. She drives the charge faster, sword extended toward the enemy. But an ominous skull totem wrapped in purple magic stands in their path. The totem activates, revealing itself as the center of a prepared spell. A massive magic circle erupts beneath the charging paladins, turning their advance into a trap. The ground collapses under the commander's horse. She realizes too late that the enemy lured them in. The entire vanguard plunges into a hidden pit as she cries out in horror. Falling into darkness, she wonders if she has once again chosen the wrong path. Staggered at the bottom, she lies stunned and half-conscious. Her mind drifts back to childhood, when awakening holy magic made everyone praise her. She remembers how warm that praise felt, and how it pushed her toward swordsmanship to meet those expectations. But the first time she surpassed her brother, she realized that success had only made her a threat. From then on, victory stopped being a blessing and became a mistake. A priest's revelation named her as the chosen head of the allied forces, and her brother began forcing her toward the battlefield. He dressed at cruelty in holy words, promising salvation if she fought in God's name. Now, broken in the pit, she sees through that lie completely. She understands that she was sent here to die. Around her, surviving paladins cough and struggle to rise among the wreckage. Despite her injuries, she forces herself up and orders everyone to regroup. As she grips her sword, she notices a slick substance coating it. She realizes the trap was prepared with oil. Looking up, she sees orcs lining the rim of the pit with torches in hand. The reflected fire in her eye tells her exactly what comes next. An orc raises a torch, ready to ignite the oil-soaked trap. She understands the enemy plan at last: ambush the main force, then burn the trapped reinforcements alive. Facing death from every side, she despairs over how she can possibly survive. Her resolve starts to break as she questions what all her effort was ever for. Then something strikes before the fire can fall. A calm voice tells her to open her eyes. The same voice chides her for refusing to ask for help. She looks up to find Yuri standing above the pit, holding a torch harmlessly in one hand and wrapped in blue power. As he reaches down with a rope, the balance of power shifts completely in her favor. A battered knight is pulled up from danger by an armored hand. Once safe, the wounded woman gratefully acknowledges the rescue and promises to repay the favor. She realizes her rescuer is Prince Yuri and addresses him with sudden formality. Fennec, vice commander of the Holy Kingdom, formally introduces himself to the third prince of Brielle and apologizes for his earlier disrespect at the tavern. He goes further, swearing lifelong gratitude, leaving both Yuri and the woman stunned that such a proud man would humble himself. Yuri answers with a faint, knowing smile. He accepts the apology and pointedly asks that the Holy Kingdom aid Brielle when his country faces trouble in the future. As the exchange settles, Yuri's attention shifts to something off in the distance. He notices the orcs pulling back from the battlefield instead of pressing the attack. One fleeing orc still lashes out, catching a weapon in its teeth as the retreat turns chaotic. Yuri calmly draws his sword, reading the enemy's movement without panic. He concludes the orcs are withdrawing because they failed to wipe out the paladins. Rather than let them escape, Yuri immediately orders a pursuit. Among the retreating enemy, a tattered purple banner reveals the presence of a higher-ranking orc force. Yuri recognizes the insignia and understands a more important target is nearby. The enemy commander makes his presence known with a heavy, ominous step charged with dark power. The orc commander Orkville appears and roars in fury, clearly enraged by Yuri. The woman behind Yuri calls his name in alarm as the confrontation sharpens. Orkville draws a bow wrapped in sinister purple energy and aims directly at Yuri. The commander releases a cursed shot meant to crush him from afar. A massive purple blast descends toward Yuri and the woman like a taunt and a challenge. Yuri's eyes sharpen as he reads the attack in an instant. He intercepts the incoming strike with a precise blue-tinged slash before it can hit them. Even while deflecting it, Yuri dryly notes that the orc commander's anger is focused on him. He decides he cannot ignore that provocation and prepares to answer it. Yuri openly states that the commander's hostility is because of him. With growing confidence, he declares that he will respond in kind. Blue energy gathers around him as the retreating orcs continue to flee uphill. The woman watches in disbelief as Yuri becomes enveloped in power and steps forward alone. He tells her he will return shortly, treating the coming clash as a brief errand. She immediately realizes he intends to go by himself and worries at the recklessness. Ignoring the warning, Yuri launches straight into the enemy line at overwhelming speed. The first orc barely has time to react before Yuri is already upon him. Yuri's blade flashes with lethal precision. At the same time, another hostile projectile streaks toward him from deeper in the field. Yuri notices the incoming threat mid-charge and adjusts without breaking rhythm. That instant triggers a memory of Burner explaining the technique called soul severance 5 years earlier. Burner had taught that battle is full of endless variables, and mastery begins with training the body to answer them. But Yuri's gift, Burner said, was different. He could grasp the whole situation at once and turn the best response into swordsmanship. When Yuri asked for a simpler explanation, Burner told him understanding would come naturally in the decisive moment. The essence, Burner said, was that Yuri's body would move first toward the most efficient kill. Back in the present, Yuri follows that instinct as another attack closes in. He catches the exact trajectory and timing in a single glance. The projectile tears past where he had been, missing because he already chose the better path. Yuri drops low and plants himself for the next motion. He drives his sword down in a crushing strike that detonates an enemy at close range. Without pause, he spins through the opening his own attack created. He surveys the surrounding orcs and instantly maps the next sequence of cuts. The nearby enemies finally realize they are the ones being hunted. Yuri carves through them in a blur, blood spraying as he passes. Even with enemies shouting around him, Yuri remains unnervingly composed. 3 more orcs rush him together, hoping numbers will stop him. Yuri judges the 3-on-1 clash too dangerous to meet head-on in a normal exchange, but after so long away from a true battlefield, he refuses to waste a chance to test himself. Excited by the challenge, he commits fully to the fight. Then his perception sharpens further, as the decisive pattern finally becomes clear. He sees the enemy formation as if their bodies were already marked with fatal lines. At last he identifies the most optimal sword path. Yuri plunges through that path in one seamless killing motion. To him, the orcs' bodies become a web of intersecting weak points. The final attacker is still winding up when Yuri has already solved him. The entire group is cut apart almost simultaneously by Yuri's perfected route. Blood erupts across the field as the technique finishes. Yuri admits to himself that his body still cannot fully keep pace with his thoughts. But the result is good enough for now. He stands alone among the corpses, bloodied but steady. Spotting a fallen spear, he picks it up instead of wasting time closing the distance on foot. He raises the spear and sights the fleeing commander. Orkville, now armed with twin axes, turns just in time to see Yuri's next move. Yuri hurls the spear with explosive force. The weapon streaks across the battlefield like a blue bolt. Orkville barely manages to block it by crossing his axes. Seeing the commander forced into defense, Yuri smiles in satisfaction. The thrown spear still smashes through the commander's banner and sends the message. Yuri the surviving orcs freeze, shaken by how close their leader came to being struck down. Orkvul glares back with murderous hatred. The ruined banner and lodged spear mark his retreat as a humiliation rather than an escape. The commander growls in rage but no longer advances. The remaining orcs hesitate instead of charging again. Yuri realizes they had not attacked all at once because they decided further losses were no longer worth it. He confirms that his display has broken their will to continue the exchange. With a smug grin, he decides this is enough repayment for the arrow the commander fired at him earlier. The woman rushes over and anxiously asks whether he was hurt. Yuri brushes it off with an easy smile and insists he is fine. He turns the moment light again, remarking that the battle seems to be over. Then he asks Sibylla how it feels to claim her first victory as part of the Allied forces. Her tense expression softens at the unexpected praise. Sibylla thanks him sincerely. Yuri answers that the credit belongs to her as well. Elsewhere, a hooded half-orc remains on the ground while soldiers loom over him. One soldier strikes him brutally, treating him as less than human. Stunned against a tree and surrounded, the half-orc is accused and threatened. He endures the abuse in silence, his anger and humiliation burning beneath the surface. Later, in a tavern, rumors about Yuri's battlefield feat begin spreading through the town. A soldier excitedly insists the story is true and recounts how Yuri moved with impossible speed to seize victory. The listeners are left awed by the tale. One admits he had believed Yuri was merely an unskilled prince surviving through gambling, not a real fighter. A blonde knight rejects those rumors outright as lies. He goes so far as to claim Yuri carries the king's bloodline more strongly than anyone else. Drunk on admiration, he tries to launch into a full list of Yuri's achievements until others realize he has had far too much to drink. At another table, a hooded woman quietly judges that Yuri is far too perceptive and dangerous to be ordinary royalty. She reflects that he saw through the assassination technique she had hidden all her life and now even throws himself alone into battle as if he knows the future. She calls the innkeeper over, having made up her mind to act. When he approaches, she says she is searching for someone. She describes a dark-haired swordsman with a blade at his waist and exceptional sword skill. When that proves too vague, she adds that he speaks the continental language poorly and may have a foreign accent. That detail finally triggers the innkeeper's memory of a matching traveler. He recalls a strange man who ordered bland risotto and asked for directions to Balshad. Satisfied, the woman decides that is enough. She pays for the information, and the innkeeper happily accepts the unexpected reward. Left alone again, she notes that Balshad is the Allied army's assembly point. Seeing the swordsman is heading where Yuri is headed, she decides to move ahead of time and find him first. Her thoughts reveal who she seeks, one of the continent's 10 strongest, the swordsman from the east. After the battle at Gid, Yuri and the Allied forces continue on to their next destination. During the march, the army repeatedly makes camp at night and now prepares far more thoroughly than the Holy Kingdom once did. Yuri is pleased that the soldiers have grown used to the work and no longer need every step explained. Raymond confirms that repeated practice has made the men's bodies remember how to build camp efficiently, and Yuri credits him for that progress. Yuri leaves camp management to Raymond and goes to inspect the surroundings himself. As he walks alone through the forest edge, the unusual quiet makes him uneasy despite the number of troops nearby. He begins to suspect the risk of a night ambush is higher than he first estimated. His thoughts are interrupted by a soldier's furious insult aimed at someone hidden in the brush. Yuri finds 2 soldiers berating a kneeling hooded figure for straying into camp. Their abuse reveals the captive is a half-orc, and they spit the label at him like a curse. One soldier insists the half-orc must be a spy trying to deceive Yuri for enemy purposes. The half-orc desperately denies it, trembling under the accusation. The soldiers dismiss his pleas and keep manhandling him. When they find a flask on him, they immediately assume it is stolen and demand it back. One even threatens to destroy it, until Yuri steps in and calls out to them. He rebukes the pair for harassing someone while the rest of the camp is working. When they still hesitate, Yuri coldly repeats himself and orders them to leave. The soldiers instantly submit to Yuri's authority. They flee in embarrassment, apologizing as they go. Once alone with the half-orc, Yuri asks if he is all right. The half-orc, startled by the kindness, thanks Yuri respectfully and addresses him as His Highness. Yuri sits beside him and gently asks whether he wants the soldiers punished, but the half-orc declines. Instead, he explains that people naturally cling to beauty and reject what they find ugly, so he does not blame them. He admits that accepting Yuri's help would make life easier for a while, but it would also take him farther from the dream he truly wants. When Yuri asks what that dream is, the half-orc says he wants to live among ordinary people after earning their recognition. Yuri recognizes how difficult that wish will be to fulfill. Still, he decides the half-orc can remain with the soldiers for now under the pretense of serving as an interpreter for the orc language, at least until the current raid ends. The half-orc is stunned that Yuri would offer him a place instead of driving him away. Yuri casually asks whether he is currently with Hernando and confirms his name is Cory. Then Yuri unexpectedly tells Cory to learn magic from Hernando. He explains that if Cory wants to live among people, he will need distinctive skills that make his place undeniable. Night falls over the camp as Yuri's concern about an ambush remains unresolved. The encampment settles into guarded order under torchlight and watchfires. Yuri gathers his officers and asks exactly how much preparation has been made against a night attack. They report that supply depots are covered with flame-retardant cloth and that lookouts have been stationed around the palisades and barracks. One officer wonders whether such extensive precautions and the unusually large guard assignments are really necessary. Yuri reminds them they are deep in orc territory, where nothing would be strange, especially after what happened to the Holy Kingdom. He warns that the enemy may well try the same fire-based assault again, just as they did before, and the room snaps to attention. A guard bursts in with word that the orcs have launched an attack. The warning jolts the commanders into immediate action as the crisis reaches their camp. The prince and his officers rush out together to assess the battlefield for themselves. Seeing the flames, the prince sharpens his focus and prepares to take control. Outside, he finds the assault worse than expected, with soldiers already being overwhelmed by brutal orc fighters. A massive blast tears through the camp, confirming that the enemy is using more than simple brute force. The prince remains calm in the chaos and studies the source of the destruction. He realizes the explosions are not gunpowder at all but twisted sorcery. Hernando concludes the orcs are likely throwing pre-made magical bombs, so the only answer is to stop the throwers directly. The prince accepts that conclusion without hesitation and immediately decides on a counterstrike. He orders Jared and Raymond to split off and take command of their own units while he handles the source himself. As blue mana gathers around him, he declares that he will personally find whoever is behind the spectacle. Armed with mana and intent, he commits to hunting down the enemy commander. He asks Hernando to point out the direction of the sorcery, and Hernando identifies the source. With that, the prince leaves the others behind and heads straight for it. He launches himself across the battlefield at high speed, using mana to cut through the chaos. He notices a particular enemy presence and realizes he has found someone important. The sight of a distinctive axe marks out an elite orc warrior waiting ahead. He crashes into a knot of enemies and fixes on the elite as his true target. The orc elite meets him head-on, clearly confident enough to stand his ground. The prince closes in and directly asks whether this orc is responsible for the attack. Instead of answering, the orc answers with force and swings his axe to kill him. The prince blocks the blow, but the impact proves the orc's strength is far beyond ordinary soldiers. The clash escalates immediately into a duel between two fighters operating on a different level from everyone around them. The prince recognizes that this opponent is absurdly strong. He also realizes the orc's movement is refined and experienced, not the crude style he expected. Knowing a close exchange favors the orc's raw power, he tries to create distance first. The orc refuses to let him disengage and keeps pressing with relentless swings. The prince is forced into a defensive retreat as the axe carves up the ground around him. The orc's aggression only intensifies, showing no opening at all. Even when the prince catches a strike, he is still driven back by the sheer force behind it. He answers with a powerful counterattack that finally knocks the orc down. The prince admits this enemy is clearly above the rest of the orcs he has faced. Rather than retreat, he decides to test the full extent of the orc's ability. He surges forward with a stronger mana charge strike and invites the orc to show everything he has. The orc responds by channeling dark mana into his weapon and body. That power erupts outward, proving the elite can use a mana method just like a trained human warrior. The prince skids back and reassesses the fight now that the orc's true level is exposed. He understands at once that this changes the entire meaning of the attack. The sight of the orc's mana method confirms a possibility he had overlooked. He recognizes that if orc sorcerers can manipulate mana, then elite orc warriors can be taught combat methods as well. The two face each other again, now as true peers in a mana-empowered duel. The prince blames himself for not realizing sooner what the enemy's use of sorcery implied. He recalls the earlier twisted mana in the explosions and sees the pattern clearly now. From that, he concludes that the orc's elite troops have also learned structured mana techniques. He identifies his opponent as one of those elite units and says so openly. Then he unleashes Soul Severance, aiming to end the fight decisively. The technique lands, but the orc hardens himself with mana and survives the strike. Instead of falling, the orc counters with a savage slash of his own. The prince reacts instantly, refusing to be caught by the reversal. He redirects his blade in a razor-fast line to exploit the opening. This time he cuts into the orc's throat and draws blood. But even that lethal-looking hit is partially contained by the orc's defensive mana. The orc remains standing, his body reinforced enough to keep fighting despite the wound. The prince realizes the orc concentrated mana at his throat to reduce the damage. The orc snarls through the injury, proving he is still dangerous. The prince tries to follow through before the orc can recover. The orc catches the blade with his hand and sacrifices flesh to stop the attack. Blood sprays as he tears free of the sword rather than yield control of the fight. He immediately retaliates with a purple mana slash that cuts across the prince's shoulder. The counter lands hard enough to break through armor and draw blood. The prince grimaces as he takes his first serious wound of the duel. Even injured, he smiles and admits that ordinary attacks will not be enough against this opponent. He accepts the challenge fully and decides to fight the orc on equal terms. Gathering blue mana around his sword, he prepares a stronger finishing move. The orc answers by hurling himself forward with his own dark power. Their ultimate attacks collide in midair, blue and purple mana crashing together. The impact explodes across the battlefield in a blinding burst. When the light clears, the ground is shattered from the force of their clash. The orc's axe lies broken in the crater, showing which side lost the exchange. The prince calmly looks on, already knowing the duel is over. The wounded orc struggles to face him one last time. The prince raises his sword for the final blow. He declares the fight finished and commits to execution. His blade drives straight down through the orc's skull. The elite collapses, finally defeated after pushing the prince to his limit. Blood spreads beneath the corpse as the prince stands over the body to confirm the kill, when he notices the orc is somehow still alive despite the fatal strike. Because this was an elite, he decides the survivor may know more than the others and should be kept for questioning. He concludes it would be wasteful to kill such a valuable source of information immediately. At that moment, his knights arrive and call out to him in alarm. They ask if he is unharmed, but the prince is already focused on the prisoner and identifies him as an orc-vile. He confirms he is fine and asks for a report on the rest of the camp. After hearing that most enemies have been cleared, he orders all surviving orcs gathered and this elite brought along as well. He announces that from now on they will begin properly examining the orcs. The scene shifts from battle to a grim post-battle camp lit by braziers and fire. As the healer tends his shoulder, the prince is told the injury is manageable if treated carefully. Hernando heals him while teasing that even orcs manage to rough him up. The treatment finishes quickly and restores his shoulder enough for him to continue. The prince brushes it off, relieved that the wound is not serious. Ready to proceed, he moves on to the next matter, but Hernando stops him for one more surprise. Hernando proudly presents an absurdly ornate red chair for the prince to use during the interrogation. The prince stares at the ridiculous furniture in disbelief. Hernando insists that interrogating from a Grand Commander's chair is only fitting. Though baffled, the prince is told that majesty is part of command. After a moment of embarrassed consideration, he decides he may as well accept it since it was already made. He settles into the chair and tries to act as though this was a reasonable idea. Hernando beams with satisfaction as the prince reluctantly admits it is not entirely bad. The prince composes himself and prepares to begin in earnest. He formally announces the start of the prisoner's interrogation. Seated like a judge, he orders the captives brought before him one at a time. To make the stakes clear, a brazier is dragged forward as a tool of intimidation. One bound orc is shoved into the fire and screams as the threat becomes real. The other prisoners watch in terror as the punishment is carried out without hesitation. The prince warns them that each of them will get only one chance to answer properly. His first question is simple and direct. Who ordered the night ambush? The first orc spits back an insult instead of cooperating. When the translator hesitates over the abuse, the prince dismisses it and says he can tell it was just an insult. Jared steps in to enforce discipline on the prisoner. He grabs the orc and drags him toward the brazier. Without emotion, Jared slams the prisoner into the fire. The remaining orcs visibly lose their nerve as they watch what happens to those who refuse. Even the translator flinches, realizing the prince's camp is far harsher than expected. Another prisoner is burned, turning the interrogation into a demonstration of consequences. The prince reinforces the rule that he will ask each prisoner, only once. He adds that a truthful answer may earn a painless death, while defiance will not. To underline that promise, he drives his man of sword into the brazier with overwhelming force. Jared is told to set one prisoner aside, suggesting the prince has found someone worth hearing out. That orc hurriedly tries to speak before he is chosen for the flames. Through the translator, the prince learns the common soldiers know little, but one of them is ready to betray his superior to survive. The prisoner claims the ambush order came from the Orkville and begs to be spared if that leader is punished instead. The prince laughs at the desperation but notes that the orc is at least trying to be useful. He narrows the issue to a more specific question. He asks whether the ambush order ultimately came from someone named Aqua. The unfamiliar name unsettles the nearby knights, who have never heard it before. For the prince, however, the name is a major revelation, because he recognizes Aqua as the king of orcs and the true architect behind the war. He remembers Aqua as the enemy who must be eliminated at any cost. When another prisoner asks to be spared in exchange for honesty, the prince agrees to hear him out. The translator relays the offer, and the prisoners scramble to take it. One of them then says the Orkville wants the prince's oath before speaking further. The demand catches the prince off guard. The Orkville argues that if the prince breaks his word after demanding surrender, his honor would be disgraced. Rather than taking offense, the prince is intrigued that an orc would care about such a thing and concludes this one has fought many humans before. He decides to give the oath anyway, despite Jared's immediate objection. When Jared protests the danger of releasing a prisoner, the prince calmly tells him not to panic. Jared asks the prince for questioning resumes, and the Orkville confirms that the ambush order did come from Aqua through a tribal leader. The prince presses further and asks how the orcs learned the allied army's route. The answer is frustratingly incomplete. Aqua has some way of obtaining that information, but the Orkville does not know how. Jared points out the implication that Aqua somehow discovered their route in advance, and arranged the ambush accordingly. The prince agrees and connects it to another suspicious incident involving the Holy Kingdom, seeing a larger pattern in Aqua's methods. He asks one final question: just how strong is Aqua? The Orkvile's expression shifts into grim certainty before he answers. Everyone present waits tensely for the response. The translator reports that even a dozen Orkviles like this one would stand no chance against Aqua. That claim spreads unease through the knights as the scale of the threat becomes clear. The prince accepts the warning but notes that humans are far more cunning than orcs realize. As he says it, a red crystal pendant in his possession flares ominously. He reveals the pendant with a knowing smile, hinting that he has his own hidden means and is not as straightforward as he appears. At the same time, the bound Orkvile suddenly decides to test the prince's oath by charging him despite the restraints. The watching knights shout in alarm as the prisoner starts breaking free and the interrogation turns dangerous again. A brutal clash begins with a crushing blow that shakes the battlefield. A monstrous orc surges forward with dark power, trying to overwhelm the Brial forces. Someone urgently orders the prince's attacker to be stopped, while another voice reacts with cold amusement. The third prince of Brial judges the enemy's talk of honor as hypocrisy and contemptuously rejects it. As his men surround the orc, he declares the creature unworthy of honor and takes control of the fight. Without hesitation, the prince gives the order to execute the orc. The command is carried out at once, and the prince walks away as the enemy is cut down behind him. That night, the war camp settles into a tense quiet under the moon. Inside the medical tents, the wounded groan in pain as healers struggle to keep up. An exhausted priest reassures the injured that he will reach them soon, even as more calls for help come in. The overworked healer is revealed to be Germain, a priest of Brial, rushing from patient to patient. Sir Hernando steps in to direct the flow of treatment, easing Germain's burden so the worst cases can be handled first. A hooded half-orc named Cory brings water to assist, earning simple praise for helping. Germain blesses the water with holy magic and warns everyone to stand back. Cory watches in awe as ordinary water is transformed by the priest's chant. The water begins radiating a sacred aura unlike anything Cory has seen before. Germain explains that the holy water will cleanse the toxic aura clinging to the soldier's wounds, and Cory accepts the task. Even while instructing Cory, Germain is immediately called away to yet another patient. Left to observe more closely, Cory becomes fascinated by the priest's magic. As Germain resumes healing, the fear and strain on the patient's faces start to soften. The priest's magic calms the wounded almost as quickly as it treats them. Cory trembles, overwhelmed by what this power can do for suffering people. He realizes for the first time that this is what true magic looks like. By dawn, the long night of emergency treatment finally ends. After the crisis, Germain, Hernando, and Cory sit together in weary relief. Germain thanks Hernando for helping stabilize the situation and notes that things are finally under control. Hernando also praises Cory, who shyly insists he barely did anything. Germain warns that the damage could have been far worse once the real battle begins. He admits that harsher suffering still lies ahead and can only pray for divine protection. Hernando answers with unexpected calm, suggesting the coming ordeal may not be as terrible as Germain fears. He points to the camp, where soldiers are already recovering their spirits despite the danger they just survived. Music rises around the fire as the wounded help one another and tend each other's injuries. Hernando begins to explain what he believes magic is truly for. With a casual gesture, he sends a spark into the sky. The night above the camp blooms into a dazzling curtain of light that leaves everyone staring upward in wonder. Hernando says his magic can only offer a little strength. What it really does, he explains, is reach people's hearts. Cory is left speechless by the beauty and meaning of it. Gathering his courage, Cory addresses Hernando directly. He asks to be taught magic. Hernando repeats the request, surprised but intrigued. Amused and gentle, he asks Cory why he suddenly wants to learn. Cory nervously admits that the prince first planted the idea, but that is not the whole reason. As the soldiers laugh and sing beneath the lights, Cory looks at the joy around him. He searches for the right words while watching everyone smile together. At last he says the simple truth: magic makes people smile. Morning breaks over the mountains as that realization settles in him. Watching the sunrise and the lingering wonder it inspired, Cory wishes he could one day do the same for others. Hernando understands at once and imagines how remarkable it would be for a half-orc to wield magic for the sake of people. Cory smiles at the thought, encouraged by Hernando's approval. Later, the prince rests with his knights as the army regroups in daylight. A soldier arrives with urgent news for the third prince. He reports that imperial knights have come to Balchad and are asking to meet the prince. The prince decides he cannot avoid them, especially with Balchad so close, and agrees to receive them. He orders the visitors brought before him immediately. The meeting begins with formal respect toward the third prince of Braille. One imperial knight introduces himself as Rapio Artem, second son of Count Xenon. Rapio explains that the Empire's advance party has already reached the area and confirmed orc activity around Balchad. The prince listens carefully, already measuring the men before him. He then asks about the silent knight standing behind Rapio. That man steps forward to apologize for not greeting the prince sooner. He admits he is not in a position to present himself with proper honor. The prince recognizes him at once and notes, bitterly, that fate has brought them together again. To him, this man is a painful reminder of a past he would rather erase. The knight identifies himself as Graham Hartfall, once of the Empire, now stripped of his title, and pays respect to the prince. The prince recalls a previous life in which Graham had to beg him for mercy just to survive. Outwardly, however, he greets Graham politely and tells him not to use knightly honorifics for himself anymore. He asks whether Graham is truly serving in this war without any title at all. Graham confirms it, embarrassed by his fallen status. Rapio immediately defends him, insisting Graham did nothing wrong and was only ruined by the wrong superior. He argues that Graham's reputation and character still surpass those of most active knights. The prince remembers hearing that Graham was cast out of the Empire for reasons never fully explained. He is struck by the irony of meeting such a man now among the Allied forces. What unsettles him more is seeing someone he once considered the very model of knighthood now doubting his own worth. When pressed, Graham quietly admits that this is true. The prince responds with sincere respect, saying he has long heard of Graham and considers meeting him in honor. Then he makes a direct offer and invites Graham to come to Braille instead. He confesses that he despises imperial knights in general, but sees Graham as an exception. He remembers that Graham once spared his life and let him go. He also understands that Graham must have borne the consequences of that mercy alone, so he promises that if Graham comes to Braille, he will be treated well there. Graham's faint smile shows the offer moved him, even if only briefly. In the end, though, he apologizes and declines the invitation. The prince accepts the refusal without resentment, already expecting that answer. Even so, he cannot help lingering on what Graham's choice means. Soon after, the Allied force finally arrives at Balchad's gates. They enter the great assembly city where the coalition armies are gathering. The prince is struck by how much larger Balchad is than he expected. Hernando explains that the city's ruling family has produced powerful mages for generations, which helps explain its scale and defenses. As they ride in, Hernando warns the prince to stay alert. With a mischievous grin, he jokes that the prince might be devoured if he lets his guard down, especially by Balchad's mage duke. The prince imagines some stiff old noble and immediately feels uneasy about the meeting ahead. Still, he resolves to judge the duke for himself once they meet. Inside the palace, the grandeur of Balshad makes clear that this is no ordinary provincial court. A formal reception begins as the guests are welcomed into the Duke's hall. The host introduces herself as the Duke of Balshad. To the prince's surprise, the Duke is Mary Rose Entree, a young and striking woman rather than the old man he expected. Hernando quietly explains that Balshad's ducal line changed hands not long ago. Mary Rose warmly greets the Knights of Brial. She singles out the prince at once and confirms his identity with open interest. He introduces himself as Yuri Brial, commander of Brial's soldiers. Mary Rose openly compliments his looks and asks his age with disarming boldness. When he says he is 18, she notes that she is only 4 years older and suggests they may have much to talk about. Yuri remains guarded and makes it clear he does not share her enthusiasm. He immediately sees that Mary Rose knows exactly how to weaponize her beauty and charm. Because of painful experience with people like that, he refuses to view her approach kindly no matter what her intentions are. Still, he answers her flirtation with principle, saying friendship depends on shared values rather than age, status, or gender. Mary Rose is intrigued by how seriously and directly he thinks. She then turns to the Knights of Brizen and calls for their attention. Presenting Brial's delegation to them, she reminds everyone that these nations are supposed to stand together. She stresses that they will soon be fighting the same enemy side by side. On that basis, she proposes that the two sides take time to get to know one another. Brial's side wonders why she suddenly seems so eager to force familiarity. Hernando downplays it, suggesting she may simply enjoy making connections. He insists there is probably no deeper motive than her liking to make friends. The conversation shifts to Brizen, and Yuri notes that it is a small coastal nation known for tough, stubborn seafaring people. One of Brizen's commanders then formally addresses the Prince of Brial. He introduces himself as Jonathan, commander of Brizen. Jonathan offers Yuri a drink as a gesture of courtesy. Yuri accepts, but immediately remarks that the refined wine in front of him does not seem to match a rough country like Brizen. His slight smile makes it clear the insult was deliberate. Jonathan and his men instantly recognize the remark as a challenge to their nation's dignity. Rather than lose his temper, Jonathan answers with controlled severity. One of his subordinates erupts in outrage, convinced Brial is mocking them for being country people, until he is ordered to stop. Jonathan reins his men in and keeps the confrontation from turning chaotic. He asks Yuri directly whether the insult should be taken as a provocation against Brizen itself. Yuri coolly asks what Jonathan intends to do if that is exactly what it was. He refuses to apologize and makes clear that he will not soften his disrespect. Jonathan says an apology is unnecessary. Instead, he interprets Yuri's behavior in one of two ways: either the prince is truly as unruly as rumor claims, or he is deliberately testing Brizen. Jonathan chooses the second explanation and decides the issue should be settled by proving Brizen's worth. He warns that an untrustworthy ally is more dangerous than an enemy and accepts the need for a clear test. When Yuri asks whether Brizen can prove itself, Jonathan answers that a knight's value is shown by the sword. Mary Rose eagerly seizes on the idea before anyone can object. Delighted by the tension, she orders everyone to the training grounds. The gathering moves outside to the palace arena. A Brial knight and a Brizen knight take their places to duel as representatives of their nations. From above, Mary Rose, Jonathan, and Yuri watch together, each for very different reasons. Mary Rose asks Yuri whether he deliberately started this conflict, admitting she does not mind because it gives her something entertaining to watch. Yuri accuses her of pretending innocence when she was the one who created the opportunity, and she counters that he exploited it gladly. As the duel is about to begin, Yuri reflects that Brizen's strength matters, but he is also trying to confirm something more important. Looking over Brizen's men, he thinks ahead to the future. He recalls that one day a title reserved only for the continent's greatest warriors, the 10 strongest, will be bestowed again. He is certain that one of the figures before him will eventually claim a place on that list. Knowing who that future powerhouse is in advance could become a decisive advantage. On the field, the two duelists introduce themselves as Proin and Lauren. The Brizen fighter drops all pretense of courtesy and promises to enjoy crushing his younger opponent. Jonathan watches in stern silence, trusting the outcome to speak for itself. Yuri studies the duel with intense focus, eager to learn what this clash will reveal. Behind his calm gaze looms the greater question of who among these warriors will one day rise into the 10 strongest. The story opens by explaining that the greatest warriors are marked by the names they carry, a recognition reserved for those nearest to true supremacy. Those names are introduced as titles that stand above ordinary rank and define the balance of power across nations. In an age of national conflict, these elite figures are treated like pieces that can decide entire wars. As wars spread across the continent, the strongest serve as overwhelming deterrents whose presence alone restrains enemies. The prince decides that forging ties with talented future powerhouses will become a valuable investment, and he turns his attention to the knights before him. He invokes the old idea that men become friends through combat and calls forward Lauren Flandre. A veteran knight from Bryson recognizes Lauren's reputation and assumes he must be a celebrated tournament prodigy. Lauren immediately dismisses that kind of fame as shallow ceremonial glory and begins the duel with contempt. He attacks while belittling his opponent's style as the predictable swordsmanship of a nobleman. In that instant, Lauren reads the opening his taunt has created. He slips through the attack and turns the exchange around before the veteran can capitalize on his momentum. The prince notes that the Bryson knight's technique is textbook correct, but that very correctness makes him easy to read. Because the man's intentions are too obvious, Lauren sees through him completely. The Bryson knight tries to seize the first point with a decisive strike. Lauren remains calm, already prepared for the line of attack. The clash sends force through the arena as the momentum shifts in Lauren's favor. Watching from above, the Bryson side realizes the exchange has turned more sharply than expected. The prince quietly confirms that events are unfolding exactly as he predicted. Lauren settles into a perfect countering posture, controlling distance and timing. The Bryson knight suddenly understands he has been led into danger too late to escape it. Lauren ends the bout with his blade at the man's throat, winning cleanly. The prince is pleased, seeing his judgment proven right. He explains that Lauren deliberately exposed his shoulder to lure the attack where he wanted it. The moment the strike came, Lauren twisted his wrist to rob the opponent of power. Then he shifted his weight inward with perfect timing to take control of the center line. By deflecting and transitioning in one motion, he turned defense directly into offense. The prince still gives credit to the Bryson knight, noting that an ordinary fighter would have broken down before reacting to Lauren's speed. Even so, Lauren's ability to read the attack and build an efficient counterline places him a level higher. The defeated knight accepts the result with good humor and admits Lauren got him. He formally concedes, praises Lauren's skill, and the two men seal the duel with a handshake. Bryson's knights applaud, acknowledging the quality of the match despite the loss. Their commander praises Bryal's prince for fielding such a skilled knight, while the prince returns the compliment to Bryson's fighter. With Bryal now leading 1-0, the prince makes it clear he expects Bryson to keep playing along. Bryson's commander immediately calls for the next fighter, summoning Jose. He orders Jose to take the field for Bryson's next bout. Jose answers by stepping forward with a massive sword, signaling a very different kind of fight. The prince notices Jose's imposing build, while the red-haired mage beside him is distracted by how physically impressive the man is. Jose introduces himself as Jose Erter and accepts the order without hesitation. Bryson's commander reveals that Jose is the strongest knight in their unit and that he intends to challenge Bryal's strongest in return. The prince takes interest at once when he hears Jose is Bryson's best. Instead of sending his top knight, he unexpectedly calls on Jared. Jared is startled that he has been chosen, but the prince brusquely orders him into the arena anyway. Jared goes out reluctantly while his comrades cheer him on with far more confidence than he feels. Jose greets Jared politely and says he is looking forward to the match, while Jared nervously introduces himself in return. The moment Jared sees Jose's expression, he realizes this opponent is dangerous in a way he cannot ignore. He recognizes Jose as a fighter driven by a fierce hunger to win. Jose reads Jared just as quickly and concludes that Jared is the cautious type who tries to measure an opponent first. So Jose refuses to wait, and launches the opening attack himself. Jared is caught off guard by the speed and pressure of the first move. Jose bears down with monstrous force, making himself feel like an overwhelming wall of violence. Jared's thoughts scramble as he tries to decide how to block, realizing too late that none of his options are good. He concludes he cannot withstand the blow head-on. Jose's heavy slash tears across the arena with enough power to threaten Jared even at a distance. Jared barely avoids disaster and is left shaken by how close he came to being crushed. Jose coldly points out that Jared can still afford to be distracted, which means he has not yet been pushed hard enough. He follows with another sweeping assault, forcing Jared to defend against relentless pressure. Jared manages to catch the attack, but the impact drives through his guard and body. He strains desperately just to hold the blade back. Watching from above, the prince judges Jose to be both monstrously strong and technically refined. He notes that Jose combines brute force with excellent technique and can shift freely through many kinds of movement. That makes Jose seem like exactly the sort of knight who could someday claim a place among the continent's 10 strongest. Jose slips around Jared's defense and uses his body to break Jared's balance at close range. He drives Jared down and batters through his guard, ending the exchange decisively. Jared, battered and on the ground, calls for the fight to stop. Jose immediately eases off and praises Jared for lasting as long as he did against him. Jared accepts the loss with grace and says he learned a great deal from the bout. The match ends with mutual respect rather than humiliation. The prince declares the score tied at 1-1 and commends both fighters. With the point settled, Braille's side suggests ending the sparring session there. The prince asks whether this much fighting is enough for everyone to count as properly acquainted. He answers himself that it is close enough, because trust among allies matters more than empty ceremony. He then tells the Mage Duke that he is disappointed by something. The Mage Duke takes the remark personally at first, expecting a more intimate kind of attention. Instead, the prince reminds her that if getting to know one another is important, she should not keep avoiding him. She teasingly accuses him of postponing the chance to get to know her. Leaning close, she presses him with playful intimacy and calls him prince in a deliberately provocative tone. For a moment, even she is flustered by how far she has taken the teasing. The prince stays outwardly composed, though he clearly feels the pressure of the moment. He abruptly changes the subject and reminds the Mage Duke that she promised to show them her office. She recovers at once, admitting that her earlier behavior was mostly an act. The Bruzen commander asks if she can guide them there immediately, since many people are curious. She agrees without much resistance. When she invites the prince to come with her, he declines because he still has business with his knights. He cheerfully excuses himself and leaves before she can keep pressing him. The Mage Duke is left blushing and irritated, while the Bruzen commander laughs at the whole exchange. Her embarrassment quickly turns into open frustration at how slippery the prince is. Soon afterward, the allied forces as a whole arrive at Bal Shad. The arrival of the Empire's supreme commander raises the stakes and makes every faction more alert. Each allied nation begins quietly measuring the strength of the others. Brial alone refuses to play the same political game. When asked whether they should focus only on training, the prince answers yes without hesitation. His subordinate warns that the other commanders are already sharing strategies and forming alliances. The prince dismisses those arrangements as shallow and temporary. He explains that only the strongest representatives of each nation have gathered, and none of them will set aside their pride easily. Since everyone believes themselves superior, words alone will never settle anything among them. So he concludes that the only real answer is to demonstrate strength directly. With that in mind, he proposes another spar. A new challenger accepts the idea at once and addresses him with formal respect. The challenger approaches, saying it is an honor to cross blades with the prince. The prince tells him not to hold back. The blonde swordsman answers with quiet confidence. He releases pure blue mana and prepares to fight seriously. The prince instantly recognizes the man's mana as exceptionally pure, exactly what he expected from Lauren. He judges Lauren to be an ideal training partner. Lauren opens with a fast, low attack empowered by mana. The prince intercepts the strike cleanly, matching Lauren's speed without losing composure. Their footwork tears into the ground as both men fight for position. Lauren shifts into another mana-charged stance, preparing a more intricate sequence. The prince tracks the motion and cuts across the line with exact timing. Lauren answers by sending a storm of blue blade trajectories toward him. The prince sees at once how precise Lauren's control is. He reads the attack as a razor-sharp trajectory designed to leave no room for even the smallest mistake, and recognizes it as the same pure sword he remembers. That purity reminds him of a past life, when Lauren killed him with a blade that stayed true even against Lauren's own turbulent emotions. Remembering that, the prince thinks that if he were ever to entrust his back to Lauren's sword, it would be because that sword never wavers from its duty. He answers Lauren's barrage with a sweeping counter that tears through the incoming lines. The clash of their manalays strikes explodes across the field. Lauren lands and resets, while the prince remains steady at range. Another impact gouges the ground as the exchange continues at full intensity. The prince presses forward with growing excitement, clearly enjoying the duel. Lauren meets him head-on, equally eager to test himself. Their blades lock at close range, and both men grin through the pressure of the contest. Brial's knights cheer wildly, thrilled by the spectacle. One observer wonders whether a spar really needs to be this brutal. Another can only marvel that the Prince of Brial is this skilled. Lauren seems about to say something important as he stares at the prince. But before he can continue, Jose suddenly interrupts from the sidelines. Jose loudly asks the prince for a favor. What he wants is simple. He also wants a chance to spar. The prince finds the request amusing rather than bothersome. He agrees immediately. Then, instead of volunteering himself, he casually offers Jared to Jose as the next opponent. Jose happily drags the horrified Jared away while the prince laughs and tells them to enjoy themselves. Lauren, still respectful despite the interruption, thanks the prince for letting him learn through their exchange. The prince says he is already looking forward to their next spar. As Lauren leaves, the prince watches him go with clear approval. Later, away from the arena, the prince withdraws alone to think. He sits beneath a tree, catching his breath and turning his attention to more serious matters. He asks whether there has been any progress on the investigation. Asana appears from concealment to report in person. She notes that his abilities seem to be improving, and he answers that the open plains suit his skills better. He then asks what she learned about the foreigner. Asana reports that she has found traces of that man in Bal Shad. The prince identifies the target as the foreigner, one of the continent's 10 strongest from the east, and recalls that in his previous life the man fought Alqua alone. Although the reason for that old opposition remains unclear, the prince decides the man may become a useful ally simply because he stands against the same enemy. He orders that the foreigner must be found before the war with Alqua begins, and Asana accepts the task. The prince insists they cannot afford to delay. He reveals why. When the battle against Alqua comes, the one forced out of the 10 strongest will be the Empire's supreme commander. That commander is introduced as the Emperor's half-brother. He is also the current supreme commander of the Allied forces, a man whose authority and power dominate the coalition. His name is revealed as Ragnar Gustav Granzian, setting up the true giant the prince intends to bring down. Yuri realizes the man before him is someone he knew in his previous life and instinctively tries to stop the moment from slipping away. Even while secretly holding hands, the danger of being discovered weighs on the woman beside him. Yuri dismisses her fear and reassures her that no one is around to catch them. She still hesitates, torn between desire and the risk of scandal. He boldly promises to bear the consequences himself, pushing her past her last resistance. Their kiss is cut short when an older man suddenly calls them out. The pair turn in shock and find the woman's uncle lounging nearby, annoyed rather than outraged. Yuri quickly realizes this uncle must be someone important, while the man complains about their fuss. Instead of punishing them, the uncle calmly decides to question Yuri. He asks whether Yuri truly cares for her, and Yuri answers without wavering that he does. The uncle drops the matter with a laugh, apparently satisfied by Yuri's composure. He leaves them to handle the rest themselves, ending the confrontation on unexpectedly easy terms. From that brief encounter, Yuri judges the man to be far more formidable than he first appeared. At the Allied War Council in Bal Shad, Yuri identifies that man as Ragna, the Emperor's half-brother and supreme commander. Others treat Ragna's presence as a political opportunity. While Yuri notes bitterly that even in wartime the nobles are still playing power games, Yuri is unsettled when Ragna calls the situation fortunate, sensing trouble behind the casual remark. Ragna notices the room's ease and pointedly asks since when they have all become so comfortable. His mere shift in posture is enough to make the room tense. Once seated in full authority, Ragna makes it clear that he is now in command. He warns them that any further complacency will not be tolerated. Then he crushes the room with killing intent and declares his hatred for cowards before anyone can object. The commanders are shaken as they recognize the terrifying Leonhardt Prince of the Empire. Yuri, however, greets the display with dry amusement. Ragna lays down the rules: anyone who flees will die by his hand, but those who fight well will be treated and rewarded as true knights. The others are left speechless, while Yuri reflects that he understands exactly how Ragna operates. Taking advantage of the opening, Yuri asks to speak directly. Even as he recalls that Ragna favors confidence and composure, Yuri uses that poise to ask for the Empire's assessment of the orc's strength. Ragna demands his name first, forcing Yuri to identify himself as Yuri Bryol, commander of Bryol. Ragna immediately recognizes him as the young man George had mentioned and takes a sharper interest. Pleased by the question, Ragna reveals that an orc named Aqua has united the 3 great tribes. He stresses that Aqua's rise has already become a serious threat. Ragna adds that the enemy vanguard is already establishing a camp around Bal Shad. He announces that battle will begin the day after tomorrow and that this will be the Allied forces' first true test. Then, without warning, he offers Yuri the vanguard position. The room stiffens as everyone realizes Yuri has just been singled out for the deadliest role. Yuri takes a breath, understanding the weight of what he has been handed. He accepts at once and declares that he will gladly stand at the front. Night falls over the camp as the decision settles into reality. Alone by the fire, Yuri quietly wrestles with the burden of leading men into battle. Mary Rose, the Mage Duke of Bal Shad, approaches him and asks what is troubling him so deeply. Yuri greets her politely and asks why she has come to the military camp. She praises him for winning the coveted vanguard post, but her interest clearly goes beyond simple congratulations. Noticing his unease, she presses him to explain what is really on his mind. Yuri accuses her of taking an unusual interest in him, and she answers that he never gave her a chance to know him before. Her tone turns serious as she admits she cannot trust lightly when the lives of Balshad's citizens are at stake. Yuri asks her to drop the worried expression and give him a direct answer as a prince. Mary Rose offers to support him on the battlefield if he will answer her honestly. When Yuri asks how, she reminds him that she is the Mage Duke. To prove it, she gathers blazing fire in her hand with effortless control. She boasts that on the plains she would be more useful than Hernando, making clear she wants a place in the coming fight. Yuri studies her in silence, weighing both her power and her intentions. At last he admits that there will be casualties the day after tomorrow. Mary Rose listens closely, sensing he is finally speaking from conviction rather than caution. Yuri explains that the vanguard is the most visible position and also the place where the most soldiers die. He looks at the ordinary men around the camp and thinks of the lives about to be spent. He states plainly that the men laughing and eating tonight will soon become corpses. Yuri accepts that this outcome follows from the decision he himself made. Though he claims not to be sentimental, he cannot ignore the responsibility pressing on him. He says he wants to carry that burden properly instead of pretending it belongs to someone else. Mary Rose is visibly moved by the sincerity behind his resolve. She says his answer has genuinely touched her. Then she teases him for still being too much of a man, more interested in the soldiers than in her. Before Yuri can respond, she reaches toward him with sudden intimacy. Mary Rose formally promises that she, the Mage Duke of Bal Shad, will help him in his first battle. Yuri accepts her offer with gratitude, and the two seal their cooperation with a handshake. A few days later, the first battle of the Allied forces arrives. The enemy advances with monstrous beasts at the front, their ferocity made plain before the clash even begins. The Orc army surges forward, and the Allied side recognizes that its first real battle has begun. Ragna and Mary Rose watch from above as the armies prepare to collide. Brile's banner rises in the wind, marking Yuri's force at the forefront. Yuri addresses every soldier under his command. Standing before the vanguard, he orders them to prepare for battle. Ragna watches in silence, judging the young commander he chose. As the moment to deploy arrives, Ragna questions why Mary Rose is still present. Mary Rose answers that she is there because someone asked something of her. When pressed, she confirms that she was indeed asked. A battle horn sounds, signaling the final approach. Mary Rose reveals that the one who asked for her help was the Prince of Brile himself. Across the line, the Allied commanders and champions ready themselves for Yuri's lead. Yuri asks his soldiers if they are ready. They answer with a unified shout, and the charge begins. The vanguard gallops straight toward the oncoming orcs without hesitation. Observers note in disbelief that the Prince of Brile has placed himself at the very front. Ragna judges the move reckless and wonders whether it is mere bravado or something more. At that critical instant, Mary Rose asks the commander's lead to act. Ragna turns to her, waiting to see what she intends. She unleashes a massive fire spell, saying this is exactly what Yuri asked her to do. Her magic swells into a blazing torrent aimed directly at the enemy advance. The firestorm crashes down in front of Yuri's charge, tearing into the orc formation. Ragna realizes the strike landed dangerously close and fears Allied soldiers could be caught in it as well. Mary Rose coolly implies that this risk was part of Yuri's plan. Yuri rides straight beneath the descending inferno instead of retreating from it. Rather than panic, he smiles, having anticipated exactly this moment. He releases the water magic he prepared in accordance with the plan he made with Mary Rose. His horse drives forward as he commits fully to the opening she created. The fire detonates around him, but he keeps advancing through the chaos. Yuri draws his sword to turn defense into attack. Water surges from his blade and spreads outward in a protective current. He sends the water barrier forward and clears a safe path for his troops. Watching this, Ragna's expression hardens into focused interest. The battlefield becomes a sea of flame and wreckage as Yuri's maneuver reshapes the front line. His water magic collides with the fire, controlling its spread instead of letting it consume allies. Wrapped in water and fire, Yuri looks every bit like a commander who belongs in legend. Using the protected opening, he orders the vanguard to charge through. The Allied cavalry and knights burst into the shattered enemy line behind him. The orcs roar in confusion and pain as their advance is broken. Yuri plants his spear and shifts his mount, turning the breakthrough into close combat. He immediately follows with a direct strike of his own. An orc rider is killed outright as Yuri's attack lands cleanly. Even the beasts lunging at him fail to shake his composure. Brile's knights press in around him, cutting down enemies while Yuri keeps the momentum alive. One allied knight admires their skill and decides it is time for the rest of them to match it. Inspired by Yuri's example, the other commanders urge their men to accelerate the assault. A holy knight calls on her kingdom's soldiers to protect Brial's line and join the push. With the enemy formation collapsing, the allied forces are ordered to finish the rout. Ragnar is impressed that Yuri's gamble has produced such a decisive result. He concludes that because Yuri crushed the enemy from the very front, the soldiers' morale soared to its peak. He also recognizes the brilliance of combining Mary Rose's fire strike with Yuri's water barrier to protect allies while devastating the enemy. Even so, Ragnar questions Mary Rose about whether she knowingly agreed to such a reckless plan. Mary Rose admits she tried to stop Yuri at first, but in the end his audacity won her over. Watching Yuri carve through the battlefield, she finds his unexpected side irresistible. As the field burns with victory, she decides this outcome suits her just fine. The Allied forces secure their first battle under a banner planted over the fallen enemy. Later, back in Balshad, Mary Rose returns to her work with the battle still on her mind. She writes calmly at her desk, already processing the aftermath. Her pen pauses as an uninvited visitor arrives. She acknowledges that Yuri survived the battle victoriously, but her attention is on the intruder instead. Annoyed, she demands to know who entered her room without permission. The visitor reveals himself as Hernando, and he tries to soften her irritation with familiarity. He reminds her that he was once her teacher, but she bitterly answers that a teacher who abandoned his student has no right to warmth. Hernando says he came to see how his former student's work was progressing. He specifically asks about her research into the transcendental interpretation formula. Mary Rose admits she has made progress and explains that the formula links languages to recover meaning, and that it has now connected to ancient magic. Hernando tells her to inform him if she advances further, but she resists the idea of reporting to him. He then asks whether she is interested in Prince Yuri, saying that Yuri's fate is why he needs her help. Mary Rose is caught off guard when Hernando points out how important Yuri's fate seems to be to her. He reminds her that a grand wizard is forbidden from directly intervening in human history, and she acknowledges that rule. Hernando argues that Yuri's fate is already drawing many people in regardless. He adds that even the Empire's commander appears to have become involved in that same current. The focus shifts back to the Brial camp, where Yuri's next trial is already taking shape. Ragnar summons Yuri and begins assigning him a new task. Yuri is startled to learn that the task is a reconnaissance mission. Ragnar's expression makes clear that this is another deliberate test rather than a routine order. Outside, the quiet camp contrasts with the danger of what is being planned. Yuri confirms that Ragnar intends to entrust the reconnaissance to him. Ragnar says they will enter the eastern plains, deep in Orc territory, the very next day. He warns that ambushes are certain and that the entire army will be moving under severe strain. Yuri immediately grasps the real purpose. He is being asked to form a detached unit to shield the alliance's formation. He falls silent for a moment, measuring the burden of yet another dangerous role. Then Yuri answers diplomatically that Brial already took the vanguard in the last battle, and if fairness matters, another nation should be given the next chance. A commander makes clear that he values proven ability over prideful reputations. Because of that, he would rather entrust Brial's prince with the role. The prince answers by offering a different solution. His proposal is to support the march with a reconnaissance unit chosen to protect the main force. Instead of accepting volunteers blindly, he wants the applying nations to compete for the position. The idea excites the other commanders, who see that the prince wants only the strongest troops involved. They quickly understand that mediocrity will be excluded, and the challenge rekindles their fighting spirit. The prince sets the rules, hunt works along the route, cut off their right ears, and let the results decide future assignments. When asked directly, he admits the competition was his own idea. He explains that because the order comes from the supreme commander, every nation must participate, making the contest a true measure of strength. A Brial knight warns that reconnaissance warfare is unlike ordinary battle and may not suit them. The prince dismisses the concern and insists he already has a way to handle it. He reveals his confidence without explaining the method yet. As the main army advances toward the plains, the contest begins in earnest. The commanders are ordered to move into the surrounding area, track the orcs, and wipe them out. Whichever nation brings back the monsters will gain priority in later missions. The female commander from another nation receives the terms in silence, taking the challenge seriously. The bearded commander from Bryson also accepts the stakes with a hard look. Yuri, the Brial prince, meets the challenge head-on behind his helmeted comm to mark the start. The blonde commander turns over an hourglass. With that signal, the competition officially begins. The rival commanders immediately split off in different directions to hunt first. The blonde commander watches them go with confidence in his own side. One of his men notes that he seems especially invested in Briel's prince. He admits Yuri has caught his attention despite his youth. As Yuri rides out with his unit, the commander decides that another strong showing could make him genuinely favor the young prince. Yuri leads his cavalry forward at speed, already focused on results. When asked for a plan, he answers that they first need to locate orcs. His subordinate protests that finding them alone will not be enough to win. Yuri only laughs and repeats that he has a method. Before he can explain, a scout suddenly reports movement to the northeast. Yuri turns at once toward the disturbance. The enemy reveals itself as an orc cavalry force. Rather than avoid them, Yuri decides to draw the orcs toward his side. He activates a red crystal necklace, putting his hidden plan into motion. The charging orcs immediately react to the crystal's pull and rush after it. Their aggression sharpens as they lock onto the lure. The orc riders close in, convinced they have prey in front of them. Yuri reminds his men that the goal is not slaughter for its own sake but collecting intact right ears. His soldiers ready their blades with that instruction in mind. He warns them not to overdo the killing and ruin the proof they need. Then Yuri gives the order to charge. His cavalry surges forward to meet the orcs head-on. A Briel knight collides with an orc rider in the first clash. The Briel troops begin cutting down the enemy with precise mounted strikes. One knight finishes an orc cleanly and keeps moving. The melee spreads as more orcs are cut down in rapid succession. Even the enemy mounts are brought down, breaking the orc charge. Another enraged orc rider tries to force his way through the chaos. Yuri rides straight into the thick of it, still controlling the crystal lure. An orc swings at him from close range, trying to catch him off guard. Yuri counters with overwhelming speed and cuts the attacker down before the blow can land. He remains composed, already thinking beyond the immediate skirmish. After the clash, Yuri reveals that he prepared 2 tools for this mission. One is the crystal necklace he took from bandits, and the other is still about to be shown. A subordinate reports they have already secured 10 ears and believes that should be enough to beat the other nations. Yuri rejects that complacency and says the result is still insufficient. His men are left confused by his refusal to settle for an early lead. To demonstrate his real method, Yuri drives his sword into the ground. A pillar of golden force erupts from the earth around him. The display shocks the soldiers watching nearby. Yuri stands within the surging power as if he expected it all along. He declares that they will not return until every orc in the area has been hunted down. He identifies the technique as Soul Sovereign, a strange mana art that can take any form according to the user's will. By combining it with an earth-imbued sword that senses vibrations, he spreads that perception through the ground. Through that expanded sense, hidden orcs begin to reveal themselves to his awareness. Yuri realizes he can identify everything moving across the land even without seeing it directly. That is why 10 ears are nowhere near enough for him. His true aim is total extermination of every orc nearby before withdrawing. He steels himself to carry that plan through. Back at camp, the blonde commander decides the time has come to judge the contest. He orders each nation to submit the pouches containing the orc's ears. As the bags are placed before him, he begins to count. He demands to know which nation each pouch belongs to and mocks those who fail to earn a reconnaissance place. When one result proves worthless, he dismisses it with open contempt. He keeps checking bag after bag, unimpressed by the poor totals. Seeing how many nations fail to kill even one orc leaves him disgusted, then one pouch finally catches his attention. It belongs to Bruzin. Bruzin has 6 ears, the best showing so far, and their commander credits luck and a chance encounter with an orc scout unit. The blonde commander replies that luck itself is part of battlefield skill. He also reveals that his own imperial army secretly sent out a scouting party because he refused to be left out. That extra effort gives the imperial side 12 years, a respectable total that impresses the onlookers. Even Bruzin's commander, who already respected the imperial army, is unsettled that they doubled his result despite leaving later. The female commander bitterly realizes the other nations have effectively been reduced to decoys. The blonde commander smooths over the resentment by telling everyone that what matters now is what they achieve from this point on. Just as he thinks the counting is over, one final pouch remains. He is told the last bag belongs to Briel. The rival commanders fall silent as the final result is opened. The blonde commander is visibly thrown when he sees what is inside. He turns to Yuri and demands to know the secret behind this outcome. Yuri brushes it off and claims they simply worked hard. That night the camp settles, but the tension from the contest lingers. A Briel subordinate carefully oversees the unloading of their spoils. something suddenly catches his attention. He notices Yuri quietly leaving and watches him with suspicion. Unable to read Yuri's behavior, he wonders what is wrong with him. He follows Yuri to a firelit corner of camp where Yuri is meeting with others. Yuri learns that knights from other nations have recently been provoking Brial. He treats the hostility lightly, saying they are probably jealous because Brial won the reconnaissance role and drew attention. Still, he says the real issue is something else entirely. That issue is the captured orc sorcerer, whose value may exceed the contest itself. Yuri asks the captive, to a translator named Kori, whether he has learned anything useful. The sorcerer erupts in alarmed speech. Yuri asks what the outburst means. Kori explains that rumors have spread among the orcs. According to those rumors, there is a knight who can smell out orcs like a dog. Kori adds that the orcs consider earning such a feared nickname from their enemies a kind of honor. Though Yuri is annoyed it was dog rather than wolf, a nearby subordinate asks if Yuri is actually enjoying this. Yuri starts to take pride in the idea that his fearsome reputation has spread among the orcs. But Kori clarifies that the title being used is the Emperor's Black Dog, and that the orcs believe this hunter is targeting Oklahoma. That wording immediately changes Yuri's mood. He bristles at the implication that he is merely the Empire's hound. His subordinate hurriedly offers to handle the interrogation before Yuri kills the prisoner in anger. Yuri forces himself to calm down and lets the questioning continue. The sorcerer reveals that Kuri, chief of the Garoon tribe and Aqua's direct subordinate, has already prepared to receive the Allied forces and is said to be monstrously strong. Worse, Kuri intends to devour the Allied army before they can even reach Aqua. Satisfied with the intelligence, Yuri praises Kori for his work. He leaves the rest to Jared and says he will report the matter to the Supreme Commander. Instead, Yuri is abruptly summoned again by the blonde commander. The commander catches him off guard by asking whether he has a lover or girlfriend, and Yuri admits he has no one. When pressed for his age, Yuri answers that he is 18. Yuri cannot understand why any of this matters in the middle of war. The commander finally explains that he has a very pretty niece. Before Yuri can react, the commander ends the conversation and says they can discuss it next time. Left alone, Yuri suddenly realizes who that niece might be. His mind jumps to the woman he once saved, and the possibility horrifies him. He rejects the idea outright and panics. Determined to avoid meeting her again, he decides he needs a fake lover immediately. A voice interrupts his spiraling thoughts. The woman herself approaches, concerned that Yuri looks unwell. The moment he sees her, Yuri realizes she is exactly the person he had hoped to avoid. To him, she appears like the very savior he cannot escape. The night around them stays quiet while Yuri scrambles for a solution. He decides the only way to avoid the commander's matchmaking is to pretend he is already dating someone. He narrows the choice to someone indebted to him and unable to refuse. He chooses Sibylla on the spot. Yuri steps close, calls her by name, and gets her full attention. He reminds her that he once saved her life. Then he says he will soon need her help, and that no one else will do. Before she can understand, he flees after promising they will speak again, leaving her demanding an explanation. A silver-haired officer named Fennec appears beside Sibylla and notices Yuri's strange behavior. When asked what he means, Fennec smiles as if he has already figured it out. He bluntly tells Sibylla that she and Yuri look good together. Fennec cheerfully declares that he will sincerely support the two of them. Sibylla can only stare in exhausted disbelief. Somewhere else under the night sky, Yuri wishes everyone would simply leave him alone. By morning, the Allied army resumes its march through the mountains. One of Yuri's men reveals that he overheard the commander's private words. When Yuri pretends not to know what he means, the soldier makes it clear he is asking why the prince keeps summoning him. While riding with his men, Yuri Brial dismisses a rumor that he is considering marriage as empty gossip. He brushes off the teasing and makes it clear he has no interest in such talk. A sudden swarm of crows cuts across the army's path and draws his attention away from the banter. The unnatural number of crows makes Yuri suspect something is wrong ahead. As the column slows in confusion, the disturbance forces them to stop and assess the road. Yuri decides to ride ahead to investigate, and another knight insists on accompanying him. They hurry into a narrow ravine and are called forward towards something urgent. The moment Yuri sees the scene inside, he realizes they have found a massacre. Bodies hang impaled throughout the gorge, turning the passage into a display of slaughter. One of the knights is horrified as the scale of the atrocity sinks in. The prince accompanying them coldly remarks that the orcs have staged an almost theatrical welcome. Yuri explains that orcs use human corpses as ornaments to intimidate their enemies. He reads the message clearly. The victims were skewered and left half-eaten to declare how little humans are worth. Fearing the sight will crush the soldiers' morale, Yuri asks permission to clear the bodies away at once. The prince grants the request without hesitation. Yuri immediately orders Briel's men to prepare torches so the remains can be burned. The soldiers light the torches and begin the grim work. They set the corpses ablaze and start cleaning the ravine so the army can move on. A shaken subordinate struggles to understand such cruelty, and Yuri tells him not to let it break him. Yuri steadies himself and begins examining the scene more carefully. He sends 2 men, Guinness and Dyke, to scout briefly and return before going too deep. The pair obey and move out to inspect the area. As they search among the bodies and arrows, one of them notices that the battlefield does not look right. He points out that the arrows are embedded from the wrong direction for an orc impalement. The men realize the victims were likely shot from above, meaning the ravine is a trap rather than a simple warning. Before they can react, the hidden enemy answers their deduction with a lethal shot. An arrow strikes Guinness, and he barely has time to register the hit. Blood pours from his mouth as the ambush begins in earnest. His companion screams for him as more arrows crash down. The soldiers finally understand they are under attack and raise the alarm. Orc archers reveal themselves on the cliffs and loose a coordinated volley into the ravine. The rain of arrows turns the narrow passage into a killing zone. Dyke panics and thinks of fleeing, but he cannot abandon the wounded Guinness. Yuri shouts precise instructions, telling Dyke where Guinness has been hit so he can be moved. He seizes control of the chaos and acts before the next volley lands. Drawing on a blue, spectral power, Yuri unleashes his Death Knight ability. The summoned blades intercept the incoming arrows and carve open a safe pocket around his men. He lands beside Guinness to check whether the man can still be saved. Even under fire, Yuri confirms that Guinness is still alive. He orders Dyke and Simon to carry the wounded man out and request aid from the Holy Kingdom. To ensure they are taken seriously, he tells them to invoke his full name, Yuri Briel. Yuri watches them go, already reading the enemy's intent. He realizes the orcs have completely outmaneuvered them with this ambush. Their withdrawal after the volley feels deliberately condescending, as if they only wanted to prove they could kill the humans whenever they wished. Yuri accepts the provocation and decides he cannot let it stand. He resolves to answer the insult personally instead of retreating. Elsewhere, the prince studies the report and identifies the attack as a hidden unit positioned on the right cliff. Since the army cannot bypass the ravine, he concludes the ambushers must be eliminated. He turns to Yuri and asks what he intends to do. Yuri answers that there is only one practical course of action. He asks for archers to pin the hidden orc unit in place so they cannot emerge freely. As he speaks, he prepares himself for a direct assault. Yuri declares that while the archers suppress the enemy, he will seize the top of the rift. The orc archers wait above on both sides of the cliffs, confident in their position. One of them notices movement and realizes the humans are counterattacking. An orc archer steps forward to meet the threat from the cliff edge. Human arrows streak upward in a suppressing barrage. The orc archers are forced to duck as the prince's archers pin them down. The prince calmly oversees the supporting fire while his bowmen keep pressure on the cliffs. He reminds them that their only job is to stop the orcs from coming out. Using the cliff face itself as a route, Yuri begins climbing straight up the ravine wall. His men follow behind, but it is clear Yuri intends to do the real hunting himself. The soldiers worry he is rushing ahead too recklessly, but he keeps climbing. One struggling subordinate warns Yuri to conserve his strength for the battle at the top, and Yuri mocks the man's poor stamina instead. He urges them on, knowing the archer's suppression gives them only a brief window. Mid-climb, Yuri senses a new danger before it reaches him. A massive rock is hurled down from above, threatening to crush the climbers. Yuri instantly summons more spectral blades to answer the attack. The blue swords whirl around him and launch outward. They slam into the falling debris and shatter it before it can wipe out the climbing party. Yuri uses one of the summoned blades as a foothold and anchor to keep ascending. By chaining the spectral swords into the cliff, he creates a path and surges upward with unnatural speed. He bursts through the last stretch of the climb and closes on the summit. His focus hardens as he prepares to enter the enemy's position alone. He drives the sword into the rock to halt himself and pull onto the ledge. Yuri hangs for a moment at the cliff face, then steadies himself at the top. Before advancing, he calls down to make sure the men below survive the falling boulder. They answer that they are unharmed and continue climbing after him. Satisfied, Yuri orders them to keep pace and follow. He sprints across the slanted rock toward the orc ambushes. Then he launches himself into their position in a direct assault. Landing among them, he greets the orcs with mocking gratitude for their enthusiastic welcome. Surrounded by enemies, Yuri taunts them for receiving him so warmly. When the orcs recognize him as a quackite, Yuri openly confirms his identity and insults them back. The orcs answer with rage and charge him. Yuri slips under the first attack and closes the distance. His glowing blade cuts through the first orc in a single decisive strike. A second attack flashes toward him immediately from the side. Yuri barely avoids the follow-up and realizes the fight will not be easy. He counters at close range, driving steel into another orc's body. A larger orc crashes into him and batters his guard aside, worsening the strain on his injured arm. The orc leader notices Yuri cannot put full weight behind his swings and mocks the weakness. As more enemies close in, Yuri admits the situation is becoming troublesome. He answers by sweeping through the crowd with another burst of blue-edged force. The strike tears through an orc's leg and scatters the attackers around him. Another orc lunges from behind with a spear, trying to catch him in the opening. The spear punches into Yuri's armor and draws blood, presses the advantage and mocks him for faltering. At the same time, Yuri's men finally reach the top of the cliff. They haul themselves over the edge just in time to join the fight. The arriving knights cut into the orcs and break the pressure on Yuri. Yuri uses the opening to drive his sword deeper into the enemy in front of him. Bleeding but unbowed, he orders his men to charge without stopping to recover. The knights answer immediately and rush into the melee around him. The summit erupts into a full close-quarters battle between Yuri's small force and the orc ambushes. From below, the prince watches the fighting on the cliff and sees the hidden unit being wiped out. He allows himself a satisfied smile as Yuri's gamble pays off. That success lets the main army pass the ravine without suffering any losses. Later, in camp, Yuri reports that the road ahead leads to the stronghold of Kurwa, a subordinate of Aqua. A subordinate then adds that the princess of the Holy Kingdom sent Yuri a personal message. The message says she is annoyed that Yuri keeps taking all the credit, but if he needs priests, she is willing to send them. When the messenger hints at a possible romantic connection, Yuri shuts the idea down and immediately. He dismisses the man and ends the report before the teasing can continue. Left alone, Yuri falls silent and thinks over the campaign. He had hoped for a brief rest, but the war keeps presenting new complications. At that moment he notices Asana, his masked agent, standing behind him. She reports that she has found the foreigner Yuri has been searching for. Yuri brightens at once and asks where the man is now. Asana points to a location deep inside orc territory. Yuri is startled to learn the foreigner is currently within the enemy's domain. He wonders if that means the man has allied himself with the orcs. Asana denies that and explains the foreigner has actually been captured as a prisoner. She warns Yuri to be careful, because the capture appears deliberate and may be bait. If the allied forces interfere, the prisoner may turn against them instead of accepting rescue. The chained foreigner is shown as a dangerous wild card who might oppose anyone who approaches. Yuri repeats the key fact to himself. The foreigner is now an orc prisoner. When Asana offers to return and investigate further, Yuri refuses. He decides the situation suits him better this way, because he can approach the foreigner directly and persuade him as long as they share the goal of killing Aqua. Yuri orders Asana to infiltrate the orc barracks once tomorrow's battle begins and monitor the prisoner until he arrives. Asana hesitates, and Yuri notices her concern. She asks to accompany him personally when he goes to meet the foreigner. Claiming the man is dangerous, she insists she wants to protect Yuri. Yuri turns on her with sudden firmness. He reminds Asana that he did not hire her as a bodyguard and that he can protect himself. She falls quiet and hides her expression beneath her hood. Yuri accepts her obedience and ends the matter. Then, with his mood shifting again, he casually offers her some late-night snacks he recently received. He presents the treats with unexpected enthusiasm. Asana vanishes before he can continue, leaving Yuri to note her abrupt disappearance. Later, around a campfire, one knight retells how the Death Knight appeared behind Yuri during the ambush. Another loudly claims he stepped forward and protected Yuri himself. The others immediately recognize the story as obvious boasting. Yuri remembers that the braggart had actually been asleep until someone kicked him awake. Still, a younger knight eagerly asks Yuri whether the exaggerated story might somehow be true. Yuri dryly answers that the man did do his best. The conversation turns into admiration for anyone brave enough to face a Death Knight, and one knight says such a foe can at least be fought with a sword. He adds that the truly terrifying enemy is something insubstantial. To him, ghosts are worse than monsters because you cannot cut them down. Yuri listens to the campfire chatter in silence, his attention sharpening at that remark. The joke turns ominous when a hooded, ghost-like figure materializes behind the speaker and asks who is dressed in rags. A hooded orc scout watches from the darkness with a sinister, unnatural presence. Prince Yuri senses the threat before anyone else and freezes in alarm. He abruptly orders the camp to arm themselves, startling the knights around him. Yuri insists an orc is hiding nearby in the forest. One knight hesitates, unable to understand what Yuri is reacting to. Trying to explain it away, the knight wonders if the prince is simply exhausted. Yuri's aide Jared confirms that the others truly cannot see anything there. Yuri grows frustrated that the invisible enemy is obvious to him, but invisible to everyone else. The hidden scout finally reveals itself as a cloaked orc steeped in dark energy. As the creature slips away in shadow, Yuri realizes it is escaping before the others can even perceive it. He throws himself after it, declaring that he will capture the scout himself. While pursuing it, Yuri concludes that only he can see the enemy and suspects it is a magically concealed scout. He draws a mana and readies his sword for a direct interception. Yuri unleashes a powerful strike, determined not to let the scout escape. The orc endures the attack with a grim, knowing reaction rather than simple fear. Yuri presses in close, continuing the chase and attack through the dark aura. But the creature's foul energy splashes onto him, leaving Yuri unsettled by the contact. He instinctively blasts mana through his body to purge the contamination. Even after forcing it back, Yuri realizes the taint was an impure aura unlike normal magic. He is disturbed that the corruption still lingers enough to make no sense to him. Later Yuri reports that the enemy used an unseen avatar-like scout, making their infiltration far more dangerous than it first appeared. Because of that discovery, he rushes to consult Hernando, the royal family's personal mage, in the middle of the night. He finds Hernando casually gambling despite the urgency, which only sharpens Yuri's irritation. Hernando reasons that the scout was likely hidden by sorcery, and asks what can be done before such tricks disrupt the coming battle. Yuri explains that large, obvious spells can be interrupted and that earlier magical bombardment worked only under special conditions. Hernando then reveals his deeper suspicion that the enemy has mixed forbidden power with black magic. When Yuri questions the danger, Hernando assures him the magic tower has already studied this corruption and that quick response is the key. Yuri decides Hernando's priority will be dispelling the enemy sorcerer's tricks, and Hernando accepts the role. With the serious matter settled, Yuri turns to another issue involving Hernando. He warns Hernando not to sneak off to gamble again without inviting him, and Hernando cheerfully promises to remember. The mood briefly lightens as nearby soldiers ask whether Hernando won big. Their laughter shows how little they grasp the scale of the threat about to descend. Elsewhere, crows circle over a grim orc stronghold marked by death and bone totems. The enemy camp is introduced as the fortress of the orcs. Within it, the orc host gathers under a war banner as a major force prepares to move. The commander is revealed as Khan Damrave, a brutal leader seated amid trophies of death. The hidden scout from before reports back to him. Khan responds by invoking a blood-red command, signaling the start of a larger operation. The orc army answers with ferocious bloodlust, their killing intent surges as the order takes hold. The host roars in unison, ready for slaughter. One of them speaks in the orc tongue as the war machine fully awakens. At dawn, a horn sounds the alarm for battle. A full-scale assault begins against Kuri's camp. Yuri is called to action as the attack erupts. The allied cavalry rides out under their banners to meet the enemy. They race toward the orc fortifications at speed. Orc archers rise behind the palisade and prepare a volley. Arrows rain down over the charging force. Yuri immediately orders a retreat rather than waste lives on a bad approach. The cavalry pulls back under fire, obeying his quick judgment. Even so, some riders are struck before they can escape the kill zone. Yuri forces himself not to be shaken by the losses and reminds himself to keep advancing the battle. From the walls, the orcs realize the riders were bait meant to draw their attention away from another attack. At the front gate, the allied commander launches the real assault and orders the gate broken open. A battering ram is brought forward at full force. The ram smashes into the gate and begins to crack it apart. Once the front gate opens, the Imperial army is ordered to charge through. Yuri halts his own group when he hears the front assault succeed. He judges that their role as bait is finished and that they should now rejoin the main attack. A subordinate argues that the enemy must be distracted and that striking from the rear would be more efficient. Yuri admits the idea has merit but sees a practical problem. Without siege gear, and with the rear built purely for defense, forcing that side would be too costly. Sir Jose then points out that brute force is not the only way to break through a wall. He confidently offers to handle the obstacle himself. Jose approaches the rear gate alone as if measuring it. Yuri recognizes that Jose is about to do something extraordinary. Jose gathers a massive current of blue mana around his greatsword. The energy swells until even Yuri can only compare it to a tidal wave of mana. Jose brings that power down in a devastating strike. The rear wall explodes apart under the impact. A breach opens through smoke and shattered timber, exposing the defenders inside. An orc cries out in shock at the sudden collapse. Yuri praises Jose's feat as the opportunity they needed. He immediately cuts down an orc at the breach to seize the initiative. He calls for Brial's name as he rallies the men around him. Yuri orders the path cleared while the enemy is still reeling. The cavalry surges toward the new opening. Yuri urges them to carve the strength of the allied forces into the enemy's memory. The orcs' answer was snarling resistance as the two sides crash together. Thrown weapons and blades begin flying through the breach. Horses pound over blood-slick ground as the melee tightens. The soldiers charge in Brial's name, turning Yuri's presence into a battle cry. A knight notices that Jared is acting far more excited than usual. Laurent decides he has to join Jared in the thick of the fight. Inside the camp, the allies discover not only orcs but monstrous wolf-like beasts and heavier resistance than expected. A strike lands hard in the chaos, showing how brutal the close combat has become. The enemy beasts and orcs roar together, adding to the confusion. Laurent cuts one foe down with a radiant slash and enters the fight in earnest. Blood splashes at his feet as the battle turns savage. He raises his sword and shouts his loyalty to Prince Yuri Brial. The melee's spectacular breach has inspired the allied soldiers, who refuse to be outdone. They throw themselves into the melee, determined not to lose to the Brial forces. From Yuri's perspective, the enemy line is thinning and the momentum has shifted in their favor. Even so, he becomes uneasy that the main allied force still has not appeared where it should have by now. At the same time, more orcs continue to gather under red banners, hinting that the battle is not unfolding as expected. A warning goes up that the Orcvilles have appeared, revealing a stronger class of enemy entering the field. One of those elite orcs cuts down a mounted soldier with terrifying ease, another sweeping blow tears through horse and rider alike. The allies are stunned by how many of these elite warriors there are. An Orcville charges with a flaming red strike aimed straight at the allied line. Its confidence shows that it expects to break them by force. A soldier realizes too late that the attack is already upon them. Yuri intervenes and snaps Jared back to focus before panic can spread. He throws himself forward to meet the elite threat head-on. Yuri's blade clashes against the Orcville's heavy weapon, and he immediately feels the difference in raw power. As the monster bears down on him, Yuri taunts Jared into surviving long enough to tell this story more than once. He orders Jared to set his stance and stop wavering. The Orcvilles hammers Yuri's guard with another crushing assault. Yuri remains outwardly calm, reading the enemy instead of yielding to fear. Jared watches with growing dread as he realizes how dangerous this opponent is. Yuri counters with a sweeping blue strike that cuts through nearby enemies and relieves the pressure on Jared. One of the elite orcs is struck down, proving Yuri can kill them if he finds the opening. Jared apologizes for faltering, and Yuri warns him that the real danger has only begun. Yuri senses a deeper threat still hidden behind the battle in a dark tent within the camp. His suspicion sharpens as he feels that ominous presence more clearly. Inside, the main allied force is revealed to have been slaughtered, their bodies strewn across the floor. The true mastermind emerges as a monstrous skeletal armored orc champion holding a severed human head. Outside, the fighting intensifies as the allied soldiers exploit the broken enemy formation and push harder. Yuri turns to Jared, already deciding their next move. He confirms that Jared feels the same sinister presence and orders him to follow into the tent. As they rush toward it, Yuri fears the main force may already have encountered whatever is inside and may not have survived. Before they can reach it, a body is hurled violently into their path. A red shockwave follows, forcing Yuri to halt and brace. The ground itself buckles under the weight of something enormous landing nearby. A second impact confirms that the enemy has arrived in person. Jared can barely process what just happened. Yuri immediately understands that the worst possibility has come true. The skeletal armored champion steps out, dragging its axe and confronting them directly. It leaps into the allied ranks with overwhelming force. Its grip tightens on the axe as it commits to a killing blow. The descending strike cleaves through an allied soldier in a single brutal motion. The bloodied axe and the monster's glowing eye make clear that this is no ordinary orc. The champion stands amid corpses, completely at ease in the slaughter it has created. Surrounded by dead soldiers, it surveys the battlefield like a predator that has already won. It hammers in fear, but Yuri orders every soldier to step back. He decides that this fight has passed the point where restraint is possible. Yuri declares that he will no longer hold back. He advances alone toward the champion, sword lowered and intent sharpened. Jared calls after him in alarm. Jose stops the others from interfering, saying Yuri likely cannot even hear them now. Jose resolves to support the prince personally rather than leave him alone. Yuri raises his sword and prepares a decisive strike. He collides with the champion in a violent exchange of blue and red power. For a moment, the two lock eyes as equals in killing intent. Yuri drives forward with a brutal kick to break the deadlock. He realizes that a single clean hit from the champion would drop him instantly, so he must win through precision and speed. A massive black pillar-like weapon or force slams down before him, turning the battlefield into something even more chaotic. Jose arrives beside Yuri with his greatsword, admitting he stepped in because the prince looked cornered. He formally offers his aid, and Yuri accepts it without hesitation. Armored knights advance through a battlefield already soaked in violence. The young prince recognizes in an enemy's eyes the same desperate resolve as a mother cornered while protecting her young. That feral determination makes the threat feel even more dangerous. He realizes that because he has someone to protect, fear has already been pushed out of his heart. Though still very young, he steadies himself for battle without hesitation. The prince understands war with a clarity far beyond his age. Across from him, an orc commander grins with confidence and contempt. A veteran knight in red armor moves into position beside the prince. The red-armored knight launches first, drawing the commander's attention away from the prince. He commits fully to the charge, trusting his timing and strength. His heavy strike crashes into the commander's guard and forces the monster back. Steel bites against the commander's axe in a violent clash, but the orc commander answers with overwhelming power and drives him off balance. The knight realizes he is facing something monstrous even by battlefield standards. The commander's murderous focus sharpens on his prey. The two exchange a rapid series of brutal blows, either yielding ground. Seeing an opening, the prince joins the fight with a decisive overhead strike. His attack lands hard enough to stagger the commander from the side. The commander retaliates instantly and knocks the prince down with raw force. As the prince is sent sprawling, the red-armored knight cries out in alarm for his leech. The commander's hand is cut open in the exchange, proving he can be wounded. Even hurt, the prince forces himself upright with a grim smile. He confirms he understands the situation. Then he dismisses the injury as minor, treating the commander's strength as an irritation rather than a reason to retreat. The commander mocks him, boasting that the orcs will wipe out the kingdom's proud cavalry. The prince answers by inviting the monster to test itself against both him and his knight together. The red-armored knight backs that challenge without hesitation. Both men surge forward at once, their blades flaring with power. The commander swings in a wide, murderous arc to meet them. Their combined assault crashes into him from two directions and finally puts him under pressure. For the first time, the commander shows strain. He roars out to someone named Yuri, calling for action. A strange disturbance answers from above, as if the sky itself is reacting. The red-armored knight senses something wrong before he can identify it. The prince feels the same unnatural energy and immediately recognizes it as dangerous. The commander begins to smile as black smoke coils around him. As the dark aura thickens, the prince suspects this may be the same black magic tied to the phantom sorcerer from before. The red-armored knight warns Sir Jose to fall back, but the commander's empowered strike comes too fast. Sir Jose can only shout his comrade's name as the blow lands. The commander turns with black power trailing from his body, now far more dangerous than before. Even bloodied, Sir Jose refuses to collapse. He throws himself back into the fight, determined not to be broken by this new power. But the commander's enhanced strength overwhelms his defense. The prince intervenes with a heavy counterattack to stop the commander from finishing him. Prince and commander lock blades at close range, each testing the other's resolve. While striking the commander away, the prince checks on Jose and hears that he can still fight. Facing the transformed commander, the prince concludes that the black smoke has drastically amplified the monster's physical abilities. He confirms with himself that this is the same sinister sensation as the black magic he encountered before. He reasons that Hernando must be occupied elsewhere dispelling the sorcery, leaving them to endure it for now. Then the darkness around the battlefield begins to gather more aggressively. A vast, predatory presence forms within the black energy, leaving the prince unsettled by what is happening. Lightning tears across the sky as the atmosphere grows even more ominous. More orcs emerge under the same black influence, as if the corruption is spreading through the camp. One of the lesser orcs charges in a frenzy, empowered and fearless. The black magic visibly warps and cracks through their bodies as it takes hold. A nearby knight is left on the ground as a transformed orc closes in to kill him. The creature raises its weapon for the execution. The prince orders Jose to handle that enemy while he moves to address the greater threat. Before he can fully disengage, another orc lunges at him from above. He catches the attack, but the pressure of the blow forces a grunt from him. The prince and the transformed orc grind against each other in a brutal contest of strength. He breaks the deadlock with a sharp, luminous counter. The strike tears into the orc's chest and should have been fatal. Instead, black energy swirls around the prince as the battlefield slips into a distorted, oppressive stillness. He senses something behind the attack and realizes the danger is no longer only physical. A horned, demonic figure manifests through the darkness, revealing a far deeper source of malice. The creature's severed limb erupts with black fluid rather than dying cleanly. Watching the wound restore itself, the prince wonders whether this is regeneration or some form of sorcery beyond his understanding. The black power surges inward and begins binding him in place. The dark coils wrap around the prince and hold him fast despite his armor and strength. He curses under his breath as he realizes he is being trapped rather than attacked directly. A disembodied voice orders him not to resist, and he recognizes the aura as even darker than before, unmistakably black magic. The voice fixates on Yuri Bryal, demanding to know why he alone survived, and the prince is shocked to hear that name. The darkness forces Yuri to relive the pleas and accusations of dead retainers who begged him to save them and condemned him for living alone. The vision deepens into blame, telling him the kingdom fell because of him and that his survival is shameful. It brands him the disgrace of the Bryal family and attacks the core of his identity. The torment accuses him of abandoning honor and responsibility while still clinging to his family name. The voice names him directly as Yuri Bryal, stripping away any chance to deny the past. It declares his fate unavoidable, but Yuri rejects that verdict outright. The illusion presses down harder, trying to crush his will through inevitability. Yuri stamps down on the vision of a fixed future, refusing to accept what was foretold for him. He rejects both prophecy and predetermined fate as excuses for surrender. A point of white light breaks through the darkness like a decision made at last, hands close around his sword, grounding him in the present instead of the nightmare. A familiar voice challenges the very era that taught men to submit to fate. Yuri reappears centered and composed, his blade blazing with purifying power. The voice mocks his obsession with fate, pushing him to abandon it. Elsewhere, a hooded caster stands within the black vortex, revealed as the one sustaining the spell. The caster's blindfolded face turns as he senses the disruption. A blue-white slash tears through the darkness toward him. Yuri rides that opening through the black barrier with his sword drawn. He lands and immediately drives forward again before the spell can recover. Now fully resolved, he attacks with clear purpose and sharpened focus. The caster lashes out with multiple black tendrils to stop him. Yuri cuts through the barrage and closes the distance. He carves a wide arc of blue energy straight through the caster's defense. The hooded sorcerer is split apart by the strike. Yuri follows through and ends the attack in a low finishing stance. The black construct shatters, and the oppressive illusion collapses with it. The caster remains standing only for a moment, his body already disintegrating. Even ruined, he can only grin weakly as his magic fails. Then he drops, defeated, and the battlefield returns to itself. Sensing the black energy fading, Yuri realizes the sorcery has finally been broken. He calls out that the enemy's black magic is gone. The remaining orcs are left exposed and suddenly mortal again. The human soldier sees the moment and presses the attack. Steel begins cutting through orc flesh without the old resistance. Yuri notices another fierce duel still raging nearby. The commander Kurui turns, still intent on killing despite the loss of sorcery. But the red-armored knight drives a punishing blow into him at close range. Jose spits blood, showing how much the fight has cost him. Even so, he keeps his eyes fixed on the enemy and refuses to yield. Kurui charges again, and Jose is warned too late. The commander raises his weapon for a final crushing strike. He commits everything to that downward blow. Yuri rushes in, shouting for him to stop. Jose, pinned on the ground, desperately warns Yuri not to come any closer. Kurui's killing intent shifts toward the approaching prince. Yuri meets the commander head-on instead of retreating. He declares that he will no longer run away and will face death with his eyes open. He carries that resolve into the clash, determined to stand firm until the very end. Kurui swings again with all his strength. The attack is interrupted by a sudden, devastating cut from another direction. Yuri looks up in shock at the unexpected intervention. A rugged swordsman praises Yuri's courage with amused approval. He steps in front of Yuri and declares that he likes that kind of resolve. With effortless precision, the newcomer continues his strike through Kurui. Blood sprays as he passes the commander and comes to a calm stop. Kurui roars in pain and disbelief. The newcomer seizes the commander by the skull, dominating him completely. He silences the orc with contempt and reveals a personal grudge, bitterly remarking that he was not even fed properly. Yuri studies him and notes both his foreign accent and powerful build. His swordsmanship confirms it further, because the man is using an Eastern style entirely unlike their own. Yuri begins to realize exactly who has appeared. The stranger draws and shifts his blades with practiced ease. He transitions seamlessly into a finishing technique. The strike flashes past Kurui faster than the eye can follow. Kurui is decapitated, and the stranger walks away carrying the severed head while declaring he has finally found what he was looking for. Yuri stares at the man now standing amid the commander's corpse and the ruined camp. The stranger explains that Yuri's performance was impressive enough to make him step in, though it also disrupted his own plans. Yuri starts to recall that the man had thanked him only moments earlier. He bows and openly thanks the stranger for saving his life. Yuri enthusiastically praises him as a handsome, manly master who can kill an orc commander in a single stroke. The stranger grows uneasy as Yuri identifies him as the famous foreigner counted among the continent's 10 strongest. Once the recognition is established, Yuri bluntly states that he knows the man let himself be captured by the orcs on purpose. Yuri concludes that the stranger is hunting Aqua, the king of orcs, and proposes that they work together toward that goal. With Kurui dead, the remaining orcs rapidly lose their will to fight. The battle turns into a rout as the humans chase down the collapsing enemy. A massacre follows as the soldiers cut through most of the orcs in the barracks. Afterward, Ragna displays Kurui's severed head on a spear as a warning and a declaration of victory. The prince realizes that unlike his previous life, the allied forces have won a decisive victory, proving that history has already begun to change. As the battle ends, a battered subordinate congratulates him on the success he has brought about. He immediately turns from triumph to responsibility and asks for a report on the army's losses. The damage is manageable, but many soldiers are mentally broken after witnessing the horrors inside the barracks, which he finds only natural. That report reminds him of the nightmare he once saw in Sitter. He recalls that the captives there had been even worse off, begging for death after being reduced to living wrecks. Determined not to repeat that cruelty, he orders the survivors to be handled gently so they are not further agitated. He then asks after the foreigner they captured, and learns that his requests have been honored as instructed. The so-called foreigner has been acting like an outrageous glutton, complaining endlessly while demanding food and comfort. His men explain that after eating, bathing, and shaving, the man simply started eating again. The prince hears that the foreigner has been impossible to satisfy, throwing tantrums over trivial things and insisting on absurd treatment. Annoyed but curious, the prince decides to deal with the man personally and asks where he is. He is told to look toward the central campfire. There, the foreigner sits calmly by the fire as if he belongs there. The prince finally tracks him down. He opens with a dry question about whether the man enjoyed the lavish treatment. The foreigner answers with complete ease, saying he is finally full. When the prince tries to begin questioning him, the man abruptly seizes control of the conversation. He insists on asking first, immediately reversing the power balance. His first demand is to know exactly how the prince killed the sorcerer. The prince hesitates, but the foreigner presses him by reminding him that he claimed to understand the man's goal and therefore must answer honestly. To make the threat real, the foreigner places a hand on his sword. He warns that a false answer could get the prince killed on the spot. The prince notices with alarm that the man is suddenly speaking fluently and far more seriously than before. He answers truthfully that he does not fully understand it himself, only that his man of method reacted and let him cut the sorcerer down. As he speaks, that inner power begins to stir around him. He reveals that the technique comes from his ancestor Eric Briel. That name shocks the foreigner into immediate recognition. The man concludes that their meeting was no coincidence after all. When the prince demands an explanation, the foreigner says both the technique and Eric's name are extraordinary. The foreigner abruptly performs a formal martial salute. He introduces himself as Muang Chan, last direct disciple and sect leader of the Chongxiang sect, and pays respect to the descendant of an ancient benefactor once known as the heaven-crushing swordsman. The prince is stunned by the sudden reverence and the man's transformed manner, but Muang Chan dismisses it as old history. He explains that Eric was remembered in his world as the heaven-crushing swordsman. According to him, Eric had once fought beside their sect and helped destroy the demonic cult. The prince tries to connect that story to the present threat. Muang Chan explains that his sect exists to exterminate those on the demonic path, and that he came west to cut down the ominous star that appeared there. Hearing that, the prince finally understands the deeper reason for the man's obsession. He realizes that in his previous life Muang Chan had hunted Aqua so relentlessly because he saw him as something to be exorcised. The prince immediately decides he cannot let such a valuable force wander off alone. so he boldly proposes that they go together. To secure him, the prince offers Muang-chan honorary knighthood and a place within the allied forces so he can pursue his goal with official support. He sweetens the offer with supplies, food, baths, and status, promising that no one will look down on him. He even promises a prestigious post in a major merchant union after the war, appealing to comfort and future reward. Muang-chan accepts the offer easily enough, but clearly has his own terms in mind. He immediately announces that his agreement comes with a condition. Having taken a liking to the prince, he demands to be called teacher from now on. He doubles down on the absurdity with complete confidence. Then he declares that the prince will become his sect's unofficial disciple. When the prince questions that arrangement, Muang-chan insists it is a rare privilege and that the prince should be grateful. The prince tries to refuse by saying he already has a teacher. Muang-chan brushes that aside, arguing that the prince can belong to both him and the sword demon at once. He boasts that his time is too precious to be wasted, making the demand sound like a favor. Then, without waiting for consent, he orders the prince to take him to the commander of the allied forces. He reminds the prince that helping him achieve his goal means giving him direct access to command. Once they meet the commander, Muang-chan explains the crucial truth about the orcs. The discussion shifts from recruitment to the hidden nature of the enemy. The prince reflects grimly on the revelation that the orcs are practicing human sacrifice. Commander Ragna confirms the accusation by asking whether Aqua is truly sacrificing humans. Muang-chan answers that the orcs are feeding human lives into sorcery, proof that Aqua has already been corrupted. He adds that in the latest battle the enemy's power surged unnaturally for a brief moment. The prince explains that they had already suspected sorcery was behind that sudden increase in strength. Ragna concludes that if the orcs can keep using such methods, the allied forces will need countermeasures against something far worse than ordinary warfare. Muang-chan reveals that he infiltrated the enemy by disguising himself as a sacrifice in order to reach Aqua directly. He complains that the allied forces ruined that plan, though the prince smoothly reframes matters by presenting him as a new ally before the commander. The prince emphasizes that Muang-chan's true objective is Aqua's death, making him too useful to ignore. Ragna is visibly unsettled by how quickly the situation has changed. Still, he accepts the warning and promises to investigate ways to resist the enemy's sorcery. Ragna entrusts the foreigner to the prince, who notes to himself that despite all the chaos he has succeeded in bringing this dangerous asset into the allied camp. With that settled, Ragna turns to another matter involving Yuri. He asks whether Yuri is really keeping captured half-orcs close at hand. The question clearly troubles him. Ragna explains that Graham has been handling the half-orc prisoners, but debate has broken out over what should be done with them. He asks Yuri to make the final decision. Yuri senses that Ragna is pushing this burden onto him because he would rather avoid it himself. Careful of being cornered, Yuri goes to confront the issue directly. He finds officers arguing that Braille should exploit the half-orcs instead of wasting them. The dispute is happening right beside the cages holding the broken captives. One officer angrily demands to know why Yuri is being so difficult about a practical opportunity. He argues that using the half-orcs would give the Empire unmatched numbers of interpreters for the orc language. Another officer counters that many survivors suffered horribly at the hands of those same half-orcs. He insists that the victims' pain must matter too, not just military convenience. The first officer protests that they cannot afford to throw away such a useful resource. Yuri finally understands the real logic driving the debate. He steps in and takes control of the argument himself. Instead of arguing morality first, he asks whether anyone can truly guarantee those half-orcs would be reliable in battle. The officer claims they can. He insists the captives are obedient enough to be trained into usefulness. Yuri challenges that confidence with cold skepticism. He asks whether that officer would trust his own life to them in a crisis. Yuri reminds him that on a battlefield, survival depends on comrades you can trust with your back. He presses further, saying true allies must be able to protect one another at their weakest moments. Then he turns away from theory and faces the survivors themselves. One traumatized woman can barely meet his eyes. Yuri gently asks her to tell them what she witnessed. He specifically asks how the half-orcs treated helpless humans. The woman begins by speaking of her younger sister, who had been unable to move because of an injury. She says the half-orcs tore that girl apart. The memory of the mutilation is so vivid that it silences everyone around her. She describes it as casual cruelty, as if they were ripping apart an insect for amusement. Worse still, they laughed while her sister screamed, treating her suffering as entertainment. Through tears and rage, she declares that this is what those creatures truly are. Yuri then asks her name and where she came from. When she says she is Jane from Cedar, the answer hits him personally. She recognizes his appearance and asks if he is a prince of Brielle. He confirms it without hesitation. Jane begs him to avenge them, and Yuri gives her his word. She then calls for Sir Graham. Yuri makes clear that he is speaking now not merely as a commander, but as Brielle's prince. He declares that the orcs murdered his people and left the survivors with wounds that will never heal. From that premise, he rejects any idea of assigning value to those who trampled on humans. He concludes that the orcs will never change. With full authority, Yuri orders that every captured half-orc be put to death. Graham formally accepts the command as an order issued under the prince's authority. He takes responsibility for carrying out the execution of the half-orcs. Before the matter can settle, a lookout sounds the alarm. The camp is thrown into panic by news that the orcs are approaching. The enemy arrives under tattered red banners. Their sudden appearance makes it clear they are attempting something beyond a simple assault. Ragna is told that the orcs are requesting negotiations and claim to have something to offer if the gates are opened. He immediately suspects another scheme. Even so, he orders the gate open to hear them out. The first sign of the delegation is the heavy step of a beast entering the camp. An orc envoy rides in openly before the prince and commander. The envoy's expression makes it obvious he does not come in humility. Yuri and Ragna watch in tense silence as the enemy enters their camp on equal footing. More orcs wait nearby, smug and unafraid, as if they already know the humans are cornered. Human officers can only watch them with disgust and unease. After the encounter, Ragna studies a document in private with Yuri. Yuri asks what this new development means. Ragna answers by forcing Yuri to think beyond the battlefield. He asks why Yuri believes he was made commander of the Allied forces in the first place. When Yuri gives the obvious answer about military skill, Ragna rejects it as incomplete. Yuri realizes Ragna is asking about politics, not tactics. Ragna admits that his relationship with the Emperor is poor. He explains that although his rank and strength should make him the natural supreme commander, imperial politics prevent anything from being that simple. Whenever events seem to align too neatly, he says, the Emperor's hand is usually behind them. He has learned to look for hidden schemes beneath every logical arrangement. He confesses that victory would make him a celebrated hero across the continent. That path would bring him praise, support, and dangerous political capital. But he reminds Yuri that all of that matters only if they survive and win. Yuri recalls that in his previous life Ragna was blamed for the Allied forces' defeat, stripped of power, and used to let the Emperor seize full control of the empire. He realizes the Allied forces were designed from the start to fail and to leave Ragna discarded when the time came. Ragna then shows Yuri the document he has been reading. The contents shock Yuri immediately. The letter reveals that the Emperor has secretly made a pact with Aqua and warns Ragna not to become a disposable scapegoat and retreat. Yuri understands at once that the outcome of the war had been fixed in advance. He sees the Emperor's arrangement for what it is, a filthy betrayal. Ragna explains that the letter supposedly came from an anonymous group opposed to Aqua, but either way it proves the Allied forces were never meant to return alive. Holding that revelation in silence, Yuri is left to decide what this treachery means for everything that has changed. A black-haired knight asks the blonde prince for permission to make a proposal, and the prince allows him to speak. The prince immediately senses the knight is offering something bold rather than cautious. The knight argues that whether the Emperor's letter is sincere or a trap no longer matters, because their only path is to win the war. He reduces the imperial pressure to a simple truth. The campaign has merely become harder, not impossible. The prince bursts into laughter, amused by the knight's blunt refusal to be intimidated. Recovering, the prince accepts the logic and leans into the same ruthless practicality. He agrees that if they fail to return victorious, any imperial scheme will be irrelevant because they will have no standing left at all. With that settled, the prince turns his attention to the messengers who delivered the suspicious letter. The knight asks to handle those in-laws himself, and the prince seems pleased by the request. Elsewhere, orcs bicker among themselves, unaware that death is about to reach them. One of the orcs turns an alarm as danger closes in. The black-haired prince appears before them wreathed in power, announcing himself with overwhelming force. He cuts off their noise and moves to kill without hesitation. His blade releases a brilliant arc of power. That single attack tears through multiple orcs at once. The bodies crash down around him, leaving him standing untouched amid the aftermath. Watching soldiers are stunned that he killed 3 orcs in one strike. His display forces them to realize that the Prince of Brielle is far more formidable than they knew. The blonde prince praises the 18-year-old's talent, while one subordinate worries that his brutality is excessive. The blonde prince explains that the young prince is acting on a personal vow of vengeance. The black-haired prince surveys the fallen orcs as the weight of that promise hangs over him. His resolve is clarified as a mission to make those responsible pay for what they have done. As the sun sets over the ruined plains, the campaign enters a more ominous phase. The blonde prince stands over the battlefield ruins, already planning his next move. He orders his men to bring him Aizen. A summoned figure approaches at once. Aizen, the imperial court mage, arrives and respectfully asks why he was called. The prince demands everything Aizen knows about black magic. Aizen says black magic is now a nearly obsolete secret art, rarely used and usually countered by dispelling. When pressed for its worst possibility, he mentions old rumors that it could even revive the dead, though that is treated as superstition. The prince reveals intelligence that Okwa is currently using a sorcery rooted in black magic. He connects that magic to the last battle, explaining that human sacrifice strengthens it and likely made the orcs stronger already. Aizen begins to consider what that implies. He suggests the orcs may have found an ancient black magic tome lost in the ruins of an older kingdom. He explains that the plains still hide many remnants of the vanished land of the Delvine. Among the Delvians' legacies, he names a terrifying creation of black magic still tied to that, the Death Knight Gert. The mere mention of Gert conjures the image of a monstrous undead knight. The prince asks what Okwa would actually do with black magic if he had it. Aizen admits it is only a guess, but believes Okwa would use it to summon something. The prince realizes that Okwa's attempts to delay the army while exhausting his own forces may all be meant to buy time. Aizen agrees and adds that if Okwa truly found its own, he may also have discovered a dungeon hidden in the old ruins. That means whatever Okwa seeks may be buried beneath the plains themselves. Deep underground, an ancient magical device glows as if confirming their suspicion. Back on the surface, a violent surge erupts from the earth. The black-haired prince rides with the army under imperial banners as the disturbance spreads. A report reaches him that support from the supply unit in Balshat has been cut off. He accepts that repeated attacks must have caused it, and notes that the army has already shifted toward protecting supplies. Privately, he judges that even with stockpiles prepared, their situation is worse than he expected. As the army advances deeper into the plains toward Okwa, he recognizes they are now vulnerable to a full-scale attrition strategy. He decides they must finish the conflict before the orcs can drag them into that kind of war. Before he can act further, the ground begins to shake beneath the horses. The tremor throws the mounts into panic and nearly unseats the riders. The prince immediately orders everyone to dismount. The soldiers scramble to obey as the shaking worsens. One knight assumes it is an earthquake, but the prince senses something more deliberate. He realizes the disturbance is not natural at all. A massive structure begins forcing its way up from underground. What rises is not rubble but a hidden fortress emerging intact from beneath the plains. The buried tower fully reveals itself, ancient and imposing. At a distance, a red-haired commander and robed mages observe the tower and begin magical analysis. The commander alerts his prince to what they are seeing. The blonde prince arrives and demands to know what this newly surfaced ruin is. The mages report that they have found no direct link to the orcs and that outwardly it resembles an ordinary ruin. Even so, the prince is unsettled that their magic cannot reveal what lies inside, and he decides to inspect it personally. The black-haired prince agrees that the sudden appearance strongly suggests something important is hidden within. He urges direct confirmation, and the blonde prince accepts. The black-haired prince is then ordered to take the Empire's knights with him. The assignment is framed as imperial service to the prince. An imperial knight named Rodan introduces himself as the leader of the detachment assigned to accompany him. After the formalities, the black-haired prince's own men quietly question whether they really have to go along with these imperial knights, but he says he has no choice. Even so, he is uneasy that the imperial knights have suddenly attached themselves to his mission. His subordinates share the suspicion and hope the Empire is not hiding another agenda. The party approaches the newly risen tower and studies its exterior. They gather at the entrance, dwarfed by the scale of the structure. The knights identify the main door, but it refuses to move, so they begin searching for a mechanism. While the others investigate, the black-haired prince studies the entrance himself. He decides to force the issue by breaking the door if necessary. He places a hand on the stone to test it. Instead of resisting, the sealed entrance reacts to him and opens on its own. The prince is startled by how specifically the ruin responded to his touch. The others rush over, demanding to know what he just did, but he can only say he does not know. He notes uneasily that he barely touched the door and it opened as if it had been waiting for someone. That strange familiarity leaves him quietly unsettled. Still, he leads the group inside. Once within, they find the interior pitch dark and oppressive. They realize no one brought torches, leaving them blind in the ruin. The black-haired prince notes that the imperial knights failed to prepare as well. As they hesitate in the dark, he notices something underfoot. Remembering how the outer door reacted to mana, he suspects the ruin's interior may work the same way. He tests that theory on a wall fixture. The sconce ignites with pale flame the moment he channels power into it. The entire corridor lights up in sequence, astonishing the others and making them wonder if he has been here before, which he denies. He cuts off the amazement and orders everyone to stay alert as they proceed deeper. The group advances through the illuminated hall under growing tension. One knight begins to notice something odd about the place. A step among scattered remains confirms that the floor is littered with bones. Among the debris lies a skull with unmistakably human features. Ahead, they discover a seated skeleton in armor before another sealed door. The black-haired prince recognizes that this dead guardian may explain what happened here and sends a man to inspect it. Before the scout can report, another warning reaches the prince. The scout says the way forward is blocked by the inner door, with the skeleton collapsed in front of it. The prince observes that most of the bones around them are orc remains, but this particular skeleton is human. From the battle damage nearby, he concludes the human died while defending that door. A knight tries infusing the inner door with mana, but unlike the entrance it does not respond at all. The prince decides they should retreat and re-examine the ruin rather than force a dead end. He orders everyone to stay ready for danger as they turn back. At that moment, the supposedly dead skeleton suddenly grabs his arm. The nearby knights panic at the impossible sight. One of his men cries out in horror for the prince. The others rush toward him as the situation explodes into chaos. A blinding surge of light erupts around the prince and the skeleton before anyone can intervene. The prince shields himself as the skeleton's grip becomes the center of the phenomenon. Within the light, a voice begs him to remember. The skeleton reveals the purpose of the vision, it is offering salvation. The prince's consciousness is pulled into the memory, his form transformed within the vision. He finds himself outside the tower in a bright past he does not recognize. A young boy runs up excitedly to show someone something, and the prince realizes he is witnessing another life. The boy is greeted by an older man who asks where he has been. The child cheerfully admits he was only reading a book instead of doing what he should have. The prince notices that the armor he now wears matches the skeleton's armor, confirming he is seeing through that dead man's memory. He concludes that this entire vision belongs to the fallen guardian. Realizing such a preserved memory would require immense magic, he wonders what the dead man is trying to show him. The memory centers on the guardian and the child under his care. The guardian resumes the boy's lesson and asks whether he prepared by studying the assigned material. The boy tries to dodge the question, and the guardian immediately sees through it. When the boy complains that reading is no fun, the guardian reminds him that a true hunter must learn, not just fight. Watching this, the prince is struck by the warmth of the scene and the way it recalls another mentor from his own life. The guardian then decides to show the boy something important. He presents a red crystal called the Orc Hunter's Mark and says it is what makes someone a proper hunter. The boy then realizes the mark must be the source of the strange power now surrounding him in the vision. The child innocently asks why orcs must be killed at all. He even wonders if perhaps they could be reasoned with instead. The guardian sees that the boy is finally old enough to hear the truth. He begins to explain what orcs really are. He reveals that orcs are not a separate race at all, but humans corrupted by black magic. That revelation shocks the prince as much as the child hearing it. The memory recounts an ancient noble who delighted in murder and slaughtered his own people for countless reasons. When royal law finally forbade his killings, a warlock approached him in his despair. The warlock twisted the king's order, pointing out that while humans could not be killed, they could be changed into something else first. The noble embraced that loophole and drove his people into black magic so they would become lawful prey. The warlock carried out the ritual with a sinister black spell. Those touched by the magic ceased to be human, becoming monstrous and violently hostile to mankind. That was the origin of the beings now known as orcs. The prince is shaken by the implication that every orc he has slain descends from humans who were once victims. The child asks whether the warlock who caused this was ever punished. The guardian says no, because the warlock had already vanished by the time the noble's crimes were exposed. He adds that people desperately searched for a way to restore the transformed victims, but failed, and the kingdom eventually abandoned hope. So the hunter's duty became not vengeance but mercy, to end those cursed lives and grant them rest. Back in the present, the prince links this truth to orc was black magic and to the foreigner's warning that human sacrifice empowers it. As the memory continues, he turns toward the guardian and child with a new understanding that the war he is fighting may be rooted in the same ancient curse. A white-haired knight inside a preserved memory senses that something is going wrong. He realizes the flow of time inside the memory has begun to shift. The scene settles into the interior of a ruined hall from a forgotten age. The observer finds himself inside the ruin, watching a spectral armored figure hover before two living men. The younger man tries to stop his teacher from rushing forward alone. The teacher tears free, determined to act despite the protest. The student pleads that a lone stand will only waste his teacher's life. The older man insists there is no time to wait, because Adelvine is already doomed. The observer notes that about a decade has passed in the memory and recognizes Adelvine as an old kingdom. The teacher rejects being used as meaningless bait, but admits the orcs are already converging so quickly that delay will ruin even that plan. Instead of ordering flight, he entrusts the student with surviving and carrying their mission onward. The student answers that escape would not get him far anyway. He chooses instead to preserve their purpose in the ruins so future generations will remember the orc hunters. The spectral knight approves the boy's stubborn resolve, and the observer understands this is why the memory was left behind. The student begins sealing that legacy into the ruin for whoever may one day arrive. He vows to leave behind the secrets, techniques, and hard-won experience of the orc hunters, once called the strongest in Adelvine. The message accepts that the hunters may all die there, but it places hope in a later generation fulfilling the wish they could not. The boy drives his glowing staff into a pedestal to store the record. The effort drains him as he prays that their deaths will not be meaningless. After a few steps beside the completed monument, he notices the spectral knight watching him. With his last strength, he warns the watcher to beware the devil's tome. The warning shocks the observer, who has never heard that name before. The crystal atop the monument begins to crack. The stored memory starts to break apart into fragments. The white-haired knight is abruptly called back to the present by his men. He wakes inside the ruins, disoriented, and is told that he vanished when the skeleton began to shine. His companions confirm he disappeared for a moment, but are relieved he returned safely. He realizes the experience felt less like viewing someone else's past and more like recovering a memory buried inside himself. When asked what happened, he can only say the door and what lay beyond were far stranger than expected. Pressed further, he admits he cannot describe it as merely seeing something. A new tremor interrupts the discussion. He immediately recognizes that this vibration is different from the earlier quakes. His mind flashes to the old battlefield the memory showed him. He understands the sound for what it is, an orc assault. One soldier fears the orcs have discovered them or prepared a trap in advance. The knight tells them to stop panicking and listen carefully. He focuses with sudden confidence born from the memory. He explains that these ruins were once the home of the orc hunters, so the orcs would rush to destroy them if they reappeared. Reading the vibrations through the ground, he judges that the enemy is riding Komodo drakes. He first estimates 5 riders, then realizes the number is higher. The count rises to 10, confirming a serious threat. His men urge an immediate return to the main force, believing retreat is the only sensible choice. He refuses to withdraw and orders them to follow him instead. He decides they will prepare to fight. A subordinate questions abandoning retreat. The knight answers that retreat is unnecessary. He kneels beside the skeleton that triggered the memory. From the remains, he takes up a weapon left behind by the old hunters. As he grips it, he realizes he now knows exactly how to fight these orcs. The enemy riders close in across the ruined landscape at sunset. An orc commander points out the target and orders the attack. Hidden traps around the ruins ignite in response to the charge. The advancing orcs are caught off guard as the ground erupts around them. Their confidence falters when they realize they have ridden into a prepared killing field. Explosions tear through the front ranks. More buried charges detonate around the towers and approach paths. The orcs begin to panic under the sudden barrage. Inside the ruin, the knight plants himself and waits for the right moment. Then he gives the signal to strike. His soldiers burst from cover and rush the shaken enemy. They move exactly where the traps have broken the orcs' formation. The humans countercharge before the orcs can recover. One soldier throws himself into the fight with a battle cry. He drives his blade straight into an orc at close range. Another soldier follows with a clean, decapitating slash. A third raises his sword to continue the assault. He drops another orc with a precise thrust to the throat. The wounded enemy howls in confusion and pain. Watching the plan unfold, the knight confirms that the old hunter's methods work exactly as remembered. He recognizes that the mark left in the ruins carries real power against orcs. He reflects that sensing enemy numbers through vibrations and laying traps were techniques he would never have conceived on his own. He begins to suspect the memory was shown to him for this very moment. A surviving orc charges him head-on. He feels as if he has honed these anti-orc skills over decades. The knight can now instinctively identify the orc's movements flaring around him. His blade pierces deep into the charging orc's chest before the enemy can bring its weapon down. The dying orc screams as the attack lands true. With a single motion, the knight severs the foe's arm and notes that he does not even need his stronger technique, soul severance, against enemies like these. He follows through with another effortless cut. The orc's throat opens under the strike. The body collapses at his feet, proving how overwhelming the inherited skill has become. He silently promises the fallen hunters that he will make proper use of their legacy. He addresses the long-dead hunters of Edelvine with open respect. Later, after the fighting, the secured camp reports that the perimeter around the ruins is now safe. A blonde prince praises the knight's work, and the knight accepts the compliment formally. The prince confirms that the ruins truly were the hunters' old residence, and still bore traces of their final battle. The knight keeps thinking about the warning he heard in the memory. The prince notices his concern and asks what is troubling him. The knight asks whether the prince knows anything about the devil's tome. The prince says he has never heard the name before. He can only add that if it is connected to the ruins, it likely concerns black magic. With no better lead, the knight ends the discussion and says they can revisit it if new information appears. He leaves the tent still unsettled by the unanswered warning. Outside, a red-haired imperial knight approaches him and addresses him as the Prince of Briel. The newcomer introduces himself as Radine of the Empire and recognizes the knight's status immediately. Radine praises the knight's performance in battle, and the knight returns the courtesy. Radine notices how relaxed and smiling he is now compared with his earlier stiffness. He jokes that despite being new to battle, the knight fought like a seasoned veteran, and the knight privately agrees for a very different reason. Radine teasingly wonders whether such composure comes from leaving a lover back home. Before the knight can answer, another soldier interrupts Radine with a question from the prince. The knight tryly deflects, suggesting Radine seems more interested in his love life than military matters. A blonde companion joins in, and the knight says he would rather avoid becoming entangled with the imperial princess. Radine is baffled, since the princess is admired throughout the empire. He enthusiastically describes her as beautiful, kind, and beloved by everyone. The knight immediately realizes he is talking about Yekaterina. To shut down the misunderstanding, he blurts out that he already has a girlfriend. He insists the relationship is serious and silently apologizes to Sibylla for using her as proof. When Radine still looks stunned, he doubles down and says that is all Radine needs to know. Radine accepts it, and confides that he too intends to propose to the woman he loves, prompting the knight to warn him not to say such ominous things before a battle. Radine asks why, and the knight explains that speaking like that always invites disaster. An explosion immediately erupts behind them, proving his point. Radine can only stare as the knight tells him to look at what his words have caused. The knight identifies the blast for what it is, an enemy attack on the camp. Panic spreads as soldiers realize the tents are burning. Men scramble to save the supplies before the fire consumes everything. The blonde prince surveys the chaos, and realizes the enemy has appeared from underground in the middle of camp. He sees that the crisis is worse than the ambush itself, because his dispel magic is failing this time. He concludes that the enemy has prepared a countermeasure that nullifies their magic instead. The knight asks him directly whether any dispel is still functioning at all. Without waiting for a full answer, he rushes to the prince's side through the smoke. The prince warns that enemy sorcerers must have prepared this battlefield in advance, and the knight tells him to wait until his magic returns while he handles the attackers. He leaves the prince with a confident promise that he is counting on him. The prince calls after him in alarm as he charges into the flames alone. Asked how he can identify the sorcerer, the knight admits he cannot know for certain by ordinary means. But facing a cluster of orcs, he remembers there is another clue. A buried lesson resurfaces. Orc sorcerers lose their sight to black magic, so the one with the awkward gait is the target. The spectral presence behind him reminds him that such guidance only works because the memory has become his own. Scanning the enemy line, he spots the abnormal orc at once. He tightens his grip, and prepares to cut straight through the mob. The knight launches a sweeping charge that tears open the front ranks. One orc is skewered and slammed down before it can react. Another is struck down as his advance continues uninterrupted. He twists through the melee with unnatural speed, leaving bodies behind him. At last he reaches the wall where the limping sorcerer has been cornered. He steps through the blood without hesitation. The knight confirms to himself that he has eliminated the sorcerer. But with the target dead, he finds himself surrounded by the remaining orcs. The survivors close in with heavy weapons, expecting to finish him. The knight answers their confidence with cold certainty. At that moment the prince calls his name and unleashes restored magic. A torrent of fire sweeps across the battlefield toward the encircling orcs. The knight stands calm in the blaze's light, trusting the attack completely. He follows the spell with a rising slash that parts the flames around him. The prince's fire crashes down in a massive arc and engulfs the enemy ring. As the orcs recoil in shock, the knight taunts them from within the inferno. He asks whether they still believe they hold the advantage. A sudden realization crosses his face as something else changes in the burning camp. He grimly blames his own reckless mouth, sensing that the trouble is not over yet. More orcs keep surfacing from underground, making it clear the battle is far from over. Seeing the enemy numbers swell, the prince orders Hernando to launch another fireball. Hernando apologizes that he cannot, because more enemy sorcerers have appeared elsewhere and pulled him away. Left without magical support, the prince realizes his plan has gone wrong. He faces the horde alone and can only ask the oncoming orcs not to overwhelm him too quickly. He admits to himself that charging into the center just to kill the sorcerer was reckless and has trapped him. Even so, having already faced death once, he refuses to panic now. He steadies himself and resolves that if he dies here, it will not be in shame. With that resolve, he draws on his power and regains his composure. He openly challenges the orcs to come at him. At that moment, a new voice praises his determination. A swordsman in red suddenly cuts into the battlefield and carves through the orcs in a single sweeping strike. The newcomer speaks like a master testing a disciple, saying true life begins once one accepts death. He declares that the prince is worthy to witness the sword of Chong Xiang. He names the technique he is about to use, revealing a formal sword art. The red-clad swordsman gathers blazing force into his blade. He unleashes a half-moon slash that tears through the surrounding orcs. For the prince, the scene becomes a vision of a lone master standing amid enemies. In an instant, the orcs around that figure are cut down in a storm of blood. The prince is stunned as he begins to understand what kind of power he is seeing. He realizes this man stands among the continent's 10 greatest warriors, just like his own father. The swordsman casually offers only partial help, telling the prince to handle the rest himself. Taking that as an order, the prince rushes back into the fight. The swordsman watches him go and judges him an unusual but promising sword. As the prince cuts down an orc, the swordsman notes that his style is crude yet battle-tested. He concludes that the prince has real talent and the kind of presence that naturally draws followers. While fighting, the swordsman reflects that the heavens are in disorder and a black star is spreading darkness. Yet he believes he has found a small light within that darkness and takes the prince's existence as a sign from heaven. That conviction makes him intensely curious about what the prince will become. Meanwhile, the prince meets a huge orc head-on and keeps fighting despite the pressure. The swordsman wonders whether this child will be swallowed by the black star or rise as a new star himself. He decides the only answer is to keep watching the prince's path. Elsewhere on the field, allied soldiers are being driven back by the relentless orc assault. An explosion erupts among the troops, showing the battlefield is collapsing into chaos. The ground itself begins to shake from below. More orcs burst up through the earth, proving the enemy is using tunnels to keep reinforcing the attack. Realizing the danger, the prince urgently calls for Jared and Lauren. He orders them to stop the enemy advance at once. The two knights throw themselves into combat and start cutting down the charging orcs. Lauren follows with a heavy downward strike to hold the line. After a brief exchange, they report that there are too many tunnels and the enemies moving through them are unnaturally fast. The prince agrees and senses that something about this mass movement is wrong. He concludes that besides the orc sorcerer, another hidden force is operating underground. To confirm it, he kneels and listens to the earth while his men watch in confusion. He asks them to pinpoint where the digging is happening. Focusing on the tremors, he traces the direction of the tunnel beneath the battlefield. What he senses below is not merely a tunnel but a monstrous burrowing presence. He finds the source and immediately rises with certainty. He orders his men to follow and leads them toward the hidden route. Though one knight hesitates, the others insist the prince's judgment should not be questioned. Lauren's blind faith in the prince borders on worship, but it keeps the group moving. The prince identifies the target as the center of the ground that has been shaking continuously. He charges straight toward that point and spots the orc sorcerer waiting there. The sorcerer begins casting as the prince closes in. A black fissure tears open through the ground under the sorcerer's spell. From that rupture, giant sandworms erupt upward, revealing the true underground threat. The prince is grimly satisfied, having confirmed his suspicion. The orcs mock him for finding them and prepare to fight harder now that their secret is exposed. The prince and his two knights square off against a fresh wave of orcs and the worms rising around them. The enemy launches a coordinated attack while the worms continue to surface. Lauren jokes that the largest enemy seems to have chosen the prince as its target. The prince orders each knight to take one opponent and not lose. Both knights accept without hesitation. As he moves, the prince decides the hidden creature below must be destroyed if this battle is to end. When one of his men tries to interfere, he sharply tells him not to interrupt. He then calls out the name of his sword art and commits to the strike. The prince clashes with the giant orc commander and meets its curved blade head-on. Their first exchange shows the orc commander is far more skilled than the others. The commander's heavy red-edged blows force the prince fully onto defense. Even under pressure, the prince keeps his eyes steady and studies the rhythm of the attacks. Blood flies as the duel turns brutal at close range. The prince slips away from a killing line and resets his footing. He realizes the commander knows how to exploit the reach and angle of a curved blade. With the larger battle raging behind him, he understands he cannot afford a drawn-out duel. He decides he must finish this enemy quickly and return to protect his men. The orc commander answers with a confident grin, enjoying the contest. It presses forward, demanding that the fight be settled now. The prince counters from a low position, but the commander keeps matching him. He grows frustrated that the enemy is so hard to break through. The commander realizes the prince is parrying every decisive strike. It unleashes a flurry of attacks from multiple angles to overwhelm him. The prince sees that the commander is reading his movements while barely wasting any motion. He worries the enemy may simply be stalling until the soldiers elsewhere are wiped out. At that dangerous moment, he remembers his master's warning that a scattered mind makes the sword stray. In that memory, his master explains that urgency means nothing if the sword cannot keep pace with the heart. The prince recalls how those lessons once felt like maddening nagging. His master had mocked him for complaining instead of understanding. The lesson continues that in battle one must choose among many possible paths. The master demonstrates that even a falling weapon can become part of the flow if one reads the moment correctly. He teaches that combat is fluid and not limited to the most obvious line of attack. The prince remembers the deeper point: never forget why you are fighting. That memory clears his head, and he admits his master's nagging has finally brought him back to his senses. With renewed focus, he changes his movement and attacks from a new angle. The shift catches both the sorcerer and the orcs off guard. The prince realizes the enemy had been trying to provoke him, but his true objective was always elsewhere. He finally acts on that original purpose and drives his power into the ground instead of the commander. The commander is briefly confused, not understanding the target of the strike. The blow tears open the earth and collapses the underground route beneath the battlefield. The collapse races through the tunnel network like a chain reaction. One of the hidden worms is caught in the destruction and bursts apart underground. The prince remains braced amid the shockwave as the collapse spreads outward. He allows himself a grim smile, satisfied that the direct approach was the right one after all. The full force of the technique detonates through the ground, shattering the tunnel system around him. The battlefield convulses under the impact. Elsewhere, Lauren is still locked in combat and only then realizes what the prince has done. He cries out in alarm for the prince. The ground gives way in a massive collapse, swallowing the area around the prince and the enemy. His sword remains planted as the earth breaks apart beneath him. Afterward, the prince drops to one knee and admits he has spent every bit of mana in his body and core. The backlash hits harder than expected, leaving him barely able to remain conscious. Still, he believes the tunnel should now be destroyed and the battle turned. At the same time, Lauren is nearly cut down by the commander's renewed assault. He realizes too late that he is about to die. Then more worms burst from the ground nearby, worsening the chaos. The prince warns everyone to watch out as the worms erupt around them. Seeing Lauren in mortal danger, the prince throws himself toward him despite his ruined condition. He reaches Lauren and shoves him clear of the strike. Lauren is sent sliding away to safety while the worms thrash behind him. Freed for a moment, Lauren cuts through the worms around him to survive. He then rushes back and supports the collapsing prince before he falls completely. The prince thanks him, and Lauren complains that such gratitude would be nicer if it came before suicidal heroics. When asked if he can still fight, the prince admits his body will not move anymore. Lauren recognizes that this leaves them in serious trouble. Surrounded by the commander, more orcs, and the remaining worms, he asks whether they can still get out alive. Even then, Lauren declares that dying beside the prince would be an honor. The prince rejects surrender and insists they will not go down quietly. He vows that they will keep taking enemy lives until their final breath. He orders the others to spread out and prepare for the next wave. Though barely standing, he declares that he will open the path for them. Just as he pushes himself again, he hears his master's old warning not to overwork himself. A new force cuts across the battlefield before the enemy can close in. Golden energy sweeps through the worms and drives them back. The prince recognizes the arrival of Sir Graham. Graham announces that Prince Ragnar sent him. He takes command of the field and tells the exhausted prince that reinforcements will handle things from here. Later, after the battle, the report is that the enemy fled once their plan failed. By the time Graham's force arrived, Prince Yuri had already killed the giant sandworm. The conclusion is that the orcs retreated because the tunnel entrance was blocked and victory was no longer possible. Prince Ragnar praises Graham for arriving in time and saving a crucial ally. After dismissing the others, he remains behind. Alone with the unconscious prince, Ragnar remarks that Yuri always has to make a spectacle of himself. He bitterly reflects that the entire allied army seems to exist only to make Yuri shine brighter. Yet he also admits that such reckless brilliance is exactly what it takes to stand beside Yekaterina. Time passes, and dawn breaks over the mountains. The prince suddenly wakes in bed, shaken and breathing hard. He is disturbed by the vivid nightmare, feeling as if he has glimpsed a terrible future. As he gathers himself, someone enters and notices that he is awake. The visitor is Sibylla, who greets him calmly. His first concern is the battle and whether everyone survived, but she reassures him that the fighting ended well. Sibylla explains that he was unconscious for 2 days while the Allied forces continued advancing, and that everyone has made sure he can focus only on recovering. Yuri wakes to find his mana restored, confirming that Sibylla has healed him. Sibylla proudly reminds him that he owes that recovery to the Holy Kingdom's princess, and he accepts her help with gratitude. Once he has his bearings, Yuri immediately asks where they have arrived. Instead of answering directly, Sibylla invites him outside to see for himself. She promises the sight will surprise him and leads the way with obvious satisfaction. Supported by Sibylla, Yuri steps out into the Allied camp. The scale of what he sees leaves him momentarily speechless. Sibylla watches his reaction closely and presses him for his impression. He realizes they have finally reached Okwa's fortress, the last destination of the Allied campaign. The two stand together in front of the battlefield, acknowledging that they have at last arrived at the decisive front. Yuri turns to thank her personally before anything else. He admits that without Sibylla, the army would never have come this far so cleanly, and far more soldiers would have died. Sibylla warmly tells him the army is lucky to have him with them. Her praise makes Yuri hesitate, but it also gives him an opening to ask something delicate. He asks whether, in return for his help, she would do him a favor. When he addresses her seriously, Sibylla is caught off guard and flustered. Yuri steels himself and pushes through the awkwardness. He asks her to pretend they are dating. Sibylla demands an explanation, and Yuri reveals he is trying to avoid an unwanted marriage proposal. He argues that the arrangement could help her too, since her own family would likely try to marry her off once she returns home. To his surprise, Sibylla agrees almost immediately. Her sudden acceptance leaves Yuri stunned enough that she has to stop him and add a caveat. Sibylla says she will agree, but only under one condition. She explains that because she would be using her own name and status, she needs something meaningful in return. Rather than demand specifics now, she proposes taking a wish token from him for later use. Yuri hesitates, worried about what she might eventually ask for, and she teases him for being suspicious. Sibylla makes clear that if he dislikes the terms, she can simply refuse and let him find someone else. Realizing he has little leverage, Yuri backs down and thinks it over. He asks who the proposal is from if she is willing to go this far to avoid it. Sibylla reveals the suitor is the crown princess of the empire, which shocks Yuri. She cannot understand why he would reject such a prestigious match, especially since he is a prince himself. In Yuri's mind, the empire's status and the princess's reputation only make the offer more dangerous. Sibylla lists the princess's advantages and sees her as an ideal partner by any political standard. Yuri remains deeply unconvinced. He bluntly says he has no intention of marrying her and believes her charming public image is only a mask. He tries to return to the matter of the wish token and move the conversation forward. Before he can settle it, someone loudly interrupts after noticing he is already awake. A high-ranking imperial prince arrives, delighted that Yuri recovered so quickly and eager to report his achievements back home. The prince gushes over Yuri's rapid healing and praises him as extraordinary. Then he leans in and reveals that his niece has taken a strong interest in Yuri's exploits. Yuri instantly realizes where this is going and panics. As the imperial prince cheerfully frames the situation as a fortunate development, Yuri feels cornered. To escape on the spot, Yuri blurts out that he accepts Sibylla's wish token condition without further argument. He urgently calls on Sibylla to play along, and she steps in with perfect composure. Sibylla smoothly tells the imperial prince that Yuri has only just awakened and is not yet stable. She politely asks that Yuri be allowed more time to rest before being pressed further. The imperial prince turns his attention to her, identifies her as the Holy Kingdom's princess, and asks her name. When he notices how closely she is holding Yuri, he asks whether the two are close. Sibylla answers decisively that they are not merely close but in a relationship. That declaration stuns the imperial side into silence. Forced to commit, Yuri confirms the lie while the imperial prince visibly suppresses his displeasure. The prince can only click his tongue at the unexpected setback. He masks his frustration and offers a strained compliment, saying the pair look good together. Putting the matter aside for now, he reminds them that the final battle with Aqua is imminent. He explains that the army will rest briefly before advancing, because the campaign has already exhausted everyone. He stresses that the next clash must be approached as the long-awaited decisive battle. He also warns that the orcs will surely exploit any weakness the allied forces show. Still, he insists the alliance now has elite fighters from every major nation and cannot afford to lose. With the fortress in sight, he declares that the extermination of the enemy is about to begin. He frames the war as a righteous purge of monstrous invaders. He vows that victory here will make the entire continent remember their names. Yuri listens while reflecting that he joined the allied forces to correct the failures of his previous life and has reached Aqua without a single defeat. He notes that 5 years have passed since he regressed to his 13-year-old self. In that time, he has rebuilt his body and skills and reclaimed the legacy of his ancestors. He has also gathered the people tied to his fate and kept them close this time. By his own measure, this path has gone far better than the one that ended in ruin before. Yet now, standing among the continent's strongest, he senses he may have finally come face to face with the first cause of Brial's destruction. That realization hardens his resolve. He reminds himself that his only purpose is to prevent Brial's fall. He swears that this time he will protect his nation. Far away in the imperial palace, the story shifts to a late-night gathering among nobles. The palace party is already deep in indulgence and excess. Servants continue to attend the revelers despite the debauchery. Several nobles lounge drunkenly with their companions, treating the war as distant entertainment. One guest casually brings up news from the allied forces. Another says the war itself does not interest her much, but she wants to hear anything noteworthy. They mention that the alliance is nearing its final battle and that Yuri remains undefeated, which only enhances his reputation. At the same time, they mock how little recognition he receives from the emperor despite those results. A woman at the gathering steers the conversation toward a more intriguing subject. She asks whether anyone has heard fresh rumors about Brial's third prince, Yuri. A servant overhears intense as the gossip turns personal. The rumors shared is that Yuri is discussing marriage with the princess of the Holy Kingdom. That claim immediately catches the room's attention. A long-haired imperial princess repeats Yuri's name, recognizing it at once. The others romanticize the idea as love born on the battlefield. The servant can no longer stay detached from the conversation. The imperial crown princess enters, and the entire room freezes under her presence. The revelers falter, suddenly aware they have wandered into dangerous territory. Even the boldest among them lose their nerve in front of her. The crown princess greets them with perfect elegance that only heightens the tension. She calmly asks to hear more about the rumor they were just discussing. Her smile fades into sharp interest as she demands the details. Back at the front, soldiers rest and chat about their plans for life after the war. The mood in camp is relaxed enough for men to joke about going home and what they will do afterward. One knight from Bruggen watches the others with quiet satisfaction. He reflects that the allied soldiers now get along far better than they did when the campaign began. He remarks that they have become unexpectedly popular in the empire. Others dismiss that idea and say the real attention belongs to Prince Ragna or Prince Yuri, not ordinary soldiers like them. The Bruggen knight lingers on Yuri's name, clearly interested in him. He recalls that Yuri made a powerful impression from the very beginning. He acknowledges that Yuri's accomplishments have been undeniably extraordinary. More importantly, he believes Yuri is the one who united the alliance and created the spirit that lets them fight as one. In his eyes, Yuri is the true center of the army's momentum. Another soldier notices his reaction and realizes how seriously he is taking Yuri. The man addresses him as Sir Proin and asks when he arrived. Proin says he came because he saw Yuri sparring and wanted to watch. When invited to join the spar, he refuses, saying he is fine just observing. Instead, he warmly invites Yuri to visit Bruggen after the war and promises to show him its famous sea. Yuri accepts the invitation in good humor and proposes they celebrate together once victory comes. He imagines a feast after the war ends and the orcs are defeated. That hopeful moment is shattered when the alarm bell suddenly rings through the camp. An explosion erupts beyond the palisade, instantly ending the calm. Scouts cry out that the enemy is attacking as orcs and reptilian beasts surge forward through the smoke. A commander's eyes sharpen as the camp shifts from rest to battle. From the walls, the allied leaders see that the camp is being assaulted on a massive scale. Yuri realizes the enemy numbers are so vast that the horizon itself has disappeared behind them. Another rider confirms the worst. The allied camp has been completely surrounded. Even in that crisis, Yuri needles Jared for going quiet and asks if fear has finally reached him. Jared refuses to admit any fear, and Yuri notes that he has changed from the man who once avoided trouble. When Jared questions what he means, Yuri says only that they have come a long way. He leaves it at that, carrying private knowledge Jared cannot understand. As the orc host presses in, the enemy's advance reveals a far greater threat behind the front lines. A gigantic figure plants himself at the head of the army with crushing force. The monstrous leader steps forward from the mass of orcs. The allied side realizes this is no ordinary assault. Yuri immediately understands what they are facing. The towering enemy roars, and Yuri identifies him as Oklahoma, the Orc King. The surrounding orcs answer their king's roar with a frenzy of their own. Allied soldiers raise their shields and brace for the collision. Prince Ragna answers the threat by ordering an immediate charge. The first enemy riders rush in to meet them. The allied cavalry slams forward into the orc line. Mounted knights drive their lances through the smoke as the melee begins. Yuri raises his sword and rallies Briel's forces by name. The first exchanges are brutal, with mounted knights cutting down orcs at full speed. The charge tears through the front ranks and throws bodies aside. Blood sprays as the allied blades begin carving a path. Yuri keeps moving through the chaos, cutting down enemies while the cavalry pushes deeper. He shouts for everyone to stay focused despite the confusion. Then something above draws his attention and makes him look up. A soldier notices the sky changing and cannot finish his warning before the new threat appears. Huge shadows sweep overhead. Wyverns descend with orc riders on their backs, revealing that the enemy planned an aerial assault as well. The wyvern riders immediately ready their bows from above the battlefield. A rain of arrows begins to fall from the sky. Seeing the enemy escalate, Yuri decides to answer in kind. He warns himself that what he is about to do will consume a great deal of mana. Drawing on that power, he channels green energy around his sword. The spell erupts upward in sweeping arcs, intercepting the airborne attack. With his blade wreathed in green mana, Yuri prepares to turn the battle against the wyverns. The armored prince hurls a spiraling wind blade upward, determined to break the enemy rider's momentum before they can dominate the sky. His attack lands cleanly and tears through an orc rider at close range. After judging the altitude, he decides he has enough room to seize the air battle himself. He leaps from his horse toward the wyverns, committing to an aerial assault. At the last instant, he catches a dangling rein instead of falling. Using that grip, he swings onto a wyvern and forces it under his control. Now mounted in the sky, he leaves one enemy rider dropping helplessly below. The surrounding orc flyers realize too late that attacking from above has made them vulnerable to him instead. The prince calmly gathers mana, already planning to turn the entire air squadron into targets. He declares that every enemy rider in the sky will be brought down. Below, the ground troops see wyverns crashing and the pressure from above suddenly easing. On the wall, a subordinate reports that the archers are ready, but the commander hesitates as the situation changes. The men look to their lord for orders, unsure whether to fire or hold. He can only watch in disbelief as the prince handles the crisis alone. Even the enemy riders recognize that the prince is recklessly capable. Riding the captured wyvern with a grin, he treats the chaos like an opportunity. Then his expression hardens as he senses a new threat. An orc archer on another wyvern draws on him from behind. The shot is released at full speed. He twists through the air, deflecting incoming arrows while keeping control of his mount. Impressed, he openly admits the enemy is stronger than he expected. Instead of pressing only with force, he tries to persuade the wyvern beneath him not to die for the orcs. He offers it a bargain, promising that if it helps him, he can save the other wyverns too. The beast's sharp reaction tells him it understands his words, which confirms his gamble. With that understanding secured, he orders the wyvern to turn savage against its former masters. He directs it to smash through the enemy's front in the air. The wyvern obeys, ramming through the formation and throwing riders into disarray. As another attacker closes in, the prince stays unnervingly composed. An orc calls to his mount and rushes him head-on. The prince's wyvern suddenly surges upward and ruins the enemy's attack angle. Using that opening, he drives his sword into the enemy wyvern at close range. The wounded beast flips violently, sending rider and mount tumbling. Seeing the chance to finish the duel, he prepares a single decisive strike. Cold energy floods his blade as he concentrates everything into one blow. He cuts through the enemy rider in a brutal finishing slash. Satisfied that the maneuver worked, he immediately looks for the next target. He slams down onto another wyvern, using sheer force to seize control of the fight again. He praises his wyvern for cooperating, treating it more like a partner than a beast. Still, he realizes picking off riders one by one will take too long against so many enemies. He reaches for more blades and more mana, preparing a larger technique. Deciding to apply what he recently learned, he begins shaping a new spell in battle. On the ground, the knights struggle to hold formation as the orcs keep battering them back. One knight cuts down an orc, but the endless pressure makes every small victory feel temporary. As he catches his breath, he notices the wind itself beginning to change unnaturally. He realizes something vast is moving through the air and cannot explain it. The strange currents intensify until even the soldiers on the ground are forced to look up in alarm. They finally see the prince suspended above them inside a growing storm of green mana. He recalls the principle of soul severance, compressing shaped mana through the rotational force of his whirlwind sword before releasing it at once. At the critical moment, his focus narrows to a single point. He drives the spinning power downward, unleashing a towering green vortex through the enemy flyers. Even in the middle of the attack, he remains coolly pleased with the result. The vortex continues drilling through the sky, proving its destructive force. Once he confirms the technique works, he immediately thinks beyond simple testing. He decides to widen the spell's area and turn it into a battlefield weapon. Multiple tornado lances erupt outward and spear through several wyvern riders at once. Watching from below, an allied outsider realizes the rumored third prince of Briol is even more formidable than expected. He judges that the prince's individual strength rivals an entire squad. The prince hangs in the sky amid the wreckage, embodying the military might Briol is famous for. A nearby ally dryly remarks that the prince's flashy technique is far too loud, puncturing the grandeur of the moment. The prince immediately ruins the image himself by proudly giving the move an embarrassingly dramatic name, while his companion can only endure it. Once the joke passes, he asks Jared for a clear report on the ground battle. Jared explains that the air threat has been neutralized thanks to him, but the main clash on the ground remains unresolved. Hearing that the central formation could collapse if even one point fails, the prince decides he must reinforce the front personally. Before he moves, he turns to the hooded ally and asks who he is. The man introduces himself as Gandhi, merchant of Johim and Baron of Fevine, formally acknowledging the prince. The prince warmly welcomes him as an important ally and offers support if he needs anything. With introduction settled, the prince proposes driving the orcs back even farther. He teases Jared about being tired, using humor to steady morale. Then he reminds his men that every swing of their sword saves lives and orders them to hold the line. The battle grinds on without pause despite the prince's intervention. Through the exhaustion, the prince keeps watching for the next decisive moment. He throws himself back into the fighting with no sign of slowing down. As the hours pass, both sides suffer heavy losses, with knights and orcs alike falling in great numbers. By the time the battle nears its end, the field has become a place of screams, steel, and mounting death. At sunset, silence begins to settle over a field paved with countless lives. But beneath that silence, something sinister starts to distort the battlefield. The surviving soldiers are suddenly struck by a painful, unnatural sound that leaves them clutching barriers. The prince recognizes the disturbance at once and realizes the enemy leader has finally acted. Aqua at last enters the battle, bringing a far darker threat than brute force alone. The prince understands that if Aqua is moving personally, only Master Amo Yongchun may be able to counter him, and the war is about to become even more dangerous. A monstrous presence bears down on him, making the threat feel immediate and personal. Aqua unleashes a terrifying roar that shakes the field. The prince sees the dead orcs beginning to stir under black magic and realizes the battle is not truly over. A warning spreads through the ranks that the orcs are about to go berserk. Reanimated enemies lunge back into combat with unnatural ferocity. Weapons crash against armor as the exhausted defenders are forced to fight again. The prince braces against a huge empowered orc and shouts for the lion not to give ground. While he cuts through the revived attackers, a subordinate urgently points out a new development. They realize Aqua is withdrawing rather than pressing the advantage. The prince catches that retreat with a grim, knowing smile. He immediately breaks free from the clash in front of him. Cutting down anything in his path, he refuses to let Aqua escape unpunished. He orders a pursuit at once. A berserk orc tries to stop him, but he meets the blow head on and forces through. He keeps carving a path while the enemy leader pulls farther away in the distance. Elsewhere, some imperial officers prematurely celebrate, convinced the retreat means total victory. At the War Council, they insist Aqua's withdrawal proves the enemy has been beaten. One commander argues they should rest now that the enemy has pulled back. Others agree, reasoning that Aqua must also be badly wounded and that healing the army should take priority. Yuri rejects that complacency outright. He reminds them they are still deep in enemy territory and cannot assume safety while Aqua's intentions remain unknown. He warns that Aqua's control over the orcs may hide in even greater danger. Yuri insists they must press the enemy immediately before that hidden threat matures. The blonde commander counters with intelligence from mages who watched Aqua's camp during the observers reported a sinister aura rising from the enemy camp, confirming that something ominous is indeed being prepared. That report ends the debate, and the order is given to march on the enemy again at dawn without delay. As the meeting breaks up, the other officers depart to prepare. Then the blonde commander privately calls Yuri back. He asks whether Yuri has summoned the person he mentioned and says he has something confidential to share. To ensure secrecy, he activates a man device that seals their conversation from outside ears. Once the barrier is in place, he is ready to speak freely. The room becomes enclosed in a silent blue field that blocks sound from escaping. Yuri realizes the commander is taking extraordinary precautions. The commander admits he hesitates to reveal this to someone outside the Empire, but says Yuri is the only person there he can trust. He brings up the torn letter they discovered earlier, the one suggesting the Emperor had made a secret arrangement with Aqua. Yuri adds a darker revelation of his own: someone inside the Empire is using black magic. Since Aqua's black magic can control the enemy, the commander is forced to consider that the Empire may already be compromised from within. He fears they cannot yet know how far that influence has spread and wonders whether a traitor may be hidden among the Allied forces. Because it is only suspicion for now, he says he cannot entrust the matter to just any Imperial knight. Yuri accepts the burden and promises to watch carefully for signs of betrayal. The commander smiles, relieved to have found someone willing to shoulder the secret. Then, without warning, he leans in and changes the mood completely. He casually asks whether Yuri would like to meet Yekaterina after the war, revealing a matchmaking agenda beneath the secrecy. Yuri hurriedly protests that he already has a girlfriend, while the commander refuses to believe him and turns the exchange absurd. That night, the camp settles under uneasy calm while the ridiculous argument lingers in the background. Morning arrives over the mountains, and the army prepares for the next march. A warhorse waits as the new day begins. The prince rides out beneath Brial's banner, returning the army to motion. When his men report that everyone is ready, he gives the order to move. Before departing, he asks after Master M.O. Yongkun. He is told the master is inside the camp refining his energy and intends to intervene only when the proper moment arrives. The prince repeats that phrase to himself, uneasy about what kind of moment the master is waiting for. He surveys the mounted troops gathering behind him. Looking over the ranks, he notices too many empty places where comrades should be. Remembering how many men died to bring them this far, he understands that grief has hardened into resolve. He calls out to Brial, admitting that no easy comfort can make up for the dead. Instead, he declares that the coming clash will be their final battle. A white-haired noble can only smile, saying there is nothing more to add to that resolve. The soldiers answer with renewed spirit, their fear briefly replaced by shared confidence. They vow to survive together and meet again when the day is done. The prince raises the banner and promises a feast for everyone if they return alive. A horn sounds, turning that promise into a marching order. He calls on every soldier to advance. Then he leads the charge himself. At the front, the renewed assault crashes into the orcs guarding the approach to the fortress. One allied commander glances back as the momentum of Brial's charge reaches the line. Brial's banner snaps in the wind, announcing the prince's arrival to friend and foe alike. The defenders shout that Brial has come, and the news spreads through the battlefield. With that opening, the allied troops are ordered to carve a path straight to the fortress. The cavalry surges forward into the breach, driving the battle toward the enemy stronghold. A young commander urges his cavalry to move faster and follow him into the chaos of battle. His mounted knights answer at once and press forward under his lead. Spotting a siege tower near the fortress, he decides to seize it as a foothold for the assault. He narrows his focus, already calculating the next move. Before the plan can unfold, a hulking ogre bursts into the field and cuts down a soldier. The beast roars toward the commander, recognizing him across the battlefield. The commander confirms the recognition and meets the challenge with open hostility. He draws a special blade and prepares to strike first. With a sudden burst, he launches himself straight at the ogre. His charge becomes a blinding line of force racing across the ground. The ogre braces with its cleavers, trying to stop the attack head-on. The commander slips through the defense and carves into the monster in a single passing slash. The ogre is startled that the knight reached him so cleanly. Without pausing, the commander reaches for another weapon at his side. He follows with a second empowered strike that hurls the ogre back. Using the opening, he rides straight toward the siege tower. He vaults upward in one motion and lands atop the tower before the enemy can stop him. He steadies himself on the platform, having secured the position he wanted. Satisfied that the climb is over, he turns his attention to the larger battle and addresses his men. From the tower he sees the enemy's final force gathering below, wrapped in ominous black power. He immediately identifies the spreading darkness as black magic and concludes that a sorcerer is supporting this front as well. A subordinate reports that the preparations are complete, and the commander praises Jared for carrying them out. He notes that these are the enemy's elite troops, strengthened by black magic just as before, and that ordinary dispelling will not save them. Seeing that everything is in place, he decides it is time to begin the real operation. He orders Simon to raise their flag so the main army will know where he has broken through. His men rush to carry out the order while he drives the assault onward. Far away, the signal is spotted and the Supreme Commander is informed that Brial has located Alqua. The Supreme Commander is pleased that Yuri succeeded sooner than expected. He immediately orders the signal relayed and commands the elite troops to mobilize. Elsewhere, a veteran named Fennec welcomes the order with excitement and prepares to join the fight. A female knight answers him without hesitation and moves with him. Another hardened soldier silently readies himself for the coming clash. Across the breached area, Allied troops surge into the fortress grounds and engage the enemy. As he advances, the commander reminds his companions that they already know their mission. While the main army holds the line, he explains that their role is separate and decisive. Their true objective is not the army at large, but the death of Alqua. He gathers a mixed group of fighters around him and prepares to send them into that deadly task. Before they part, he gives them a blunt farewell and tells them simply to survive. The battle erupts in earnest as Allied knights cut into the black magic-enhanced enemy ranks. The enemy answers with brutal force, smashing back at the attackers. Even so, the Allied soldiers keep cutting down the monsters around them. The female knight centers herself and prepares to coordinate with the others. At her command, Fennec strikes in perfect timing and helps bring down another foe. Watching the cooperation around him, the commander reflects that people from different lands and backgrounds are now fighting as one. To him, that shared resolve makes this battlefield worthy of a knight's pride. Nearby, a warrior channels blue power through his blade and gathers a wide area attack. He unleashes it in sweeping arcs that tear through multiple enemies at once. At the same time, the commander is locked in close combat with another giant foe. A green light stirs around his weapon as he prepares a different technique. He wraps the sword in spiraling green energy and sharpens his focus. Then he lashes out with that power and blasts the enemy away. The monster is thrown back, but the commander remains wary instead of relieved. A flicker of suspicion crosses his face as he senses something is wrong. Another empowered ogre crashes in with a savage strike, forcing him to defend at once. While fighting, he realizes Aqua still has not acted directly and that Master Ammo has not arrived despite the battle escalating this far. Even though his side appears to hold the advantage, the situation gives him an unsettling sense of repetition. He starts to fear that he has overlooked a crucial part of the enemy's plan. Dark power begins leaking from a fallen enemy body at his feet, confirming his suspicion. The energy gathers back into the wounded ogre, and the commander is horrified to see it recovering. For the first time, genuine alarm breaks through his composure. He charges again, trying to end the threat before it fully returns. Instead, a far larger and more terrifying form of Aqua emerges under a torrent of black magic. The monster's awakened gaze fixes on him with murderous intent. Aqua rises to his full monstrous height, towering over the commander. A devastating blast of power slams into the battlefield and tears the ground apart. As the commander is driven back, a hidden voice mocks him for only now beginning to understand. That unseen enemy ridicules him as a fool while dark power coils around the scene. Aqua, now transformed, declares that the commander has realized the truth too late. He reveals the real purpose of the ritual. The commander himself is meant to become a living sacrifice. The two face each other across a ruined stretch of ground, the commander battered and Aqua burning with red-black power. The commander steadies his breathing and forces himself to think through the terror. He finally understands why Master Emo could not arrive in time. Mo's power can cut black magic itself, so the commander concludes he must destroy Aqua's sorcery before Emo appears. Aqua lunges with overwhelming force, trying to crush him before he can act. The commander throws himself aside and barely avoids being killed outright. Aqua's blow shatters the ground and sends debris flying everywhere. Even while reeling, the commander keeps hold of his sword. He admits to himself that he cannot maintain this struggle much longer. Facing a monster of this level, he doubts how much time he has left. Still, he refuses to retreat for his own safety now that the path forward is clear. He gathers all his remaining strength into the sword for a final all-or-nothing attempt. The hidden sorcerer notices the blade and realizes it can pierce the very essence behind their black magic. The commander confirms it and warns that he will fight to the end rather than be taken quietly. As he watches, the black mass behind Aqua is drawn into the monster's body. The ritual source condenses further, feeding directly into Aqua. The commander senses the trapped souls within that power begging to be released from unbearable agony. Their suffering is so intense that death itself would be preferable, and he is shaken by hearing it. He realizes that this writhing mass is the true source of the black magic. It is made from the souls of people devoured alive, still being exploited even after death. Horrified, he resolves to end the atrocity here and now. He rushes in, but Aqua charges from the front while the ritual power closes around the field. Aqua mocks the human for trying to oppose him so directly. The commander commits anyway and drives straight toward the monster. He swings upward with everything he has, aiming for the source behind Aqua. Then he realizes too late that another attack is coming from a different angle. Dark tendrils spear up around him, turning his charge into a trap. He tries to cut through the closing snare before it seals. The effort costs him dearly, and the strain nearly drops him. The black bindings wrap around his arm and body, pinning him in place. The hidden voice tells him resistance is useless and that this is the limit of his struggle. Refusing to break, he tells the voice to be silent and forces more power into his blade. He roars that he still carries too many responsibilities in this life to die here. Drawing on sheer will, he raises the sword again despite the bindings and his injuries. A beam of white force erupts from the blade and tears across the battlefield. He drives that power into the ritual core in a desperate finishing strike. The trapped souls flare into view for an instant as the black magic is cut apart. The entire ritual detonates in a blinding explosion. When the light fades, the hidden voice grudgingly admits the attack was impressive, and the commander realizes the souls are gone. He thinks he has succeeded just as Aqua's massive body begins to fall. But Aqua lashes out in the same moment and blasts him away before the victory can settle. The shockwave rips a trench through the battlefield and scatters everyone nearby. The commander crashes into a wall hard enough to crater the stone. He assesses the damage grimly and realizes his left arm and ribs are mostly broken. A loyal knight rushes to catch him before he collapses completely. Even as they regroup, Aqua's enormous steps close in again. The hidden voice, now impressed, remarks on the existence of a knight who can truly cut black magic. The commander notices that both the sorcerer and even Aqua are speaking in the continental tongue, which deepens the mystery. Aqua advances and promises a reward for the commander's effort. That reward, he says, will be death delivered by Aqua's own hands. Aqua gathers a lethal strike in his fist and prepares to finish the wounded knight. Seeing the attack, the commander knows they are in serious danger. His ally realizes he cannot block the next blow and braces for the worst anyway. At that instant, the commander looks up in shock at someone's sudden arrival. A flaming swordsman intercepts Aqua's attack and stops it before it reaches them. The battered commander greets the newcomer with dry relief, calling him late. The newcomer apologizes calmly and tells the others to step back. Surrounded by fire, Master Mo declares that he will handle the monster himself. Aqua glares at the new threat, immediately recognizing real danger. Enraged at being interrupted, Aqua turns his full hostility on Master Mo. Master Mo lowers his stance and readies a blazing counterattack. He releases a concentrated flaming strike that shoots forward like a spear. Aqua answers with a red-black sphere of power and meets the attack head-on. Their clash explodes violently and engulfs the area in fire and force. As the dust rolls out, the ally checks on the commander, who answers that surviving is enough for now. Watching the newcomer fight, the ally can only marvel, and the commander agrees. The commander observes that the battle has become a literal struggle between monsters. Master Mo advances through the flames with complete confidence. He cuts into Aqua at close range, forcing the giant back despite his size. The strike leaves a blackened wound in Aqua's leg. Aqua reacts with pain and surprise rather than immediate recovery. Even while praising the technique, he begins regenerating the damage. Master Mo notices the healing and understands that brute force alone will not be enough. Aqua dismisses both humans as insignificant beings beneath him. He vows to show them the true difference in power. Master Mo answers with a single judgment, calling Aqua the real monster. He stands firm in the fire, utterly unfazed by the threat. The hidden sorcerer offers to assist Aqua after sensing how dangerous Master Mo is. Aqua turns slightly, considering the offer. He refuses to help, insisting he has no need of assistance. The hidden sorcerer is taken aback as Aqua chooses to face Master Mo alone. The undead shaman swells with stolen power and erupts in a monstrous scream as the battle turns even more grotesque. The swordsman realizes the creature has been feeding on its own kind and condemns it for devouring a subordinate to grow stronger. The orc rejects that accusation outright, insisting the consumed being was never an equal but something beneath him. To him, the weak exist only to be used, and he proves that contempt by attacking as he compares lesser lives to insects. The swordsman counters immediately, driving in with a flaming slash before the orc can press the advantage. The orc dismisses him as naive, certain the human still does not understand the law of strength he lives by. He meets the fiery blade head-on with his bare fist, showing that his new power has made him terrifyingly durable. The clash explodes outward, and the swordsman is forced to recognize just how overwhelming the brute has become. Seeing his attack stop so casually, he realizes brute force alone will not be enough. The empowered orc answers with blood-red black magic that lashes out around the swordsman like living blades. Those strikes smash through the ground and drive him back with destructive force. The orc follows by hurling himself down with crushing momentum, trying to finish the exchange through sheer power. The impact tears apart the battlefield and sends debris flying in every direction. Even amid the chaos, the orc keeps advancing, refusing to let the swordsman recover. Another violent shockwave rips through the ground as the assault continues. The orc calmly declares that this is simply nature, where the strong devour the weak without remorse. He boasts that no human can defeat him now, convinced his supremacy is absolute. The battered swordsman crashes hard again, bloody but still conscious. He forces himself upright through pain, refusing to yield despite the punishment. Above him, the orc raises both arms to deliver a final crushing blow. He descends like an executioner, promising to kill the human and turn him into nourishment as well. Instead of panicking, the swordsman mocks the orc's endless preaching and treats his grand philosophy as childish noise. He throws the orc's own creed back at him and asks whether the monster has ever truly faced the end without turning away. As he speaks, he gathers a blazing technique named Bright Moon over the empty mountain, invoking a sunset-like radiance in his hand and blade. The orc hesitates for the first time, unsettled by the sudden shift in pressure. A massive sphere of light blooms above him, swallowing his figure in a sunlight glare. The swordsman steadies himself within that radiance, focusing everything into the coming strike. He unleashes Azure Cloud, Crimson Glow sword art, turning the battlefield into a storm of burning light. The orc rages at the insult and tries to answer with more black magic before the technique can fully land. He vows to swallow the human whole, but the swordsman remains composed inside the storm of light and shadow. With cold focus, the swordsman commits to the strike. His sword art shifts into a moonlit phase, and a second, colder current of power gathers around him. That blue-white slash cuts upward through the orc's defenses and catches him off guard. The orc snarls in outrage as the human's blade finally wounds him. The swordsman presses the opening with relentless follow-up cuts, moving faster than the orc expected. A flurry of crossing slashes tears across the orc's body and leaves him bleeding from multiple wounds. For the first time, the monster's confidence visibly falters under real damage. He staggers back, scarred and bloodied, while the swordsman stands before him with black residue still clinging to the battlefield. The swordsman breathes hard, already feeling the cost of forcing out such a technique. He admits to himself that the strain on his body is severe, just as he feared. Even so, he refuses to stop now. He tells himself he has finally brought down the evil ravaging the western lands and drives his sword into the fallen orc to end it. Yet a lingering unease makes him pause instead of celebrating. He notes that his own men can clean up the remnants, so his attention should turn to the deeper source of corruption. He decides the true priority is the black magic itself, not merely the body he just cut down. When he looks into the pit below, he finds a mass grave of mutilated bodies and realizes the horror far exceeds what he imagined. Then the orc's voice returns from behind him, warning that what the swordsman sees is only the surface of something far darker. The swordsman whirls in shock as black magic lashes across him again, and the unseen enemy continues speaking. He cannot understand how the orc still lives after having his head pierced, and that impossibility unsettles him. The orc reveals that he has been filling this pit for a very long time, building something through endless death. He explains that once the captives starved, they turned on one another, and he used that degradation to prove his contempt for humanity. In his eyes, humans are insignificant creatures fit only to be consumed by the process. The swordsman is suddenly seized by pale, corpse-like limbs rising from the pit, showing that the dead themselves have become part of the trap. Elsewhere on the field, the young prince turns toward the disturbance, sensing that something is terribly wrong. When he sees the scale of it, disbelief overtakes him. A towering pillar made from fused human bodies rises from the pit, and the swordsman atop it calls out for his master. The prince grimaces as he understands the battle has entered a far worse stage. Still fighting from within the mass, the swordsman hacks at the corpse pillar with his burning blade. He carves through the writhing bodies and broad arcs, trying to cut himself free and halt the growth. He lands in a crouch, exhausted, while the grotesque structure continues looming behind him. He curses the monster for turning the dead into tools even after death. He condemns the black magic for binding the corpses together into a new abomination that now ensnares him as well. That abomination takes shape as a giant crawling mass of bodies and blood-red magic, descending toward him like a living siege beast. The allied soldiers stare in horror, unable at first to comprehend what has been born from the pit. Recognition spreads among them that this is no ordinary monster but the culmination of the enemy's ritual. The prince and nearby knights rush toward the threat instead of retreating from it. Even while shaken, the prince accepts that the situation is beyond anything normal warfare prepared them for. The giant corpse beast fully emerges, towering over the battlefield and dwarfing everyone around it. Its face resolves into a nightmare grin, and the prince begins to understand the scale of the disaster. He realizes the battle cannot end unless that revolting core is cut down at its source. Watching the spreading corruption, he understands that the black magic they severed before was only a fragment of the whole. The creature is identified as Aqua, and the prince grasps that if it is not stopped here, the allied army and Braille itself will be doomed. The stakes become clear. Failure here means total collapse of the army and the destruction of their homeland. His retainers urge him to withdraw for his own safety now that the battle has become a chaotic melee. The prince turns to the knight Lauren, surprised that even his closest men are asking him to fall back. They insist he must return to Braille while they hold the line, arguing that the fight from here on will be too dangerous. The prince refuses to accept that, and addresses Jared and Lauren directly. When they tell him he has already done enough, he rejects the idea completely. He remembers that destruction never waits for perfect timing, and retreat offers no promise that tomorrow will be any better. That conviction hardens into action as he grips his sword and chooses to stay. His men call out an alarm, sensing he is about to do something reckless. He answers that there is no turning back now and that they cannot fight properly while trying to protect him from himself. Taking command again, he orders Jared and Lauren to prepare for the next phase and declares they will seize their future by bringing Aqua down. His resolve reignites theirs, and they answer with renewed loyalty. He immediately orders a messenger sent to Hernando and commands the troops to spread out and hunt every black mage hidden in the formation. He reasons that Aqua has grown too vast for physical attacks alone, so the enemy casters feeding it must be reduced. Their true goal, he decides, is to open a path for dispel magic and pour it directly into Aqua. Meanwhile the swordsman faces the towering Aqua alone as it looms over him like a god of corpses. Aqua lashes out with more black magic, trying to crush him under its overwhelming mass. The swordsman answers with another blazing cut, refusing to be buried by the monster's size. Even so, the force of the exchange batters him and draws another pained gasp. A knight rushes in to support him, unwilling to leave him isolated against the giant. The reinforcement closes the distance in a burst of speed. Blue magic flares from the knight's sword as he charges Aqua directly. He drives that magic into the ground and the creature's base, trying to crack open a vulnerable point. Aqua notices the interference at once and turns its attention toward the new attacker. Enraged, it denounces the humans as insects and prepares a brutal counterattack. That retaliation lands instantly, tearing through the knight and hurling him away in blood. The swordsman roars that Aqua's true opponent is him and throws himself back into the fight to draw its focus. He surges forward with a furious cry, pouring everything left into his flaming blade. His strike detonates against Aqua's body in another violent burst of fire and force. But the monster simply reshapes itself through black magic, refusing to die cleanly. The swordsman changes angle and drives a vertical cut down through its body, trying to split the core apart. He follows with a sweeping flame slash that tears away a huge section of the creature's mass. The severed portion explodes apart, briefly scattering the corpse's matter and black magic. From a distance, the prince sees that the swordsman has indeed created the opening he promised. That sight steadies the prince, and he understands the moment he has been waiting for has arrived. A faint smile crosses his face as he commits to the plan. He knows there is no time to hunt down every hidden black mage before the battlefield collapses. Still, if they can reduce even some of them, the black magic wrapped around Aqua can be weakened enough to matter. The prince concludes that once the shell is broken, a single well-timed dispel can decide everything. He centers his sword and resolves to release that dispel just once, trusting one perfect strike over prolonged battle. White mana floods into the blade until it shines with overwhelming purity. Aqua senses the incoming threat and turns toward the prince with a howl. The monster lashes out in irritation, angry that the human it dismissed has become dangerous. At the same time, it orders the surrounding orcs to tear the prince apart and bring him down before the spell can be completed. The allied knights intercept those attackers, cutting into the orcs and buying the prince's precious seconds. Yuri realizes the prince is preparing something decisive and promises to cover him while he casts. The others vow to hold the line no matter what, urging him to hurry. Shielded by their resolve, the prince steps fully into concentration and lets the white mana gather around him. He senses the black magic's flow clearly now and understands that Aqua is still growing by feeding on death across the battlefield. His own mana is nearly exhausted and his body is close to collapse, but he refuses to stop there. Remembering the teachings of a skeletal mentor, he steadies his heart and casts aside fear of the enemy. He follows that lesson by choosing the path he believes is right without hesitation. For Brial's sake, he gathers every last fragment of power into one final spell. He swears to fulfill Brial's duty to the very end, even if it costs him everything. Then he swings, releasing a vast white arc of dispelling power. His eyes blaze with absolute resolve as the spell leaves his control. The white slash expands into a sweeping wave that races across the battlefield. It carries the full burden of Brial's name and the prince's determination to answer it. That attack becomes the calling his title demands of him, made real through action rather than words. As the wave spreads, the allied soldiers realize the prince's prediction was correct and that this is their chance. From afar, the enemy mages understand the danger too late. Aqua has been absorbing life through dark magic, and a prolonged battle would have doomed the allies. One of them turns as the white power approaches their hidden position. The white-haired noble notes calmly that his companion has been watching the battlefield because this outcome was expected. The older mage recognizes that this must be the opening the prince said he would create for allied magic. Even while admitting the prince is remarkable, the white-haired man judges the battle too difficult to win by ordinary means and begins considering another plan. The older mage explains that Aqua has already become one with dark magic itself. Unless the power flowing into Aqua can be severed even for a moment, he warns, the allies will be unable to use mana properly at all. He doubts the allied side has any mage capable of delivering the large-scale magic needed to critically damage Aqua once that opening appears. The white-haired noble tells him not to worry about that part, implying he has already prepared an answer. That confidence shocks the older mage as he realizes what the younger man intends. A pillar of blinding white light suddenly erupts over the battlefield, cutting through the darkness. Both enemy observers watch in stunned silence as the beam tears upward and outward. The older mage reports in disbelief that the dark magic blanketing the entire battlefield has been sliced away. He is left speechless by the scale of what he is witnessing. A vast blue magic circle forms overhead, and the white-haired noble tells him to step back. Obeying the prince's earlier request, the noble finally reveals his role and declares that he will answer that opening with his greatest magic. He extends his hand to release the spell he has been holding in reserve. As the older mage can only marvel, the white-haired noble calmly prepares to unleash a godlike strike into the battlefield. A massive fire spell detonates and turns the battlefield into an inferno. The blazing sphere surges across the sky while distant observers realize an overwhelming force has been unleashed. As the firestorm bears down on the orc lines, the enemy is caught exposed with no time to escape. Even Aqua, the monstrous leader, is forced to face the scale of the attack. He is stunned by the impossible amount of mana behind the spell. Seeing the explosion spread, he cannot understand how such power could exist. The human commander immediately orders every soldier into a defensive formation to survive the blast. The front line braces, trusting the order rather than trying to outrun the flames. Yuri remains composed, having committed fully to this decisive strike. His allies channel protective magic around their own side while he stands at the center of the plan. Aqua tries to meet the oncoming inferno head-on instead of yielding. He refuses to believe a being like him could be brought down by this attack, but the fire slams into him with enough force to shake even his confidence. The human shield holds, sparing the allied soldiers from the worst of the blast. Aqua is engulfed and screams as the flames tear through him. The impact gouges the battlefield apart, turning the ground into a crater of fire and debris. The remaining orcs are caught in the same wave and burn with their leader. From behind the devastation, Yuri recognizes that his long effort to build this moment has finally paid off. He quietly takes satisfaction in seeing his relentless preparation produce overwhelming firepower. The attack is aimed specifically at Alqua, with the intent to reduce even his bones to ash. Once the flames pass, the soldiers inside the barrier finally breathe again. One knight complains that Yuri could have warned them, and he answers that it was less a plan than battlefield instinct born from experience. Even so, his allies marvel that he erased Alqua and the rest of the orcs in a single strike. For a moment Yuri dares to wonder whether the battle is finally over. That hope vanishes the instant he senses something still alive in the ruins. Alqua rises from the scorched ground and declares that he is not finished yet. Both burned and barely standing, he still cannot accept defeat. He rages that he could never lose to beings he considers beneath him. Yuri cuts through that denial and tells him the defeat has already happened. He points out that Alqua has lost everything that sustained his power and army. Yuri orders him to admit defeat as the Emperor's black dog has been broken. Alqua instead blames Yuri for driving him into this ruin. Choosing spite over surrender, he throws himself forward in a final attempt to drag Yuri down with him. Before he can reach his target, a blue strike flashes in from the side. The attack pierces Alqua cleanly through the chest and stops his last charge. The one who intervenes is Hernando, arriving with calm precision after the battle scene decided. He condemns Alqua for remaining vile even at the edge of death. Alqua answers with a final curse, warning that dark magic is deeper than Yuri can imagine and will one day consume him too. With that threat hanging in the air, Alqua's body begins to crumble away. Yuri watches in silence as the enemy leader finally disintegrates. A nearby soldier can barely believe it and confirms that Alqua is truly dead. The realization spreads at once, and the allied army erupts in victory. Relief and survival become as important as triumph as the soldiers celebrate being alive. The battlefield fills with cheers, though the joy is still shadowed by the weight of what was lost. Yuri lets himself smile at last, feeling the victory become real and admitting they truly did it. His moment of quiet satisfaction is interrupted when the soldiers rush him. Overcome with gratitude and excitement, they throw themselves at him instead of keeping any military decorum. The prince is buried under his own men's celebration. He is startled by the sudden tackle while the soldiers shout that they really won. Pinned beneath them, Yuri thanks them for believing in him and staying with him to the end. Exhaustion quickly catches up to him beneath the chaos. More soldiers pile on, demanding their own share of the victory embrace. Yuri protests, but no one is listening anymore. The celebration becomes a full dogpile as his name is shouted over the heap of armor. Barely able to breathe, he begs them to give him a break before he passes out. Someone even suggests a victory toss, and Yuri can only wonder which fool said it. The place where Alqua fell is left with a strange dark cavity in the remains. Later, the victory is formally declared as the war itself having been won. The clergy frames it as a precious triumph over countless enemies. Before the victors indulge in joy, the leaders insist the dead must be remembered first. Rows of covered bodies testify that bravery and faith came from every rank alike. The fallen are honored as sacrifices that secured the continent's future. The vow is made that their sacrifice will never be forgotten and that their souls be guided to paradise. The rite continues under the supervision of the church and the surviving commanders. Sacred magic is invoked over the dead in a solemn mass funeral. The priest calls for holy flame to gather the bodies of the fallen. Hearing paradise invoked, Yuri cannot simply accept the comfort of that promise. He remembers the names of the dead and the teaching that the faithful go to paradise while the false are punished. Because he is still alive while they are gone, he feels he has no right to pray only for their peace. Instead, he resolves to keep carrying the burden of their lives and honor them through what he does next. In silence, he offers his own farewell to the comrades who fought beside him. That private mourning is interrupted when someone addresses him directly. He calls Jared and Lauren forward, drawing his surviving companions closer. He warns them that the path ahead will force them to witness painful things again and again, and asks whether they will still follow him. Jared answers without hesitation that he is ready. Lauren agrees just as simply, treating the hardship as unavoidable. Their loyalty steadies Yuri and lets him answer with quiet gratitude. Together, they commit themselves to continue onward. A few days later, the scene shifts to Balshad, where the victors have returned to the capital. The mood has swung from mourning to celebration, with drink flowing freely. Yuri enters the banquet hall with Jared and Emo while the rest of the soldiers revel around them. He notes how loud and unruly the celebration has become. Jared worries that the troops have relaxed too much after the war. Imo reminds him that they have just survived a brutal victory and deserve some release. Yuri explains that this is exactly why he is allowing it, because if they sit still they will only dwell on the dead. Jared is slow to catch on to the emotional logic behind that decision. Once he understands, he sees the banquet as a way to keep grief from swallowing the army. He praises Yuri's intention, while Yuri inwardly feels that Jared may be overdoing the admiration. The three are then received at the royal table, where the king welcomes Yuri to the gathering. The king greets him warmly, clearly pleased to have the hero of the war present. He invites Yuri to sit and join the celebration. Jared and Imo are also offered seats as honored participants in the victory. The king acknowledges that summoning everyone again so soon for a joyful banquet may seem surprising. He explains that the commanders were gathered not only to celebrate but because an important matter must be discussed. The room's attention shifts from feasting to politics. To reward the allied army's heroes, the king intends to invite them to the upcoming imperial festival. He emphasizes that the event is overseen personally by the emperor and that they may bring others with them as well. One commander immediately suspects what kind of festival this must be, and the king confirms it with a grin. The imperial festival will include a sword tournament. That announcement unsettles Sir Gonti of Johim rather than exciting him. Yuri notices his discomfort and asks why he seems displeased. Gonti admits that Johim's knights are not especially skilled in formal swordsmanship and may only be humiliated there. Yuri quietly connects that weakness to Johim's mountainous homeland. He recalls that Johim shares the Alloy Mountains with the Empire and has long relied on terrain rather than open duels. Their real strength lies in ambushes and guerrilla warfare, not tournament combat. Gonti adds that newer recruits are lax and poor with hierarchy, making discipline training even harder. Instead of dismissing this, Yuri realizes the problem could become an opportunity. He proposes an alternative directly to Gonti. Yuri offers to take some of Johim's knights and put them through intensive training on his side. Gonti is shocked by the seriousness of the offer, but Yuri presents it as a way to strengthen both skill and friendship between their nations. Privately, Yuri remembers that in his previous life Johim was the first nation crushed when the Empire's Black Army swept the continent. He recalls the Empire's monstrous power and the slaughter it brought. If Johim can be strengthened now, he believes it may become an ally capable of checking Imperial expansion later. So he suggests starting small with one squad and tailoring training methods to what suits Johim best. The proposal wins immediate approval from the table. Even the Archmage, who has been bored through the banquet, is drawn back into the conversation. Her attention shifts when someone addresses her directly. At that moment, a flustered admirer presents her with roses and a confession. For one brief instant she looks almost pleased by the offering. That softness vanishes immediately. She rejects him outright and tells him to take his feelings elsewhere, leaving him devastated. Later that night, she brushes out her hair alone and vents her irritation. The unwanted confession has only worsened her mood. When someone enters despite her warning, she coldly reminds the intruder that she told him not to come in. The visitor is Hernandel, who answers with a calm smile instead of an apology. He admits the impropriety but says he had to come despite the risk of being seen. To ensure privacy, he casts a blocking spell around the room. She recognizes the barrier and realizes he came prepared to speak in secret. Hernandel says the person he actually hoped would visit never came, so he had no choice but to bring the matter himself. When she demands to know what could be so urgent, he reveals an object wrapped in sinister red energy. He explains that he found it on Oka's corpse. She is immediately alarmed and asks what it is. Hernandel tells her to come closer, but warns her to strengthen her mental defenses first. Still skeptical, she approaches while preparing her own magic. She warns him that if this proves trivial, she will throw him out at once. The moment she touches the object, dark power erupts around her. She realizes at once that the thing is inscribed with unknown characters. Those symbols spread over her body like a living curse. Iora feels sharp enough to cut into her skin and mind. She finds herself unable to move as the red script binds her in place. Her eye changes as the object forces a vision onto her. She sees a world drowned in red beneath a towering black structure and understands that the object carries something far beyond ordinary magic. At the center of the vision looms a vast red eye, watching her. She realizes too late that Hernando's urgency was justified and that she has been made to confront something catastrophic. The deeper she looks, the more certain she becomes that the thing will consume her if she continues. Angry at the timing as much as the danger, she forces herself to resist and throws up a spell despite having just settled for the night. She calls on Aegis and counters the curse with a defensive barrier. The backlash leaves her coughing but breaks the immediate hold. Even after sealing the object behind multiple layers of mana, she can feel the vile energy still trying to break free. Shaken, she demands to know why something this dangerous was hidden on Okwa's corpse at all. Mary Rose rejects the prince's vague answer and demands something useful about the ominous object taken from the corpse. He explains that after seeing Okwa use strange black magic, he examined the remains and found a sealed fragment radiating immense malice from inside the body. When he adds that Longinus was used to forcibly weaken it, Mary Rose is stunned by how far he already went. She scolds him for using such a dangerous power without lifting its restrictions, but he brushes it off by saying the imperial mages helped bear the burden. Getting that aside, he asks her to decipher the fragment through transcendental interpretation. Mary Rose considers the request seriously as he presses her for an answer. She agrees only cautiously, warning that the script is unfamiliar and dangerous even while dormant. Her reading suggests it is a fragment from a dark tome, and she notes that Okwa seemed to know how to use it. That realization makes her suspect the fragment appeared at far too convenient a moment, and the prince asks where her thoughts are leading. She recalls that this kind of black magic grows stronger through human sacrifice. So the fact that a page of such a tome ended up with the Orc King just as the allied army arrived feels less like chance and more like bait. She points out that victory depended on the Prince of Brial being able to cut down black magic, and asks who might have arranged matters if that power had not existed. As the implications start to sound like a deliberate conspiracy, the prince cuts her off before she goes any further. He warns her not to dig deeper into a line of thought dangerous enough to threaten them both. A new voice interrupts, insisting there is no reason for Mary Rose to stop and asking for the Archmage's full opinion. The dark-haired prince arrives and bluntly asks whether this means someone may be orchestrating the war from behind the scenes. The white-haired prince tries to dismiss that as speculation, but the newcomer demands a stronger basis than timing alone. Mary Rose, now treating the question seriously, asks whether he has any other grounds for suspicion. Before answering, she needles in for barging into her room without permission and makes clear she has not forgotten the insult. The white-haired prince nervously mentions rumors that the Empire has been acting strangely and that the Emperor may even be using the royal prince to eliminate rivals. The dark-haired prince protests that such rumors are unconfirmed and should not be thrown around carelessly, but he immediately concedes that the point is still reasonable enough to consider. He admits that both he and the Prince of Brial already had doubts about the war itself. The sudden appearance of a black-toned fragment only deepens those suspicions, so he reaches toward the sealed object to verify it himself. The moment he touches the seal, the fragment reacts violently and bursts with light. Mary Rose tries to stop him, warning that breaking into the seal is too dangerous. The seal gives way anyway, and a page covered in sinister script erupts from the red shell. He stares into it long enough for the page's meaning to imprint itself on him. Mary Rose cries out in alarm as the page's influence takes hold. Dark energy floods the room around him while the others can only watch the page's power unfold. A demonic eye-like sigil manifests, showing that the fragment is trying to reveal its true nature through him. He endures the vision in silence until the surge begins to settle. Mary Rose and the white-haired prince brace themselves, expecting the worst. Instead, he calmly announces that he now understands what the fragment is. The white-haired prince recalls an old warning about something called the Devil's Tome. That warning lets the dark-haired prince identify the page as part of that Devil's Tome. With that confirmation, he immediately decides they are going to the Empire and hands the page over. The white-haired prince hesitates, but the decision stands because they were bound for the Empire anyway and now have even more reason to see the truth firsthand. Before they leave, Mary Rose stops him with one more question for the Archmage. She asks whether black magic users leave any distinctive physical signs or traces behind them. When he asks if that is all she wants, she makes it clear she expects payment for the information she has already provided. Mary Rose reminds him that she has interpreted the script and shared dangerous knowledge while receiving nothing in return. She adds that he entered her room rudely and without even the minimum courtesy of a greeting. He realizes she is bargaining and asks what exactly she wants from him. Mary Rose says she wants no immediate reward, which only makes the demand feel more dangerous. She asks instead for a promise that he will grant her one favor later. The request reminds him of another woman who once trapped him with the same kind of cheerful condition. Remembering how those debts keep accumulating, he resigns himself to being cornered again. Night passes over the castle as the uneasy negotiation gives way to departure plans. Mary Rose presses him for a clear answer and refuses to let the matter slide. She demands to know whether he will make the promise or not. The white-haired prince quietly warns him that refusing Mary Rose would only make things worse. He also tells her that Mary Rose is fiery and never forgets a slight, which convinces the dark-haired prince that resistance is pointless. When Mary Rose catches them whispering, he hurriedly denies saying anything improper. He finally agrees to grant a future request, and Mary Rose accepts with obvious satisfaction. Having secured that promise, he tells her to answer his original question properly. Mary Rose returns to the subject and confirms he wants identifying traits of black magic users. He clarifies that he wants either bodily signs or traces left behind by their magic. That prompts Mary Rose to remember a very specific clue. She explains that black magic users inevitably lose their sight, so sudden severe vision loss is a major sign, just as many orc sorcerers are blind. The white-haired prince asks why he wants that information and whether he intends to investigate personally. He says he has a friend in the Empire who can help, surprising the prince because he has never even been there. He reveals that he met this contact in a bridal alley and that the white-haired prince has met him too. When pressed for the name, he leaves the answer hanging with a knowing smile. The story shifts to the Granzian Empire, where another thread of events is already underway. In a ruined alley, two battered men struggle to recover after being beaten down. One of them rages at their attackers and threatens revenge, only to be mocked for sounding like a cliché thug. Their unseen opponents dismiss such threats as useless against people who are not intimidated by imperial authority. The men try to flee, but shadowy figures close in and make it clear the alley now belongs to someone else. A new boss announces that from now on this territory will be run by Goryo, the Empire branch of Uncle Lones. Elsewhere, the dark-haired prince explains to his companion that this is indeed Crystal's Goryo. He says the moneylender has probably already established himself in the Empire, which surprises the white-haired prince. The prince praises Goryo as a ruthless loan shark but also the best person for quietly gathering information inside the Empire. As they ride home, the white-haired prince asks what the dark-haired prince plans to do once he returns to Brielle. The question confuses him until the prince reminds him that two formidable men chose to follow him after the Allied army disbanded. Those two riders catch up behind them, proving the point. The white-haired prince explains that both are continent-famous masters who will inevitably demand a duel with the king. He even imagines the king getting excited enough to wreck the whole castle in the process. The dark-haired prince dryly admits that this disaster scenario sounds entirely plausible. He starts planning how to assign those masters, deciding one should teach him while the other can be sent to Bernard. One of the riders suddenly announces that he understands the prince's intention. The prince's smile shows he is pleased to be understood. He tells the others there is no need to worry and that they should simply enjoy the return for now. The victorious party rides back toward Brielle as the city prepares a grand welcome. Inside the city, people excitedly announce the triumphant general's parade. The dark-haired prince enters the cheering streets on horseback, leading the procession. Even a hotter balloon joins the celebration, showering petals from above. He accepts the attention with an easy smile that suits a returning hero. Yet beneath the smile, he notices something awkward in the rigid posture of the soldiers around him. He wonders why his escort looks so unnaturally stiff. He singles out the flustered blonde knight Jared. Then he orders Jared to accept flowers from the people in his place. Before Jared can object, the prince shoves him forward into the crowd's attention. Jared turns back in panic, unable to understand why he has been made the center of the ceremony. Still blushing and sweating, he can only stammer his obedience. A flower seller shyly asks him to bow his head for a moment. He awkwardly leans down, unsure whether he is doing it right. The girl places a flower garland around his neck, leaving him frozen in disbelief. She thanks him sincerely for protecting the people, turning his embarrassment into public gratitude. The praise hits him harder than any battlefield blow, and he nearly short-circuits from flustered shock. He manages a stiff, humble reply that he only fulfilled his duty as a knight. The other knights immediately realize what is happening and watch with delighted amusement. They tease Jared for acting like a man receiving flowers from a woman for the first time, and he snaps back in humiliation. The dark-haired prince laughs openly at how easily Jared was thrown into chaos. As the parade nears the castle, someone formally calls for the prince's attention. An old veteran knight, Sir Haim, comes out to greet him at the gate. Haim congratulates the prince on returning safely and praises his role in the Allied campaign. The prince answers modestly that he only did his share and that victory belonged to everyone together. Haim says he came personally to the castle to offer his gratitude. Because orcs have been his lifelong enemies, Haim thanks the prince from the bottom of his heart for this victory. The prince senses the deeper weight behind those words as the old knight speaks of finally finding peace. Haim reflects that the only true way to honor a knight who spent his life guarding the border is to let him meet a dignified end. The prince refuses that resignation and tells him his duty is not over, because finding his true enemy may yet lead him to one final battle worth fighting. He then asks Haim to come with him, offering exactly the purpose the old knight had been longing for. Haim accepts the invitation with gratitude and urges the prince to enter the castle, where the king and princes are waiting. The prince heads inside, ready to face the royal reception. At the ceremony, the king declares that he usually leaves such occasions to the other princes, but not this time. He publicly presents the once troublesome third prince as the man who went to war for the kingdom. He then proclaims that this prince has returned in glorious victory. When given the chance to speak, the prince again credits the victory to the united effort of all who fought. The king, pleased, tells him he has matured greatly. The prince steps forward to receive that praise directly. The king adds that his son has even grown taller while away. Then his attention shifts to the unusual companion the prince has brought back with him. The prince warns that this guest is far from ordinary. The king welcomes the challenge and says he might even lose, while the prince confidently denies that possibility. The king turns the moment into a toast, calling for celebration in honor of the heroes who brought victory. Champagne bottles are opened across the ceremony as the crowd erupts in celebration. The prince is caught off guard when the spray hits him directly. The crowd joins in enthusiastically, turning the formal welcome into a noisy festival. Even the knights are splashed and laugh through the chaos. The king roars with laughter at his son's drenched expression, and the prince immediately suspects who arranged this humiliation. He demands to know who planned it. The king refuses to name names, only hinting that the culprits feared being scolded if discovered. That answer is enough for the prince to realize exactly which sibling is responsible. His suspicion is confirmed when Joshua appears nearby, already clutching a bottle and trying to look innocent. Joshua flees the moment he is noticed, insisting the welcome ceremony must continue. As the prince chases after him, a maid worries more about spilled wine reaching the ceremonial sword than about the royal commotion. Watching the scene, one maid reflects that it feels like only yesterday the prince was causing trouble everywhere. Another embraces Joshua and says the prince has truly become impressive, even if the old chaos still follows him. That warmth gives way to a sudden memory of a very different confrontation at night. In the flashback, the dark-haired prince takes a brutal strike to the head from a wooden sword. His hulking master stands over him without sympathy as he cries out in pain. The master mocks his weakness while a maid in the background finds the scene amusing. The maid taunts the prince for not becoming cooler, but also reminds him that this master is one of the 10 strongest in the world. The prince protests that his master started the duel immediately even though he still had a banquet to attend and had already been hit by champagne. The master dismisses every excuse and declares that a true swordsman must be ready to draw his blade at any time. When the prince points out that the master had agreed to duel the king first, the man casually explains that match is scheduled for tomorrow. So, out of sheer boredom, the master decides to use the prince as today's opponent instead, leaving the white-haired prince silently appalled. Realizing he will not escape, the dark-haired prince prepares himself in earnest and resolves to fight properly with his inner energy cultivation technique. Yuri tightens his grip on his sword as the duel begins in earnest. He taunts his master with childish confidence, threatening to report the loss to his father if the old man is defeated. The master answers with open contempt, regretting ever having accepted such a disciple. Still, he charges first, wrapped in blazing sword energy and intent on crushing Yuri head-on. Yuri meets the rush without flinching, and their blades collide at point-blank range. The master follows with a heavy flaming arc, forcing Yuri to defend against overwhelming from the sidelines, a maid recalls as the shock of their clash tears through the hall. The master praises Yuri just enough to mock him, making it clear he still sees the boy as far from his level. Yuri answers by drawing out a spiraling current of pale sword force instead of relying on brute strength. He admits that this is only the beginning and keeps feeding the technique forward. The expanding whirlwind finally makes the master pause, realizing Yuri has produced something worth noticing. For the first time, the master gives him sincere approval. Yuri sharpens his focus and commits fully to the insight he has just grasped. He unleashes rotating whirlwind sword, sending a drilling storm of sword force straight ahead. The technique swells into a full vortex, turning the space between them into Yuri's domain. The master's expression shifts as he senses that this is no ordinary imitation. He answers by invoking Azure Cloud Crimson Glow sword art, drawing on a deeper and older style. With calm confidence, he prepares a precise counter rather than trying to overpower the storm directly. His countercurrent technique wraps his blade in a circular current meant to reverse Yuri's momentum. Yuri is startled when he recognizes the principle behind the move. He realizes the master has turned the whirlwind itself against him. The master mocks Yuri for revealing too much of his hand and says the boy still has a long road ahead. Instead of retreating, Yuri plants his foot and decides to force a breakthrough. He hurls himself back into the vortex, joking that if one method fails, he will bite through with another. The strain shows on his face, but he refuses to let the reversal swallow him. He drives his sword downward through the spinning force, reshaping the whirlwind from within. The master tries to shut him down, insisting resistance is pointless while raising the same sword art again. He casts Heavenly Net, layering fiery currents to trap and shred Yuri's attack, but the master suddenly senses something unexpected inside the clash. Blue-white force begins cutting through the fiery net, revealing that Yuri's technique has changed mid-battle. Yuri adjusts his grip with deliberate control, no longer just surviving. He refines the movement further, turning instinct into method. A lattice of cutting lines forms around him as the whirlwind becomes cleaner and more exact. He slips through the opening and lands a direct strike before the master can fully respond. The master can hardly believe Yuri has broken through his defense. He realizes the style Yuri is using contains elements from the heaven-crushing swordsman's martial arts. Yuri grins and concludes that their ancestors left behind something far more interesting than anyone realized. The force of his sword sends the master's weapon flying from his hand. The disarmed blade crashes away across the floor. The master stares at Yuri from a distance, momentarily stripped of his advantage. Yuri is briefly stunned by his own success. Even so, the master lunges in bare-handed, acknowledging the fight Yuri put up while refusing to concede. He declares that Yuri still falls short and closes in for a finishing blow. The strike lands with brutal force. Instead of blood, a ridiculous swollen bump rises on Yuri's head, undercutting the deadly mood. Yuri protests that his master has gone too far, more offended by the humiliation than the pain. The master asks whether Yuri arranged a midnight duel for this very reason, and Yuri admits that was only part of it. After crossing swords, Yuri says he finally understands something important. He declares that he now truly understands soul severance. As he leaves the arena, he keeps turning over the master's mention of the heavenly demon's martial arts. Yuri guesses that whatever this heavenly demon was, it must have been a terrifying enemy power. He further reasons that the founder of his lineage must have absorbed useful techniques regardless of whether they came from righteous or demonic sources. Unable to confirm any of it, he gives up on overthinking and drops onto the grass to rest. For the first time in a long while, he lets himself be idle. Looking up at the night sky, he is struck by how long it has been since he felt this peaceful or saw a sky that reminded him of home. He wonders whether this new life has made him a better person than he used to be. That private reflection ends when he notices someone approaching. The visitor is Cedric, who greets him warmly. Yuri asks when he arrived, and Cedric says he only just found him resting there. Cedric sits beside him and remarks that he has heard a great deal about Yuri's recent activity. Yuri brushes it off with embarrassed modesty. Cedric laughs that Yuri hardly seems like the troublesome younger brother he remembers. The familiar affection catches Yuri off guard. Cedric pats his head and tells him he has worked hard. Yuri accepts the praise with a rare, unguarded smile. When Yuri asks how everyone has been, Cedric says he himself is unchanged, but Joshua has taken an unexpected interest in politics and commerce. Yuri immediately assumes Joshua must have caused some new disaster. Cedric explains instead that Joshua has been proposing economic reforms and involving himself seriously in state affairs. That makes Yuri recall Joshua's promise to protect the royal palace while he was away, and he begins to think the promise may have been sincere. Cedric says it is reassuring to have such capable younger brothers, and Yuri answers that Cedric is the most remarkable of them all. Yuri admits that the others could live so freely only because Cedric had always looked like the ideal future king. He says plainly that he wants to see Braille led by Cedric. Cedric receives that trust with quiet emotion. He then turns the conversation to Yuri's coming trip to the Empire, and Yuri confirms he will leave once matters here are settled. Cedric hesitates and asks if he may share something personal. Blushing, he struggles to say it aloud. At last he confesses that he has started seeing someone from the imperial royal family. Yuri is shocked and immediately tries to identify which princess he means. When the answer points toward Yekaterina's side of the family, Yuri reacts with outright horror. Cedric, confused by the intensity of that reaction, asks why it matters, while Yuri hastily backs away from explaining. Cedric says the woman is named Katrina and that they have been exchanging letters since the royal ball. He describes her as intelligent and kind, and suggests Yuri meet her in the Empire because she may be useful to him. Yuri thanks him sincerely for the help. Cedric then mischievously asks whether Yuri himself is interested in Princess Yekaterina. He cites the rumors linking Yuri to one princess and now possibly another, turning it into a dramatic love triangle. Yuri vehemently denies any romantic interest in either woman. He steadies himself and answers more calmly. Yuri insists that love is not something he needs. Cedric only smiles, amused by the certainty. Privately, he thinks men like Yuri always end up making women cry. Morning arrives over the palace. Elsewhere, a red-haired soldier fights fiercely against multiple attackers. Another veteran blocks a blow at close range, showing this is a desperate melee rather than a formal duel. The skirmish broadens into a chaotic clash among returning soldiers. Back at the palace, Yuri sits casually on the floor eating with a maid and a blonde guard. The guard marvels that Yuri still eats like a field soldier even after coming home, and Yuri says it has simply become habit. When Yuri asks why the guard is not on normal duty, the man reveals he has been reassigned as Yuri's escort. Yuri is so surprised he nearly chokes, while the guard takes the reaction as an insult. Yuri laughs it off and says he only meant the man still needs to get stronger. The maid interrupts with formal urgency. She tells Yuri it is time to receive his guests, and he complains that nobles only see him as a useful connection. She insists he at least review the registry because the visitors are all high-ranking figures. Yuri unrolls the list. One name or detail on it immediately catches his attention. He abruptly stands and tells the maid to come with him instead. He explains that an especially important guest is arriving today, a soldier from the Allied forces. At the gate, a hooded man desperately begs to see Prince Yuri at once. The guard tries to keep order, but the visitor insists there is no time. He reveals that Sir Raymond has been imprisoned and must be saved immediately. The urgency hangs over the palace as the day brightens. In the city, the hooded messenger is beaten down by a noble in red while others look on. The noble treats him like vermin and tells him to stop bothering him. He demands to know whether the messenger really thought he could refuse an order to surrender his place in line. The battered man insists he also needs to see Prince Yuri. The noble answers with another kick, saying that is none of his concern. He rants that a commoner has no right to stand beside him or act above his station. Even after venting, his anger only grows. The messenger spits back that this arrogant third prince is no different from the rest and mocks the idea that Yuri is a war hero. He goes further, claiming Yuri's reputation must be a lie. The noble sneers that Yuri probably exploited his subordinates and stole their achievements. That accusation finally gives the noble pause when the messenger reacts with genuine fury rather than fear. The messenger warns that if Yuri is insulted again, he will stop holding back. The noble cannot make sense of such loyalty from a beaten commoner. He grabs the man and demands to know what connection he has to Yuri. Before his men can seize the messenger, a new voice answers that the bond goes beyond family. The noble turns toward the interruption. Yuri explains that surviving war together and sharing joy and grief creates a deeper tie. He names that bond comrades in arms, and the messenger recognizes him at once. Yuri greets the injured veteran by name, calling him Fides. The noble and his followers go pale as they realize whom they have provoked. Yuri tells Fides he came personally to bring him in. Once Fides is safe, Yuri notes how badly he has been beaten. In a private room, Yuri asks why Fides endured the abuse instead of using what he learned in the Allied forces, though Fides points out that striking a noble openly would be a serious crime. Yuri bluntly replies that then he should have beaten the man in secret and escaped, exactly as he was taught. After the joke lands, Yuri asks what could have driven Fides all the way to the royal castle. Fides reminds him of the Allied Forces Veteran Association that Yuri himself established after the war. He says Yuri arranged compensation for all who fought, regardless of status, and gave extra help to families left in hardship. Because of that, many soldiers and bereaved families found real relief. That memory leads into the true problem. Powerful lords have begun circling the fund like vultures over treasure. Fides explains that those lords are now taxing the compensation money. They claim the payments come from an unclear source and are seizing more than half, acting in collusion with one another. Yuri lets out a cold laugh and reveals that the compensation fund was actually his own money, sent anonymously after he made a fortune through the Elaine Merchant Guild. He had hidden the source because openly flaunting the third prince's wealth would have caused trouble. Now he understands that the nobles are exploiting that secrecy as a pretext. Yuri decides he has one matter to settle before leaving for the Empire. Fides says there is still another urgent issue. When Yuri asks what it is, Fides points to the worst-hit territory. He explains that Sir Raymond was imprisoned there while protesting the local lord's abuses. Yuri's expression hardens out once as the name connects to a larger threat. He asks whether the lord responsible is Uggs. Yuri admits he has unfinished history with the Lord of Uggs and prepares to face that past directly. He recalls Duke Jurner Jetari as a traitor from his previous life who blocked his plans before, making this return to Uggs personal as well as urgent. Even so, he sets out immediately. When Aina asks why he must leave so soon after arriving, Yuri makes clear there is no time to waste. He gently explains that the faster he handles this matter, the better the outcome will be. Aina is unsettled by how suddenly mature and burdened he has become. Yuri tries to lighten her worry by joking that she could at least call him cooler. She changes the subject and starts thinking practically about his trip. After noticing he is taking only 2 escorts, Yuri explains that a larger group would attract too much attention. Aina teases that he already stands out enough even with only 3 riders. Still worried, she offers him something before he leaves. The gift is an artifact that can slightly alter his appearance when infused with mana. Yuri gratefully accepts the artifact from Aina. With preparations finished, he mounts up to depart. He rides out with his 2 men and leaves the estate behind. Aina watches him go with quiet affection and concern. Left behind on the road, she can only pray that he returns safely. The 3 riders press on at speed through the forested route. When one escort questions taking the mountain path, Yuri insists they need the fastest road because Sir Raymond has been imprisoned. As the escort worries about an attack, Yuri bluntly reminds his men that dealing with danger is exactly why they are there. Another escort tries to argue for caution, but the conversation is cut off. The blonde knight, Lauren, dryly frames Yuri's recklessness as part of some grand plan rather than trying to stop him. His exaggerated praise makes it obvious he is teasing Yuri's impulsive excuse for choosing the scenic but dangerous route. The warning proves justified when hidden archers prepare an ambush above the trail. Arrows are loosed toward the riders. Yuri reacts instantly, twisting in the saddle as the attack begins. He draws his sword in one smooth motion before the arrows can reach him. Without even dismounting, he cuts through the incoming shots. Seeing the ambush unfold exactly as predicted, Yuri notes the irony with calm amusement. The attackers reveal themselves, and Yuri identifies them simply as bandits. The 3 riders halt and face the men blocking the road. The bandit leader demands payment for crossing what he calls their territory. He mocks Yuri as a pampered young master traveling with only 2 servants and assumes the group will be easy prey. That insult makes Yuri's escorts bristle more than the threat itself. They are offended at being dismissed as servants rather than dangerous fighters. The leader laughs off the idea that only 2 retainers could challenge his whole group and orders them to surrender their valuables. Yuri's mood shifts from playful to cold as the insult and extortion finally irritate him. He orders Lauren to put the bandits down, and Lauren charges at once. The bandit leader realizes too late that the blonde man is no mere attendant but a trained knight. Lauren slips past the leader's first attack with practiced precision. He uses footwork and timing rather than brute force to seize control of the exchange. Then he counters with a clean, explosive strike. Yuri immediately recognizes that level of swordsmanship as the product of real battlefield experience, not simple banditry. Jared voices the same conclusion, noting that the enemy leader's fundamentals are solid. As Lauren keeps pressing, Yuri judges that the man fights like a proper knight who has seen actual combat. That realization makes Yuri suspect these supposed bandits are something else entirely. Lauren lands another sharp blow and draws blood. The leader is driven back under Lauren's relentless offense. Wounded and rattled, the older man can no longer maintain his swagger. Lauren raises his blade to finish the fight. Before the killing blow falls, the leader desperately calls for him to stop. Yuri intervenes and says there is no need to continue because he has already guessed who these men really are. He points to the scar on the leader's chest and identifies him as a veteran of the Allied forces who once fought beside Yuri's father against the orcs. The older man studies Yuri more carefully and begins to understand who stands before him. Yuri reveals himself as the son of Fiore Bryal and notes that recognition came late. Dropping the pretense, he demands to know why war veterans have been reduced to robbing travelers. The leader answers with bitter sarcasm, implying Yuri has lived too comfortably to understand their situation. He begins explaining that everything changed after the orc extermination campaign ended and the soldiers returned home with honor and pay. According to the veterans, nobles could not tolerate common-born soldiers gaining status, so they crushed them with taxes, fraud, and false charges. The leader says he spent his life protecting others with a sword, but when his family's survival was threatened, plunder became his only option. Though he knows it sounds like an excuse, Yuri accepts that the men were cornered rather than simply greedy. Instead of punishing them, Yuri orders them to dismantle their mountain camp and come down to the Duchy of Wise within a few days. He promises that he will correct what was done to the Allied forces' veterans. The story then shifts to the city gates of Wise as the group arrives. Using Ina's artifact to disguise himself, Yuri enters Wise with his 2 escorts and immediately notes that this is Jurner Jatari's domain. At the gate, open bribery from the guards confirms Yuri's first impression that the city is deeply corrupt. Inside the city, the disguised Yuri notices unrest brewing in the streets. He discovers a public protest demanding justice for Sir Raymond and declaring his innocence. The crowd denounces the corrupt lord and calls for Raymond's release. Yuri recognizes the protesters as former Allied forces soldiers and decides to approach them at once. One of the demonstrators notices the newcomers and challenges them. Yuri asks for the full story behind what happened to Sir Raymond. The men hesitate because they do not recognize the disguised stranger and suspect he may serve the Lord. Their rude suspicion visibly irritates Yuri. For a moment, his companions brace for trouble. Instead, Yuri reveals that the stranger before them is their prince, shocking the protesters. When they ask when he arrived in Wise, Yuri answers that he has only just entered the city. The men are relieved that Fides reached him safely, and Yuri brushes aside the awkwardness to get straight to the issue. He tells them to forget formalities and explain the situation clearly. They begin by saying the authorities first seized their funds under the excuse that the money's source was unclear. Even after that, the pressure only worsened until the veterans were treated like criminals. When Sir Raymond stood up to defend them, he was imprisoned for it. Yuri immediately promises help recovering their confiscated money through the Merchant Guild, earning their gratitude. But he remains focused on the deeper question of why Gernard is pursuing this so aggressively. Laurent suggests that someone else may be manipulating events from behind the scenes. Yuri agrees with the suspicion but decides this is not a matter for Laurent to handle. He orders Jared and Laurent to stay with the veterans while he goes elsewhere alone for a moment. Yuri says he already knows exactly who can help him uncover the truth. That lead takes him into the city's poor night streets, where hunger and hardship are visible everywhere. He heads to Sojong-Ryu, a grand establishment that clearly serves as an information hub as much as a pleasure house. There he casually greets an old acquaintance, as if this visit were long overdue. The manager is startled to realize the disguised visitor is Prince Yuri himself. Yuri notes that the man now seems to be running the Wise branch in place of he makes it clear he did not come for pleasantries but for answers. Yuri asks whether the manager knows why Gernard is so intent on squeezing the Allied forces veterans, because it feels like more than simple greed. That question makes the manager remember something important. He reveals that not long ago the Lord's closest aide came to Sojong-Ryu with several guests and demanded a private room with no attendants allowed inside. More troubling still, those secret guests were nobles from the Empire. Yuri presses for when this meeting took place. When the manager says it happened during the chaos surrounding the disbandment of the Allied forces, Yuri realizes the conspiracy runs deeper than local corruption and that the situation has become far more interesting.